Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Chuku.
And I am David Edwin.
First, the headlines. Terrorist attacks trigger record hunger in Nigeria's volatile north.
Southwest governors launch Security Fund digital network.
Ghana hands over Nigerian fugitive accused of killing FRSC officer and daughter.
Nigeria bans open cattle grazing.
280 killed, 623 abducted in 2 months, inter-secure society.
National Assembly sets for final constitution review draft.
And business, Dangote taps Honeywell to help fuel capacity expansion.
In the world of sports, Victor Osimhen to miss Tuesday's UEFA game due to injury.
In entertainment, Speed Darlington on watch list over minor sex claim. Now on the news and details. Resurgent terrorist attacks and instability in northern Nigeria are pushing hunger to unparalleled levels, with thousands facing famine-like conditions, the World Food Programme has said. Nearly 35 million people in northern Nigeria are projected to face severe food insecurity during the 2026 lean season, which stretches from May to September, the UN agency added in a statement. In Borno State, the epicenter of the 16-year-long jihadist insurgency, around 15,000 people are projected to reach catastrophic hunger or famine-like condition, the WFP said. The conflict has killed more than 40,000 people and displaced around 2 million others in the northeast, spilling into neighboring countries. Besides Boko Haram in the northeast, Nigeria also suffers violence led by bandit gangs in the center and northwest who raid villages, kill people, and kidnap for ransom. The WFP's largest donor is the United States, which, under President Donald Trump, has cut foreign aid, including to UN agencies.
Meanwhile, governors of Southwest Nigeria have unveiled a new regional security framework aimed at strengthening protection across the zone, insisting that the establishment of state police can no longer be delayed. The governors who met at the governor's office in Ibadan, hosted by the Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, deliberated on security, economic development, agriculture, and regional integration. According to a communique read by Lagos State Governor and Chairman of the Forum, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the governors approved the establishment of a Southwest Security Fund under the Dawn Commission, to be managed by special advisors on security from the 6 states and to meet monthly. They also adopted a unified digital intelligence sharing platform for real-time exchange of threat alerts, incident reports, and rapid response coordination across the region. The forum expressed concerns at the infiltration of their forest by criminal groups, urging the federal government to bolster forest surveillance and support the deployment of forest guards. Among others, they further reaffirmed their collective commitment to reclaiming forest belts from criminal activity, while also raising alarm at the unregulated interstate migration and escalating illegal mining across the states.
In response to the escalating security crisis in the region, the 19 northern governors have scheduled an emergency meeting for November 29, 2025, to be held in Kaduna State. The planned meeting is coming on the back of a parley by the Southwest governors, which took place at the Oyo State Governor's office in Ibadan. The Southwest governors resolved that it was time for the creation of state police to address the growing incidents of bandit attacks. The Senior Special Assistant to Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State, Peter Ahemba, confirmed Saturday's meeting by the northern governors to newsmen in Lafia, the state capital, as concerns sparked over the closure of school by the authorities. Ahemba explained that the northern governors' meeting would deliberate on concrete steps that could be taken to address the rising wave of kidnapping, banditry, and other forms of security threat in the zone.
Moving on, the Nigerian police force has taken custody of Victor Benjamin Fajemirokun, The fugitive, accused of abducting and killing Federal Road Safety Corps FRSC officer Lasisi Fumlayo and her daughter Shewa in incidents spanning Ogun and Osun states. 36-year-old Fajamirokun was arrested in Ghana after fleeing Nigeria to evade a national manhunt. George Ogene Boadi, commander of the Eastern South Regional Police, said Ghanaian officials acted after receiving a video alleging the suspect had kidnapped and killed victims. Nigerian Police Force spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyi said in a statement that Fajamirokun was transferred to Nigerian authorities in Accra through the Interpol National Center Bureau, that's the NCB Abuja. He said Ghanaian police arrested the suspect based on credible intelligence and immediately notified their Nigerian counterparts, prompting men of the Interpol NCB Abuja to travel to Accra to finalize the handover. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetukun offered condolences to the victim's family and assured the public that investigators would pursue the case thoroughly and professionally.
In another development, the federal government has abolished the open grazing of cattle in Nigeria, saying that it has caused unnecessary hiccups in past years, creating crisis and loss of needless lives and property across the country. Disclosing this in Yola, the Adamawa state capital, during the First National Council on Livestock Development, the minister Idris Mukhtar Mahia said it is an offense to be caught grazing openly. According to him, all cattle railers are encouraged to begin ranching, which he described as safer and make the cattle fatter for business. Meha said the ministry is determined to project livestock to be the next biggest revenue earner after oil and gas and has projected a $74 billion earning in the next years with over $14 billion earned so far.
Still on the worsening insecurity, the presidency said the Nigerian government and the United States have agreed the immediate implementation of a non-binding cooperation framework in tackling the worsening insecurity in the country. In a statement, the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said the government and the agreement also includes the establishment of a joint working group to ensure a unified and coordinated approach to the agreed areas of cooperation. According to him, the agreement includes enhanced intelligence reports, expedited processing of defense equipment requests, and the potential provision of excess defense articles subject to availability to reinforce ongoing operations against terrorist and violent extremist groups. He stated that the U.S. also expressed willingness to extend complementary support, including humanitarian assistance to affected populations in the Middle Belt and technical support to strengthen early warning mechanisms. Onanuga explained that the collaboration will help strengthen security partnership between both countries and open new avenues for cooperation to protect Nigerian citizens.
Still in the news, the International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law Inter-Society says an estimated 280 Christians were killed and 623 others abducted between September and November 2025 in incidents linked to armed groups in parts of the country. In a statement by Inter-Society Chairman Emeka Umabalasi, the organization said its records indicate that between November 17 and 21 alone, 388 persons, including school children, teachers, clergy, and other community members, were abducted in a series of attacks across several states. It listed those abducted within the 5-day period to include a Catholic priest and others kidnapped in southern Kaduna on November 17, and a group of schoolgirls in Wasagu Danko in Kebbi State, as well as 38 worshippers at the Christ Apostolic Church in Kwara State on November 18, among others. However, the organization expressed concern over what it described as inconsistencies in recent public statements from the Holy See on reports of severe violence affecting Christian communities. It warned against the minimization of documented human rights concerns.
Moving on to other stories, Reverend Ezekiel Dachumo, a senior clergyman with the Church of Christ in Nations, has issued an urgent appeal to the federal government to intervene and stop what he describes as ongoing genocide against Christians in Nigeria's Midbelt. Speaking on a breakfast show, VOP, this morning, Reverend Dachumo raised alarm over a fresh wave of coordinated attacks by armed Fulani terrorists in Borno, Plateau, and several other northern states, attacks that have reportedly claimed many lives and displaced numerous families. He noted that terrorism has been on the rise in Nigeria, explaining that most Christians still visible in northern regions are concentrated only in urban areas where security presence is relatively stronger. According to him, Christians are now rarely found in rural communities except those being held as slaves or forced into their condition. Reverend Dag Chumo called on the federal government, the United Nations Children's Fund, that's UNICEF, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and other humanitarian bodies to take decisive action to curb insecurity, while acknowledging that these agencies already operate in affected states. He stressed the need for more proactive and sustained intervention.
Moving on, the National Assembly Joint Committee on Constitutional Review have convened in Abuja to frame up the final draft of the proposed amendments to the 1999 Constitution. The lawmakers are expected to vote in the upcoming weeks on critical areas identified during earlier consultations with Nigerians, including power devolution, fiscal federalism, electoral reforms, state police, a reserved seat for women. The Senate Deputy President and Chairman of the Constitutional Review Committee, Barau Jibrin, said the meeting signaled the completion of the committee's assignment ahead of the voting stage. According to him, the meeting on Monday will be less deliberative, with the purpose being ratification and technical adjustment, and the committee approving afterwards the position previously reached. He explained that his segment is the last lap of the assignment, adding that the bills will be transmitted to the State House of Assembly where this year.
Away from that report, the federal government, through the National Orientation Agency, has inaugurated a joint committee to introduce citizenship studies into the Nigerian university's curriculum, an initiative which is a component of the National Orientation Agency's National Value Charter, NVC. The Joint Committee, which comprises representatives of NOA, the Nigerian Universities Commission, and the media, was inaugurated by the Director General of the agency, Malam Lanre Isa Onilu, with a charge to come up with a draft for subsequent consideration and incorporation into the curriculum. Speaking on the initiative, Isa Onilu described the Nigerian Identity Project NIP, which consists of the NVC, as a deliberate effort to restore Nigeria to its original foundation, describing NIP as a national movement that is not built on slogans but actions, and a shared responsibility and commitment to institutional transformation. According to Isa Onilu, at the heart of NIP is the NVC, a renewed social contract between Nigeria and its people. He added that the charter is structured around two pillars, including Nigerian Promise, which outlines what every citizen deserves, and the Citizen Code, which defines the value citizens are expected to exemplify.
You're still watching the Media News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. It will be the news analysis to also stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as they hot Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports, and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People television. We have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agumo, legal practitioner and a public and political affairs commentator. He's here with us in the studio. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, Fina and David, and how are you?
We're good. Good to have you join today's Media News. And joining us virtually is Mazi Amobi Heboro, who is a public and political affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Mazi Amobi Heboro. Good to have you join today's Media News.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good to have you join today's Media News. All right, without wasting much time, let me start off with you, Mazi Amobi Iheboro. The National Assembly said that they have actually, I'm talking about the Joint Committee on Constitutional Review, the opinion that they are already convening Abuja for them to have a firm and final draft on the proposed amendment of the 1999 Constitution. And they made this clarification. Recall that very soon they'll be going on recession again for the end of the year and all that, saying that this period, they'll be able to look into all the things Nigerians have raised as major concern, from the power devolution to fiscal federalism, electoral reform, state police, and even reserve seats for women. What do you have to say about this particular resolution made by the National Assembly at this point? And also, how far do you think we're going to go with this, bringing this, no longer making it a bill now, but making it to be an act or passing it into law?
Thank you very much. This is most inauspicious time to begin to, do jamboree, constitutional jamboree. That is what I call it. We have a lot of issues that require serious attention by the legislature. Their counterparts elsewhere are talking about Nigeria, insecurity, and what have you. But they are not. They are silent. And what they want to do is to divert our attention to constitutional amendment. I'm not thrilled about, the whole issue of constitutional amendment. That is not what we need now. What we need is concerted efforts towards solving the insecurity problem. That is what the National Assembly should focus our attention to.
Is that a possibility? Is that a possibility, Mazi? Is that a possibility that the concerns raised by the Assembly, that the state police conversation is coming as a front burner this time? Is that a possibility that the state police might see the light of the day, as of course being passed by law?
Those things are very germane. The issues are germane. My point is, at this point in time, is it appropriate to begin to talk about constitutional amendment? For me, it is diversionary. That is what I'm saying. it's long overdue, and they are not doing anything about it. Now that insecurity is at the front burner of discourse in Nigeria, they are now brought in constitutional amendment to divert our attention. I beg to disagree. That is my point.
Mazi, do you think at this point?
I beg to disagree. There are issues that require urgent attention. That is what I'm saying.
All right, now, so the question here is, do you think, because Nigerians, some people of the opinion that they don't need any tinkering with the Constitution, any amendment to the 1999 Constitution as well amended, that we need to drop that Constitution and go for people-oriented Constitution at this point? Do you think that, do you share that line of thought, and do you think Nigeria can do it with the way we are being placed? Ethnic bigotry is there, tribalism is playing its own with religious issues that are coming up and all that. Do you think at this point we'll be able to navigate all this and project something good?
I do not have confidence in the present National Assembly to be able to do a very good job on constitutional re-engineering. I do not have confidence. So that is why I am saying it is diversionary. Let's concentrate on what to do with insecurity. The MAGA kidnap has just come. The president is eulogizing himself that he has, rescued 38 of them. They did not tell us the details. You see, that is the difference. It's walking the old path. What happened? Did anyone take out any insurgents, any terrorists? No one is telling us anything. This is where the National Assembly should come in and ensure that the right thing is done. If you negotiated, and then got these children out, without anything, what happened to the terrorists? So we are walking the old path. My concern here is a sustainable policy that can ensure that this insecurity is reduced by half in the next 1 month. That is what I'm saying. Right. The issue of constitutional discourse can come later. After all, they have been dilly-dallying. And who knows whether they are genuinely committed to the constitutional re-engineering. I have my doubts.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mazi, for that submission there. But let's bring it back to the studio. Barrister, this again is coming from the bench of the fact that so much conversation are being held as concerning this review by the National Assembly. You would recall in 2023, after that 2023 amendment, some items were moved to the concurrent list, which of course 5 states demonstratively improved in electricity and reliability of transport outcome. Well, that again, some have questioned them on paper. But let's talk about the path of security, which again, Mazi mentioned that this is at the front burner. What do you make of the situation concerning state policing? Can these also help in quelling the insecurity that has bedeviled us thus far in the country?
State police will not help the situation as long as the political will is not there. State police, who is going to run it? Who is going to operate it? Is it not the same people that are here today? They must find a way to make sure that the police down to their tune. State police will not secure Nigeria. It will not. Except the federal government of Nigeria take a decisive action. Forget it. And you and I know very well when this government want to do something, how they go about it. But when they don't want to do anything, they will set up committee upon committee, panel upon panel, to go and look at it. From white pepper to blue pepper to black pepper. All because you don't want to do anything. Do you remember how long these state police have been on the front burner? From Buhari said 8 years.
And the president did say that he was going to make sure that it
exactly, see the light of day. Exactly. So these are deceit. Whenever they want to divert your attention, they will throw up one project or the other, knowing fully well that it is very dear to your heart.
Now, when you say they will just wake up and throw one project to another, Barrister, we are looking at a solution now on how to end the issue of insecurity. And today we learned that Nigeria, they've placed a ban, total ban on open grazing. So there's no open grazing again in Nigeria, according to the information that was made available by the Minister of Livestock Development, talking about Idi Mukhtar Mehina. It said no more open grazing. And we know that this actually happened to be what led to us having issues. I'm talking about the farmer-headed clashes, the killings that happen most times. People, although criminals now hide under the guise of headers now to be killing others and perpetuating evil. What do you have to say about this?
Who is the minister to make such a declaration?
Nigeria as a nation made the declaration, sending the minister to do it.
The minister said it. Let the president say it. He's supposed to make a State of the Nation address on this issue. That is what I think is plausible here.
Are you saying the minister is not worthy of making
Tomorrow they will tell you the minister is on his own, David. They will tell you that the minister was talking to himself. Let the president come out, because that is the only person who can make this declaration and people will take it serious. Please, have this not been said by different states in Nigeria?
Barry said there was a national council, a meeting or committee, a summit that was held for the first time in Nigeria, where the livestock development minister was there also. And after the proper deliberation, this particular summit happened in Yola in Adamawa State. They reached a consensus to say no to open grazing and mandate every cattle rearer to go in for ranching, saying that will help them too to produce better livestock, biggest livestock for better yield. Pointing out to the fact that they are hoping to make $74 billion in next year and all the years coming up, as they've already made 14 billion from livestock. Barrister, are you saying the minister is still on his own with such?
After the Yola meeting, what happened? Did you see one ranch anywhere? Fina, after that meeting in Yola, what followed? In fact, the livestock ministry that was created, and Jega is the minister there. What happens in that time? It's like you people don't understand this government.
Are you saying that this is just a sound bite?
I said you people don't understand this government. They are very good. They are very good in diverting attention and propaganda. All the things they promised you before they came into office, have they fulfilled any? All the things they have said since they came into office, have they done any? Because of this threat by America, everybody is talking on his own as if they are serious. Can you ban it? The people you are talking to, will they listen to you?
Barrister, talking about U.S. threats, why is it that now we're having deliberation between Nigeria and
that's how we behave. Yes, ad hoc arrangement, fire brigade approach.
Is that what we need now at this point?
That is our character. That's what we have always done.
So why would the U.S. move also in line with what we used to do? If you say that this is what we do usually, fire brigade approach, why would then the U.S. be willing to walk the way we want to do?
That has been the arrangement ever since. Fina, how many countries have volunteered to help us? At the end of the day, what happened with the help? No, tell me. China has been there to help us. UK has been here to help us. Even this US and other countries. What did they even allow? Immediately they became serious about trying to. They say, this is a sovereign nation now. We don't need to compromise our security architecture. Other countries are, they are not supposed to be know anything about our security. Is that not what you always hear? Meanwhile, the people that you are saying they should not come and help you because of security secrets and all that, they are the ones that sold you the ammunition you have. They can punch their laptop and tell you how many of these war machines you have. They can tell you because they sold it to you. They know everything about it. So, you see, when the government is not ready, that government is not ready, forget it.
All right.
Everything they have done so far, even the U.S. congressman said it, that instead of the president to take action on the issue that was raised, he is busy sending them miseries to the U.S., to everybody. That's what the man said. That means he understood this government very well. That's what they do.
If they understand Nigerian government very well, why go into an agreement which includes establishing of a joint working group and also maybe having a unified and coordinated approach to these whole issues? Why agree with Nigeria when they know that they will go back to renege or lag behind in carrying out their work?
Listen very well. It is the Nigerian government that told you this. The people you sent to America, they had to say something for the president to know that the mission they went for have yielded fruit. Is it today? Is it today? You remember when they went to Dubai and told us stuff until the Dubai government come out and say, no,
In other words, Barrister, you're saying nothing is coming out of that conversation.
Until I hear from the US. Yes.
All right, then let's take this conversation to Mazi Amobi. Well, again, we said it earlier, the ban on open grazing. What's your position with these developments from the federal government as concerning open grazing, and would this in any way quell the battle and fight between farmers and herders like it's always been in most recent time?
Yeah, thank you very much. This has been on for quite some time, and the government lacked the will, the political will, as it were, to prosecute this piece of policy that can bring sanity into the livestock space. It is long overdue. I want to align myself with what Barrister said. The minister is not, look, the president should come out and address Nigerians and do these policy enunciations. If we hear it from the president,
Mazi, sorry to bother you. What difference does it make when the minister makes a statement on behalf of the presidency?
See, the dynamics of the dynamics of Nigerian politics should be understood.
So this has to do with the dynamics of Nigerian policy.
Waiting for Mr. Hold on, let me land with my thoughts.
All right, go ahead.
The is about 7-8 days now that Nigeria is under siege. The president has not considered it expedient enough to come and address this nation. Now, the open grazing, remember what we went through open grazing during Buhari's regime. It is high time open grazing is criminalized. So it's coming too late in time. What you people should do as people in the media space is to send your reporters. Now that the minister have said it, send your reporters by tomorrow, and you'll be amazed that these cattle are still going up and down. That is what we're saying. They lack the will. We want to see exceptions. We want to see people, sanction for this. If the government can show us where a lot of livestock has been confiscated and all that, and the people that are taking them around, arrested and all that, they will begin to make sense out of potential nonsense that is happening in this country. I want to tell you that it will be very difficult, if not impossible, for the government to prosecute this banning of open grazing if they don't put some strength, some muscle, towards realizing it. It is a way to go. It is one of the ways through which we can stem the tide of farmer herders crash. I completely agree, but my worry is implementation. My worry is implementation.
All right,
that is what I'm saying.
All right then. Thank you.
And if you talk about Nigeria, America partnership,
right,
and all that, America will not take, for instance, the issue of Mother 38 students released. America will not hide anything from you. They will tell you the state of or the status of the terrorists. Now we are kept in the dark. We don't know what happened. Is that how to manage a system? You find out that if this marriage between America and Nigeria comes a vis-a-vis, fighting terrorism and insurgents, you find out that they will disagree because their own methodology will conflict with our own methodology, and that is where the problem will come from. So the Nigerian people should come up open, put everything on the table. So we need help at this point in time. We need serious help. We cannot do it alone. We need help, and they should welcome the intervention from the US.
Thank you so very much, Mazi Amobi Egboro, public and political affairs analyst, for your submission there. I want to say a big thank you also to Barrister Darlington Agumo, legal practitioner and also public and political affairs commentator. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for being on the analysis segment of the media.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, then we'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories and the media news will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. And it's still the midday news right here on Voice of the People television. Moving on to other stars. The University of Benin marked its 55th Founders Day with a lecture bringing together lecturers, students, staff, and alumni to examine reforms driving national development and the university's role in fostering shared prosperity. Our correspondent in Benin, Rhoda Johnny, has more on this report.
24, 2025 held its 55th Founders Days lecture themed Reforms for a Shared Prosperity. The event marked the university's annual celebration of its founding. The Vice Chancellor highlighted key reforms in the oil sector, foreign exchange, taxation and power, noting the gains achieved so far.
Our great university has been here to shed light on what the President and Institution has been doing in the past 2.5 years. I think that the message is very clear that we should keep hope alive because there's so much more to be done. Of course, there's so much that have also been done. There's no other way but to continue to be hopeful.
Engineer Abubakar Momo emphasizing the importance of these reforms to the university and the country.
You understand that any good thing, they must always have some pains at the beginning. The reforms that have been carried out by this government, they have a short-term pain, but on the long run, it's better for the country. So that is the message I want people to understand. But by the time the subsidy was withdrawn and the tax reforms and all of this, there are going to be some initial pains. But we cannot fortify that there are going to be initial pains. We do not do those things that will help us to grow as a nation.
Attendees shared their perspectives on the lecture, expressing optimism about the impact of the reforms and the university's contributions to progress.
Fundamental point is that these are policies and programs that the government is unfolding. And the end result is not something that happens overnight. And I think the essence of the lecture given by Honorable Abubakar Momo today is to put out the policies that government has been putting in place, the results that are available at the moment, and the projection of what the ultimate result is going to be.
That about 500,000 students have collected loans, their education from the NEL fund, and the impact this will have on parents, almost 200 billion is amazing. And this money, a great chunk of this money has gone to the universities. A part is for the students' welfare and all that, but a great part of it, when it's recirculated in the university system.
The event also featured a cultural display by theatre arts students and recognitions of notable alumni, underscoring the institution's commitment to scholarship, creativity, and collaborative growth. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, DOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Rhoda Johnny, for that wonderful coverage. Now to some business story where Dangote Petroleum Refinery has partnered with Honeywell to boost its refining capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day by 2028. This move signals Dangote's push to become the world's largest petroleum refinery. The deal with Honeywell will enable Dangote to process various crude grades, supporting its expansion with Honeywell's catalyst and equipment. Dangote also plans to increase polypropylene production to 2.4 million metric tons annually using Honeywell's Oleflex technology. Financial details of the deal were not made public, but a source estimates the deal could be worth over $250 million, considering the enormity of the project.
And from business, we move straight talking sports. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen will miss Galatasaray's UEFA Champions League game on Tuesday due to a hamstring injury, but his fitness level will be re-evaluated on Friday. Osimhen was substituted off at halftime in Nigeria's CAF World Cup qualifier against DR Congo last Sunday due to the injury and had to return immediately to Galatasaray to undergo treatment. Upon his return, the injury was confirmed to be a minor hamstring tear, which was expected to sideline him for only a few days, a situation which kept him from the hard-fought 3-2 victory at home to Gillenbergli in the Turkey Super League game on Saturday.
In entertainment, a radio DJ and producer DJ Neptune has expressed concern over the growing trend of sidelining veteran artists in Nigeria's music industry. He attributed the trend to a structural problem where creatives are pushed aside once they reach certain milestones. Speaking during a media chat, DJ Neptune stated the Western music industries allow veterans to thrive alongside newcomers, highlighting the need for change in Nigeria. And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People TV. Before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines. Terrorist attacks trigger record hunger in Nigeria's volatile north.
Southwest governors launch security fund digital network.
Ghana hands over Nigerian fugitive accused of killing FRSC officer and daughter.
Nigeria bans open cattle grazing.
280 killed, 623 abducted in 2 months, Inter-Society report.
National Assembly set for final constitutional review draft.
In business, we told you that Dangote taps Honeywell to help fulfill capacity expansion.
And in the world of sports, Victor Osimhen to miss Tuesday's UEFA game due to injury.
In entertainment, Speed Darlington on watch list of a minor sex claim. That is it on the Media News. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People Television is a spotlight show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
The extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, my beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So, today is a new day. Yes, to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of plenty stories, gists, and talks. And yes, please don't leave us. Sit tight while we ride together. And we are going to talk about a lot of things today. I'm sure, see, today's gist is not, we have plenty things to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Yes, first on our list, we're talking about recently held London concert at the Royal Festival Hall. Adekunle Gold shared a heart-melting moment with fans when his daughter Dija confidently walked on stage to introduce him. The young star charmed the audience as she greeted them warmly, thanked them for attending her father's show, and proudly announced, "I introduce to you my daddy Adekunle Gold," drawing loud cheers and emotional reaction from the crowd. So the moment quickly went viral, with fans and media describing it as one of the most memorable highlights of the night. Gija's poise and confidence were widely praised, adding a tender family-centered touch to an already electrifying performance from the Afropop singer. You need to see this baby. You need to see Adekunle Gold's daughter, because what is this? With so much, she's so bold. She was outspoken. Like, you guys need to come and watch let's see this video. You guys need to come and watch by daddy. Let's see this video.
Beautiful today.
special. Like the way she said it, like, I introduce to you my daddy, is the fact that she called the father the big fish. See, big fish for a reason. It's not like, you understand what I'm trying to say. See, it's how our celebrities nowadays, like our celebrities that have children already, are trying to, teach their children. If I say all of them don't they follow the line of their parents, you get what I'm trying to say. See, Whiskey picking that don't drop one song like that. So a lot of them celebrities where they are picking don't they grow, say they see some things where you go they see say they do, you understand. But this is actually beautiful, seeing Adekunle Gold's daughter do that on stage, and it's actually I couldn't stop laughing when I saw the video, because I was like, oh my god, a lot of people say, oh my own risk, because what is not to know about this? It can't be like say, we'll just we will get single, we'll never marry, we'll just do quick. We'll go. They say, Precious, you're a vain person. Please leave me to be vain in peace. All right. A lot of people don't come out, A lot of people don't come out to talk plenty things about this. And a lot of people say, this is beautiful to see. Like, I want to have a baby girl. Not a baby boy. I want to have a baby girl because, see. All right, let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. All right, somebody said she's such a superstar. At that young age, you can get, you understand? So Lodi MEC said, not me actually clapping over here. Oh my God, because I just felt like when she don't already talk those things finished, I just felt like carrying her up, but then she's not close to me. But it's so adorable. Like, she was so beautiful to see, like, explain everything, and was like, I introduced to you my dad, Big Fish. So somebody said, my daddy, the big fish, did she stutter? Not be small. She was so confident saying that big fish. Don't be joke. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people came out to say things concerning Adekunle Gold's daughter. And yes, somebody said, what a beautiful entrance. Of course. Oh my God. She said, this is a show proud. All right, another person said, Auntie Simi, well done. Oh. Dija delivered the speech. She did marvelously well. Like please, we should give her some flowers because she deserves it. So Dirty and Co-Fashion said, when you see international parents talk about age-appropriate dressing too. All right, that's cool. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are so happy seeing Dija, perform for her dad too that night. And yes, somebody said, that's my baby. Yesterday was lit. I was proud to see Ajere introducing her daddy, Adekunle Gold, aka Big Fish, to the world. All our children shall make us proud. Amen. And all our children shall make us proud and fulfill their purpose on earth. Amen. Congratulations to Adekunle and Simi for being intentional parents. I'm proud of you guys. Yes. Seriously. See, I've said this thing a lot of times. It's good that as parents, we try to guide our children. Seeing this lady now, she's this young child. It's actually to see her, it's beautiful. Do you get what I'm trying to say? She's so bold speaking. She's so confident. So those kind of things, they really, and come to think of it, it be like saying, not only me, I don't know whether another person they see this kind of thing, but then, the fathers and the daughters are always, they always have this, they work together, that kind of thing. They always have this likeness for each other. I don't know, but then the mothers and the sons always also have the same likeness. But it be like say, everybody will call the share parents for house. But it's all good. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are so happy to see Dija, talk about her dad on stage. And yes, somebody said, this is so beautiful. Yes. Another person said, I don't vex. Before Christmas, I won't born. You won't go. You go do the right thing to go born now. You won't go carry person, just carry her like that, give her belly. Okay, calm down. Don't be relaxing small. So Gifty of Life said that all of us go make this money for the family. Mommy, daddy, music artist, my own, make I just introduce in our life. No hard. It's all right. So Jane Davis said, beautiful and bold. Yes, it's actually beautiful and bold. Like when I actually saw that, the way she just came out, spoke, She was so confident. And I'm like, oh my God, oh my ovaries. Father. All right, another person said, lovely kid. Of course, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And yes, AY Comedian said, awesomeness. And another person said, my niece, you're so a proud auntie you are. So another person said, the way Adekule Gold shoulder go take high. Yes, that's my daughter. Of course now. Who no go? When you see your daughter, when you see your child doing perfectly well, doing well, you're going to be, proud parents moments now. Your shoulder supposed high. No be talk. Your shoulder supposed high. High pass self. So you'll be like, you want to introduce your daughter. And that's my daughter. Yes, that's my daughter. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more and more comments. And that girl, black girl said, chai, oh my ovaries, my womb. You get it. My stomach, my eggs, my everything. Chai, you get that kind of feeling. When you don't see pikin when they do well, you just be like, say, as if we be single person now, you just be like, say, may you just go marry. You understand? Born pikin, born fine baby girl, fine baby boy. Where go, you understand? Where go just represent you, be like, that's my son. Yeah, that's my daughter. Because they say like father, like son, like mother, like daughter. Now that time when that kind of thing they work, but if your pikin know they do well, you not gonna even say like daughter, like mother, like daughter. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. We have a lot of people coming out to say, oh my God, she's actually beautiful on stage. And yes, Eric Lawrence said, now another see me them born, so don't be lying, because the girl is so beautiful and doing beautiful things. And yes, another person said the only time she allowed to call her daddy by his first name. Oh, and yes, another person said too cute for words. Cindy Obianuju said how she allowed the cheering from the crowd calm down before next speech. She's super smart. Of course, she can't just rush it now. You can't be like she said she did cram work, but she didn't. She's speaking so confidently. And yes, another person said GDSM. Okay. Another person said Ijinla no they born small fish. At all, oh, big fish they born big. If they born in type, you know, they born another thing. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Yes, another person said make una go marry born. Okay, you can't dey pursue us waiting. Don't rub it on our face. We know that we are going to single people, and I know I'm speaking for you. We are going to marry. Don't mind what they are. Don't let anybody pressure you. Our own time will come. All right, they say make una go marry. Una they do big girls and big boys on social media. Hope una they see Adekule go. Why? All right. So, and Whiskey Boy too. Yes, I talked about that. And both of them are now superstars. Sister, brother, make una go marry and born. Thanks. But not be by force to marry. If you don't want to stay married, if you stay day. But you know go they shout out when you see other people picking. I just say make I tell you. All right. Menarobic Signature said, I started hosting shows at my daddy's event since I was 5 years. Love it. Do you get what she's trying to say? At that young age, you don't already become superstar. Imagine when you don't already grow. Everybody go declare road for you. Come on. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more comments and see what people have come out to say. And another person said the only time she's allowed to call her daddy by the first name. Yeah. So another person said, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people don't come out to say, you know, when you train your child well, you are going to be proud to see your child doing well, doing good. Like say all those things where you don't teach them, even when this kind of school where you put your pikin, all the things where they don't teach them, they do all those kind of things, and you'll be a proud father, you'll be a proud mother. When you pet your pikin, you will not treat the child, you will not teach the child the right things he or she's supposed to know. You do anyhow. Definitely when your child grow up, the same thing where you take as you take the carry and so you go give you back. All right. Yes, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and yes, that's it. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. So comedian Alibaba recounts near-death experience after boarding a particular airline he was warned against. See, I want to talk about planes. This period where December don't dey reach. I don't want to generalize this basically for only, planes or whatever, but I just want to say this generally for both people going on the road, both people traveling by air. See, these times around, this time, make everybody just dey careful. That's just the truth. December don't dey reach. Everybody, things don't dey happen, but just stay careful. You're going by road, you're traveling by air, by water, whatever way you're traveling, but dey careful. Always pray to your God. Know as you want take waka. Know the kind of vehicle you dey enter, because a lot of things don't dey happen. So this time, na to just advise una say make una dey careful. Yes, this time December don't dey reach, so just dey careful. And trust me, a lot of things don't dey happen. They even happen only on the road. If you say, "Oh, make I just take only road," nothing go happen, nothing shele. Even the air where people they travel safe, things they still happen. All right, let's see this tweet actually of what Alibaba has actually come out to say. Let's see. And yes, he said, terminated the takeoff flight from Abuja to Lagos this evening. I should have known the airline had an issue when I told someone that I was on the flight. He said, now them you fly, then landing gear. Their landing gear, they one kind. Now, another person said, I jumped to their defense. And he said, no, it's a new aircraft, no problem. Hard time is the flight. I said it's 4 p.m. So the guy who got the ticket corrected me. Oga, boarding na 4 p.m. Now 4:30 p.m. be the flight. All right. Another person said, he said, I went up to board, watched a bit of the match in the lounge. I wasn't feeling it. I need the viewing center energy. So yes, was playing next. I calculated the flight time. I would be airborne when the match starts. So let's take, he was talking about how he actually boarded a particular plane. And yes, he said, housekeeping done, time to take off, phones off, announcements done. We started taxiing, was ready for a 40 minutes snooze. The pilot flattened the throttle, and just as the front wheels were getting off the ground, the pilot made an announcement, reduced speed, and landed with her third. My heart skipped. Oh boy, I hardly flinched, but what scared me was the announcement. Pilot said plane was okay. It was just the front landing gear that had the problem. So pilot said was okay. Plane was okay. That's what he said. And he just talked about a lot of things. So he answered, I was happy that we are all safe. I thought about a lot of things, my kids, my wife, my parents, my siblings, my goals. And I said to myself, so that's how it would have ended. I sank into the lounge seat and consoled myself with the Arsenal match. We were up by 3 goals. So see, like I said this, he was actually scared that he boarded this particular plane, and landing was an issue and the rest of them. But that time, your mind go don't fly. So it's a lot. This period, you guys get careful. It's not even because of him. I was saying basically for the plane, you flying on air or anything. Land people where they inside, buses and the rest of them, they see things too. So we just guys this careful this period. Very, very careful. All right, a lot of people don't come out to actually state their own experience of waiting happened to Alibaba. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. Yes, Uzo said, thank God for life, Baba. But your story long go. So tell you even explain how you watched 2 matches. You reached hotel now, like you get. Another person said, Airpeace did a strong thing. April 2022, they gave us jets that nearly killed us. Anything jet in Nigeria, just avoid it. Is well. All right, another person said, I beg Nigerian government, fix your airline. No, people cannot travel by road anymore. It's actually true. Yes, another person said, a flight can be full even with empty seats if weight and balance limits are reached on smaller jets like the CR7. Passengers' weight, baggages, cargo, and required fuel can exceed safe takeoff limits to stay within regulations. I believe this airline blocked seats or denied boarding despite visible emptiness. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say their own, experience based on, flying and also traveling by road. So it's a call up for everybody that if you're traveling by the road, traveling by the plane, see, you just have to be very careful. Be watchful, the kind of planes you go into, the kind of jets you go into, the kind of cars you go into. Even if you're using your personal car or you're using your personal vehicle, it's also good that you are careful too because of the roads. A lot of things are happening. Yes, and December don't they reach. You get what I'm trying to say? So let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And yes, somebody said it is a new girl. All right. Getamana said, thank God for the lives of the passengers. And Puritic Soul said, you must be a writer. And another person said, jet means they are tired to fly, so don't use it again. Okay. So Danny said, this is exactly why lack of maintenance culture destroys life. I fly Airpeace or Ibom Air, no matter what. Your life is more important than any business meeting. All right. Small Malo said, Max Air now Molware too. It's all right. Let's take more comments. And someone said, at rotation speed, if the aircraft didn't take off, everyone would be dead. Runway isn't long enough for the described abort airplanes. Don't just stop like that. Okay. All right. Thank God, oh, if it will not land, it will not take off in Jesus' name. In Jesus' matchless name. Amen. All right. No, say life is sweet. All right. Another person said, use overland airline to Akure and I bet you will scream. David Sonia said, same with Enugu Air. All right. Dikachi Owo said, go past Green F Africa as well. A lot of people don't come out to explain their own side of their experience of waiting they don't see when flying both by road, flying by going by the road, traveling by road, and flying by the air and flying on earth. So it's actually something you need to be very careful for. Yeah, because this life is sweet. When you never do waiting, God don't tell you to come to do. They carry your hand for heart. All right, we get some plenty. We get so many comments. Let's take more comments before we move to the next story. And yes, somebody said, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. And somebody said, it happens. You should give credit to the pilot for canceling the flight. And Idan said, somebody should read and explain. So Vicky 20 said, they joke with people lives as well. As soon as X-Jet collaborated with Enugu Air, problems from nowhere. Another person said, even to land safely for Nigeria now, wahala is well. Is well. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. All right. Another person said, very nonsense airline. I booked a flight from Lagos to Abuja yesterday for 2:45 p.m. It was rescheduled for 4:40 p.m. Then 6 p.m. kept us till 7:30 p.m. in Lagos before leaving. Or more. Do you come to think of it, is how this, when you've booked your flight and how they, spend more time, flight where it's supposed to be this time, they fly by this time. Like, it's a lot. I think aircraft a lot of people should just do this thing, like fix this whole thing, because it's a lot. Talking about, fixing the planes, some maintenance that has to be done. It has to be done. Just, I don't know, but then even people where they travel for road, it's still a lot of things too. They have to check vehicles, have to be sure that the fuel is intact, the tires are okay, everything is intact before you even drive. They check if the driver they okay, because a lot of things they do happen now. Even drivers say if you go don't drink finish, can't enter inside motor, say at the takeoff. Like, why? These things now they cause, but basically the things that causes accidents on roads and the rest of them. If it not only sorry now I go talk, I tell you, it's serious. So we gotta stay careful this period. It's just the truth. We should be careful. It's a lot of things that people don't look at, but we have to be very careful. If you are traveling by the road, if you're flying, if you're going by the water, or you're traveling by sea, any highway they take travel, but shall be careful. That's just it. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And we are talking about popular TikToker Candy Teddy Praise Wogu has reportedly been arrested by the NDLEA in Benin City for allegedly producing and selling drug-laced brownies. According to the agency, officers recovered several plates of the infused brownies during the operation and also arrested another suspect linked to the case. So along with the quantities of cannabis-related substance. So the NDLEA says the arrest highlights the growing trend of using social media to promote or distribute illegal drugs. Investigations are still ongoing, and the agency notes that more details will be released as the case develops. See, I don't know, this period, a lot of young ones are doing things that are more scary. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Young babe like this now, you don't they carry things with illegal things. Why? It's a lot. If your parents, your mama, your papa now see you now, this is it's a disgrace. Big one. I'm telling you, it's a lot. Now, a lot of people don't come out to say things concerning because they say, she's 19 years, she's this year, but she's a young person. For someone at this age to be selling drug-laced brownies. People were supposed they go school, learn, study, do plenty things with your life. Now, so they sell, oh Jesus. It's actually painful seeing this. Painful seeing this kind of thing. So let's see what people have actually come out to say. A lot of people don't come out to say, now wow, this kind of picking self, you gonna do this kind of thing. Is well. All right. Ayomide Joy said now her friends set her up. How you take no say now her friends now set her up? Hey, God, I beg you. All right. Another person said 19K. I thought she was 10. They see the video at Gold Naturals. That person looked like 10 years old for your eye. All right. Laura Chimezie said all this wouldn't have happened if she was a bit reserved. This girl is too loud. I saw, but Pele, sorry, our 19 years old baker. It's actually, even if you want to just do this, you're doing this skill for yourself. Yes, you bake well. And for people to actually eat and come, because those foods that they consume, and you now put drugs inside it. So that what will happen when they eat it? Hey, God, I beg you. All right. Another person said, no be every market then they advertise is well. All right. Don't be smart, no be every market then they advertise. All right. Another person said, I feel for the mom. Yes, seriously. That's what I said. I said, if the mother see this kind of thing, it's painful. Other people, they want their pikin, may they do well, may their pikin be better people, do better things, actually do good things. But no, your pikin they sell drug-laced brownies. To who do you want to? And come to think of it, some parents actually they support what their pikin they do. I'm telling you, some parents actually support what their children are doing. Bad things where their children they do, they support them. But it's bad. Even the Bible say train up your child in the way it should go. But no, they do that one. Now when they do the one way, is well with you people. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are saying things concerning this. And somebody said, was she arrested from choir practice? Why you won't bring choir practice into this thing now, my brother? Is well with you. All right, 30 BG Gangster said, no be this girl where her papa na landlord. God, I beg you. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually coming out to say things concerning this, what she has done. Unless another person said, illiterate is disease. She used her head, post them online. Maybe she don't already bake the thing finish. She can't use her hand. Post her. Say make people see what she bake. She's actually bold to do that. All right, another person said, this same girl again. No be she the woman go collect back car where her husband buy for her. Is well. All right, Eva Tech said, Una don't finally set her up. I don't feel she was actually set up. Because you get what I'm trying to say. I don't want to set them up. You bake waiting, you bake finish, still carry and come outside the show people. It's actually painful seeing your child, child where you supposed to feel, say, okay, I want my child, I feel my child will do this. And you'll be proud, and you'll be a proud moment, proud mother and proud father. As Adekule Gold picking day now, you see when you're gonna smile, they say, see my child. But no, it's painful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. And yes, another person said, now every time this one they enter problem, always jumping from frying pan to fire. It costs nothing to have composure. As well. Great guy said, fair for social medium, come black anyhow for real life. Why you can't they look the picture like that, my guy? All right, Nancy Opera said 19 years. She's actually young if you look at her very well. Yes. So Portion said, where they don't sell brand is go prison. Oh my God, please. In my own advice is that say no to drugs. I don't know what you will gain in all these things. Yes. I don't know what that they gain. If you drink, if you smoke finish, you do all these things finish, you'll still come. Some people don't they tell me, say, I do those things just to forget about my problems. Oh God, forget problem. Problem go still come back again. After doing that thing at that moment, the next day, the problem don't go continue. You go continue now. With that particular thing you're doing at that moment, take off the problem that you are wishing to forget. Please wake up from that slumber, my brother, my sister. Say no to drugs. It's not good. I don't know how you will feel, but then those people selling it and patronizing it, both the people the way they patronize, both the people where they make them, no one stop. They carry go anywhere. Yes, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people don't come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. And yes, another person said someone snitched. Not be someone snitched. Even if someone snitched, he still come out waiting she they make. Is well. All right, another person said, I believe a jealous friend snitched on her. Okay, so another person said the bandits smoked weed too and used a lot of illegal substances. Why are they not in custody yet? And they catch them small now. What do you expect? All right, another person said 19 years old baker, we don't offend plenty people. So is well. All right, another person said illicit substance such as normal now. Baby, normal. So another person said, so una no fit put a little filter for her mugshot. They talk say they carry person go prison. Use them, don't arrest person. Use them. They talk say that they carry. Why are you so concerned about the pictures? All right. Another person said you all are too free on this social media space. You post everything just to trend. As they arrest you now, they no arrest your fans. Your fans join is well. The truth is that people should stay out of drugs. It will not pay you anything. It will not even give you a good. Just imagine this thing. As a mother now, if I even see this kind of thing, like I'll be now just disown this person. Like, I will just disown you. But then, it's well. It's well. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have other juicy gist to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed.
Yes, hello Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. I know you are enjoying yourself, and yes, because I am also enjoying myself. And we've been talking about a lot of things. Yes, you know, a young girl that was arrested because of she actually sold drug-laced brownies, you know, cakes and all those plenty things. And it's actually not it's bad, you know, to see those kind of see your child into such things. So yes, that takes us to our next gist, because we've been talking about a lot of things. And yes, our next gist has to talk about Paystack has officially dismissed its co-founder and chief technology officer, Ezra Olubi, following a wave of resurfaced allegations and public controversy. The company reportedly terminated Olubi on November 2025, citing significant negative reputational damage linked to old tweets from 2009 to 2013 that went viral earlier in the month. So the allegations prompted Paystack to first suspend him pending on internal investigation, but Olubi says he was fired before the inquiry was concluded. And without being given the opportunity to defend himself, sources indicate that Paystack leadership viewed the online backlash as a serious threat to the company's brand integrity, prompting a swift decision to sever ties. So Olubi, however, disputes the fairness and transparency of the process, claiming that Paystack violated its own internal procedures by terminating him, you know, prematurely and without due hearing. His legal team is currently reviewing the circumstances surrounding this dismissal, raising questions about whether the company acted out of procedural necessity or public pressure. So the controversy continues to unfold as industry observers watch for legal action and official statements from both sides. So they don't talk, and finally, you know, Ezra, they don't, you know, sack Ezra. So they don't fire Ezra. But wait first, those tweets, even with this thing that he's saying that they did not ask him, they did not do this, those tweets not be him right now. Because all those things are weird. You get what I'm trying to say? You do something, you can't dey proud, they talk, say you do them. They can't they tell them, say, be like, say, una no ask me. Wait till they won't ask you. Something where just they there. God, I beg. Let's see what he actually said, because he replied. He said, over the past few days, my name and reputation built over years as co-founder and technical leader at Paystack have been called into question because of information circulating online. In response, the board of directors of Paystack placed me on suspension and initiated what was described as an independent investigation. Once that process began, I chose not to make any public statements. I did this to avoid interfering with the investigation, and because I expected a fair, thorough, and unbiased review of the allegations being discussed online. The next page because we are talking. See, the fact that he actually came out to even write this is what is making me. I'm asking myself, really? Oh God. So he said, created a vacuum that allowed assumptions and misrepresentations to spread without challenge. So those who know me personally or professionally understand that the posts being circulated do not reflect my conduct or the way I have lived my life. I have always, to the best of my ability, conducted myself in a manner that respects everyone's dignity and safety. So on Saturday, 22 November 2025, I was informed that my employment had been terminated. This decision was taken before the supposed investigation was concluded, and without any meeting, hearing, or opportunity for me to respond to the issues raised in clear contravention of the terms of the suspension and Paystack's own internal policies. See, the evidence. See, evidence they there. Except you go bring evidence, say no be waiting you write or no be waiting you do. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's all these things are just saying a lot of things. Because why won't they? See, come to think of, even as I'm even talking safe, I just remember, I just view all those tweets about cats and the rest of them. Because why? All right, a lot of people don't come out to talk about this. Let's take some comments, because it's a lot. Let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And somebody said, if it happened as he has said it, then that's their first big mistake. For waiting, you don't already see. You get what I'm trying to say? You won't come ask the person. Don't you feel that the person himself will come to defend himself? Maybe he go just find one lie just to cover everything where they don't already talk. Because yes, trust me. Yes, it will happen. So this person is saying internal disciplinary procedures must be followed. That's why they are there as a guide in such situations. So more so, he's entitled to a fair hearing, even if they had already predetermined to terminate his appointment. Now they've given him an opening to sue as well. So John Mali said, fire him over post made years back without any concrete evidence. If recently he has been involved in any sexual crimes, then it's fine. But firing him over post he made almost 10 years ago is unjust. See, una no person inside rich house. If they talk, say, people will know him personally. You feel know him personally for outside. You know him personally for inside house. Oh, God. All right. Another person said, he said, people think weird things, and I'm certain he's outgrown those thoughts. If not with the kind of money he has now, he would have been involved in something like this. But not one person stepped out to say Ezra assaulted me. Sometimes we Nigerians just they get mad over unnecessary things. You don't forget saying that the mind now they do the physical things where they do. Seriously, if you don't already get that kind of thing for mind, waiting make you feel say you no go fit do am. Oh Jesus. See, make una just this my comment section people. You people should be calming down. Because well, I'm just saying that things might happen. You just don't need to come into conclusion and say he did not do this. Me, I'm not saying, but then it's possible. There's every possibility say yes, in do. Do you get what I'm trying to say? For somebody to tweet those kind of things. Those tweets are scary for crying out loud. They are scary. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. Yes, let's take more and more comments. And yes, somebody said, play me, I believe by Ashake. My sister, we need to play you that I believe is smart. Of course. So on one hand said, this post being circulated don't reflect your conduct. Let me ask him, is this man trying to gaslight us? Because what is going on? Do you get it? Bro, posted those things yourself. Yes, you posted those things yourself and you're telling me that those posts being circulated don't reflect your conduct. As how? I don't understand. So just Ellie said, it's bad that everything you built just comes crashing down. But you brought it upon yourself. I hope you use this as a time of reflection and repentance. God still loves him, and that's true. All right. Bukola said, at least your cat is home to console you. The same cat. That cat don't yet is. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. And yes, Charlie Wardrobe said, co-founder don't collect sack letter. It's well. So Shoes by Democrat said, justice for Olongo. Hey, God. All right, Lovely Makeover said, you sleep with cat or not? God forbid. It's a question. They asked you. Hey, Jesus. And those tweets are actually scary. Because when I saw those tweets, I'm like, what? This person now want be the right this kind of thing. Because why? All right, Mimi Nessa said, but his co-founder. All right, Kenechukwu said, nowhere here says he didn't tweet that shit. That's scary. It's scary. It's actually scary. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. We have lots and lots of comments. And yes, another person said, this one sweet me. All right. At Rema. Mio as how. All right. Anita Chi said, then they fire co-founder. You know. You people should enlighten me. You self, you for comport yourself. Baba don't comport himself. This is to say that a lot of things has to be put in check. You won't come and stop plenty things. You have to be careful of what you say. The power of the mind lies in what? The tongue. What you say. The things where they talk. You have to be very careful of what you say, what you do at every moment, at every time, because you don't know everybody. If you don't talk one thing like this, they will carry you. I'm telling you. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said, not reading all that, but from what I see, it's good for him. As well. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said, some people are shocked that co-founders can be fired. Yes, that's true. From the very complaints they helped create. Even Steve Jobs was fired from Apple at one point. A company is a separate entity. And once it reaches a certain level, you no longer have the sole authority to do whatever you want. And Brain Okoni said, I'm not his fan, but you can't deny he's a fantastic engineer. Still, the board should have waited for the investigation to run its full course. He helped build the company, so giving him the chance to respond to the allegations would have been the professional thing to do. It's not about supporting him. Those tweets are evil, I'm telling you, because all these ones where they talk now. It's about following proper process and allowing a fair hearing. Another person said, co-founder and don't collect sack letter. It's actually true. See, he tweeted those things. Those tweets are actually evil because a lot, even talking about him sleeping with, someone sleeping with his landlord's daughter. Because what is all those things? Scary tweets. You understand? And they are saying they should give him time to have explained himself. They think give him time to explain himself, but that doesn't mean that the thing when in right, not being right, because it was just there. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And him saying people that know him personally can attest to that he's not like that. He lives in a good conduct, and the rest of them kilo day. You don't know. You don't need to just judge like that. But then, you know no person reach in house. You feel no one for outside, but you know no I'm inside in house. That's what I have to say for this guy. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Trust me, it was a lot. And yes, if you're going viral and you're going global, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to all our channels. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging destination owners, like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawakon through the NTD is looking at Odi Festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it. The market woman will gain out of it. Food sellers will gain out of it. Nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving, industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality, or the people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So OD has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, If you go to OD, you don't need to, know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are, if I expecting people to be to visit them, so they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done, let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, the people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement would grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Moving from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Onika Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows?
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where the African Union has called for a permanent representation for the continent on the UN Security Council as an equitable representation in international financial institutions. Speaking at the 7th African Union-European Union Summit in Angola's capital, Luanda, Chairman of the African Union Commission, Mahmoud Yusuf, lamented the uncertainty that prevails on the international scene. Yusuf said that international rules are being questioned due to an increase in conflict, terrorism, and extremism. He further expressed concerns about what he described as the devitalization of international law, saying that Africa is experiencing its own political, security, and development crisis. According to him, Africa must position itself in a context where the rules of the World Trade Organization are torn and the UN Security Council's action are limited due to its conflicts of interest and antagonism between big decision makers. The African Union chief also called for reforms on the international financial architecture to reduce Africa's capital costs and ensure its access to funding, stressing that Europe must play a major role in this regard. Moving on, an independent candidate in the Guinea-Bissau presidential election, Fernando Diaz, and incumbent President Omaro Embalo's camp have claimed victory in the country's poll held over the weekend, even as the results are awaited. Reports say that Diaz, seen as the main contender in the election, congratulated voters for participating in the polls, saying it was a demonstration of the will for change. The report cited him as saying that he obtained an advantage in almost all regions and that his camp already has their data and know what the result was, but just waiting for the electoral body to confirm. Separately, a spokesperson for the Embalo campaign, Oscar Barbosa, told newsmen in the capital Bissau that their candidate had won and that there would be no runoff. In the meantime, the Electoral Commission had promised to announce the final outcome of the election by Thursday, warning voters, candidates, and political parties, electoral coalitions, and the media against announcing any results. Meanwhile, the European Council has approved 59.5 million euros in military aid for the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Chad, and Jordan under the European Peace Facility, that's the EPF, to boost defense capacities and regional security. According to the Council's statement, the Council adopted a 10 million euro assistance measure to provide the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo with military equipment, marking its second measure in support of the force, bringing total EPF assistance to 30 million euro. It explained that the assistance will strengthen FARC's ability to protect civilians, restore state authority by providing non-lethal equipment to support command and control, improve deployment and medical operations, and enable river border surveillance patrol with deliveries expected before the end of 2026. Under the EPF support, the EU will help professionalize the ANT by upgrading the Condole Academy for non-commissioned officers, supplying educational equipment, and revising its curriculum in response to Chad's request. Moving on to other stories, a Sudanese medical group known as Sudan Doctors Network say that over 150 young men and children were kidnapped by the paramilitary rapid support forces, that's RSF, in South Kordofan state. It disclosed in a statement that the RSF militants and allied forces of the Sudan People's Liberation Movement, Al-Hilo faction, attacked the Al-Zalataya mine, northeast of South Kordofan, in the first blatant violation of a unilateral humanitarian truce declared by the rebel group. RSF commander Mohammed Dangalo stated earlier that his forces and allied groups have agreed to an immediate humanitarian ceasefire that included a halt to all hostile action for 3 months. According to the network, the victims were forcibly abducted for the purpose of recruitment in the direct assault on civilians that amount to war crimes and grave violations of international humanitarian law. It noted that another forced recruitment operation had been launched by the RSF in the same town amid looting of the town and its marketplace. Moving on, still in Sudan, Anwar Gagesh, the diplomatic advisor to the United Arab Emirates president, said the UAE welcomed the United States' effort to end the war in Sudan and condemned atrocities committed by both Sudan's army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. U.S. President Donald Trump had said he would work to help end the war in Sudan after Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman asked him to get involved. Meanwhile, judicial sources in Sudan say Justice Ahmed Mohammed of the General Court in Al Jazeera State has sentenced an Egyptian national to death for fighting alongside the rapid support forces during the war. Egypt is yet to respond. Prosecutors charged the defendant, identified as MA, under articles of the Sudanese Criminal Act that included terrorism, undermining the constitutional order, waging war against the state, and crimes against humanity. The ruling, delivered on Monday by the General Court in the state's capital, Wad Madani, was among the most prominent cases involving a foreign fighter accused of supporting the RSF since the conflict began. According to a judicial source in Al Jazeera, the man entered Sudan during the war and joined RSF units operating in the state. The source added that he also carried weapons, wore RSF uniforms, and took part in operations against government forces, reportedly served at the RSF checkpoints. Moving on to other stories. In another development, prosecutors at the International Criminal Court have told judges that a suspected Selaka militia leader in the Central African Republic had complete control over a prison where inmates are arbitrarily detained and abused over a decade ago. According to prosecutors, Mohamed Abdel Khani ran a prison where suspected supporters of the then President Francois Bozize were beaten and tortured. In his closing argument, Deputy Prosecutor Mame Niang said documents and witness testimony during the trial has shown that Said had full control over victims held in inhumane conditions in the prison and personally took part in the abuse. Saeed had denied 7 charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity. His defense will present their closing argument later this week. Meanwhile, Cote d'Ivoire's beauty queen, Olivier Yarse, who was the 4th runners-up and won the continental title for Africa and Oceania at Miss Universe 2025, has resigned her title, citing her commitment to personal values and integrity. In a statement on her official Facebook page, following a dramatic Miss Universe finale in Bangkok, Yarse explained that she was stepping away to preserve the principles that guide her life and career. Reflecting on her experience, she said she proved her capabilities to achieve great things in spite of adversity. She added that the competition tested her strength, determination, and readiness to overcome challenges, but emphasized that remaining in the role required alignment with her core values. Describing her resignation as thoughtful and value-driven decision, Yarse announced her withdrawal from the title of Miss Universe and Oceania and any further association with Miss Universe committee. She emphasized that though her journey as a beauty queen has been marked by discipline and purpose, she no longer feels she could fully realize her potential within the constraints of the title. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria. And on this white table, a public and political affairs commentator and analyst. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David. How are you doing?
I'm fine, bro. Thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then, Barrister, let's get to it almost immediately. Interestingly, we're going to go straight to a case that has been really interesting across Africa, and that's, of course, the arbitrary detention. ICC prosecutors say that a suspected Central African Republic military leader oversaw a prison abuse. Some have called this a major development, and again, some have called it a move by government and their sponsored talks, basically, to torture not just opposition, but people who do not do things that are in line with the government in Central African Republic. What's your position with these particular developments that a militia would own a prison in the Central African Republic?
That will tell you the infamy that you call African continent. A continent that is peopled with leaders who are sharing relationship with the devil, with Satan. If not, how could this wickedness occur and you are presiding over it? You are in that country and these things are happening. It shows that you don't have a heart. What is inside your heart is a block, a stone, for you to allow this type of thing to happen. The greatest problem of Africa is their leaders. We don't have one, seriously. If we have leaders, they will not tolerate or allow this type of thing to happen. They won't. So the problem of Africa is Africa. Let us stop blaming the white man. It is Africa.
Well, Barrister, the conversation about the fact that this young man, I'm talking about Mahamat Abdul Khani, running a prison, isn't that, what's the implication of such a militia leader running a prison in a government that people elected their president, and of course a presidency also, having to appoint security personnel to man this prisons.
When you hear that terrorists are running a parallel government in some selected African states, you think it's a joke, Abi? Okay, you think you mean all these things we are saying here? You didn't hear me. Some terrorists are in control of some countries in Africa. They run a parallel government. That is the truth. And so, what is surprising here? The one that happened under your nose there, is it not worse than what you are just saying? I'm talking of terrorists sacking an entire village and taking over, renaming it, and then take over the homes of these people and drop them into IDP camp. And your government is just there watching. Just pretending as if it doesn't matter. My dear, Africa is what? Is in ruins. I don't know who even gave us this independence. It should have been better the white man is here. Yes, at least they would treat us like human beings. The most painful aspect of this punishment is that your fellow black man is the one behind your ordeal. Your fellow black man is the one enslaving you. Is it not painful? Oh.
Well, Barrister, again, the prosecutors closing their centers on superior control and, of course, direct participation, a strategy aimed at deterring repeated military-run detention practices by, of course, piling culpability to identifiable commander. Interestingly, there is the statement by prosecutors here that Francois Bozizi, who again was appointed the head of security in this prison, clearly gave Mahamat this control. And the government of the day clearly is saying they have no idea of this move, but Mahamat has denied any of these allegations as prosecutors brought to him. What do you make of this going into a judgment that the Central African Republic clearly has said that this would have some government intervention in the mix?
Since the days of Emperor Bokassa, that CAR have never been a country. It is an enclave of evil masquerading as a country. That, in fact, at a point, you know what they call the man, that Bokassa, the butcher of Bangui. That's what they called him. They even sang a song with him, the butcher of Bangui. That's a president of a country being called a butcher. That is to tell you how he was very ruthless with his own people. So that place has never been a country. I'm not joking. So when things like this happen there, my dear, I'm not perturbed. I'm not surprised.
So on the path of economy, Barrister, you think this would have a major impact on the market and, of course, the trust of the foreign investors?
Who is coming there to invest? Have you seen the country? Go and look at the profile of that country. It's like one primitive village somewhere, run by a cartel. It's not much. The size is very small. And it is run by evil men. One evil man after the other. One evil man after the other. That's how they've been running that country. Nothing cheering has ever come up for that country. They never took part in anything that is worthwhile. Nothing. It's an evil enclave. So when things like this are happening there, I'm not surprised. Seriously.
Should the judiciary get a major judgment as against Muhammad, the militia leader, would that change the narrative in the Central African Republic, Barrister?
They should jail all of them. If you leave one, if you leave one and jail one, no, the one that you left will continue from the evil they started. They should jail all of them, from the one that gave the authority and the one that claimed to be the president of that country. All of them are complicit. They are running an evil enclave in that Central African Republic. There is nothing central about it.
So barrister, looking at the complexity of these kind of judgment, do you think the courts might have to rule against the government of the day? Is that a possibility?
The government is complicit. There's no doubt about it. What are you saying? How can you be running a slave camp and the government is not aware? What is their secret service doing? They are all aware. That's what I'm telling you, that they're all complicit. It's like this thing that is happening here. The government will tell you, will they come and tell me that they are not aware? So tell me, is it possible? With all the evidence that is staring at you and me in the face. The government is aware. That's what happens.
When you say they are aware, what exactly are you?
They know. They are aiding and abetting. They know. Even the real culprit, the terrorists are telling you here that this business we are doing, one of you government officials gave it to us. So what are you now saying? Who invited them? Whom are they hobnobbing with? Whom are they holding meeting with? David, whom are they holding meeting with? Before the camera, before the press? Is it me? So what are you now saying? You want to exonerate the government? It's not possible. It's not possible.
But then again, we've brought this conversation to Nigeria. The government have celebrated the fact that there have been major strides of return of the kidnapped victims. Isn't that some cherry news, Barrister?
Look, they returned some of the Chibok girls, and they returned some of the Dapchi girls, but they didn't return Leah Sharibu. So what is sharing about it that they returned some and kept some? Should anybody be kidnapped in the first place? We like to celebrate mediocrity here. Should any Nigerian girl be kidnapped or Nigerian boy? Tell me. Their own children are not schooling in somewhere in Europe and America, in the comfort of their schools and everything. But the children of the Talakawas should be kidnapped, molested, and when they get tired of them, they just return them and say, and take a fresh one.
Now, Barrister, there is a concern from some quarters that the presidency is, I'm talking about Nigeria now, have identified, and of course, the return of some of these girls. But details about that particular return.
They will never give you details. They will never. And no.
Why so?
Why they will not give? Because money exchange hands. Terrorists cannot go and kidnap some girls after taking all the risk. Then because you call them on phone and say, please return those girls if you don't want trouble, they will not hand them over to you. What if they tell you that if you come close, they will kill all of them? What will you do? No, tell me, what will you do?
In other words, are you saying that money exchange hands in return of those girls?
Money exchange hands. Let them accept it. Terrorists don't give up their captives easily. Money exchange hands.
Isn't that negotiating with terrorists?
That's it. And you know what they're doing? Because they are all in business. These are the people they brought into Nigeria. And so they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing.
Anyways, Barrister, but let's jump to another conversation, and we'll go straight to the conversation where the UAE clearly is welcoming the U.S. effort to ending the Sudan war. Again, this have been tagged as quite a major move on the part of the Sudanese government. But some have said that this kind of deal might not truly be so free, as it were. What's your position with this? The U.S. coming to help the Sudanese government to end this ravaging war that has become a humanitarian crisis.
It is a very big shame, seriously. A very big shame, a monumental shame on African leaders. If Nigeria is what it claims to be, David, let us be sincere here. If Nigeria is truly the giant of Africa, is it not Nigeria that should take care of these African states and all the rascality going on here?
But Nigeria also is bedeviled with her own situation.
That is what you don't hear me. That if Nigeria is what it claims to be, then what is the giant in you? You cannot even take care of yourself. How can you take care of somebody else? Tell me. Giant of Africa. Then US will come all the way, deploy material and human resources to come and stop you from killing yourself. That is the greatest shame on earth. A foreign government will stop you from killing yourself. And you call yourself a human being, you call yourself a leader. Eh? Can you just imagine? Somebody will tell you to stop this evil you are doing. Somebody from a foreign country. Tomorrow they will tell us that, America, wherever they enter, it is trouble. Who invited them? Is it not you? Since you cannot settle your matter. Is it not better they come and even take the resources and stop you from killing yourself than to allow you to waste yourself for nothing? Can't you just look at it from this angle? Did America just woke up and is it not because they want you to stop killing yourself? That is the primary purpose here. And meanwhile, you have Africans, leaders who claim to be what? What are you?
Well, Barrister, let's also talk about institutions. The African Union is one that, of course, embodies all other African states. If African Union mediating in the Sudan situation and it did not find a lasting solution, isn't it about time that the U.S. did what a big brother, so to say, would do?
The question is, if they cannot resolve African situation, why are they existing? African Union, AU. When I knew that this body is worthless was when China built their headquarters in Addis Ababa. Single-handedly, a country built a headquarters for an entire continent. African Union of 54 countries. They couldn't contribute money and build their headquarters. Somebody had to build it for you. And every time you go there and hold meeting and sit in a big chair, sit in a house somebody built for you, and you are not ashamed.
Well, Barrister, isn't that some part of solidarity on the part of China?
So what?
Building
there are certain things that are, in fact, there are certain gifts you don't accept because of the insult.
You think the union shouldn't have accepted that from China?
I said there are certain gifts you don't accept because of the insult that comes with it. This one is a big insult. If I have my way, I will break down that AU building and tell African leaders, if you cannot build a house for yourself, then be doing your meeting on the streets of Africa.
So looking at this particular story, Barrister, are you saying at this point African Union is toothless and cannot solve African problems? Because that seems to be what it is for the UAE and the US government to come together to wanting to end the war in Sudan.
Look at UAE, Dubai is just 6 million in population.
Right.
Dubai is now championing settlement in Africa. Dubai. There are things you look at when somebody wants to help you. You say, where is this help coming from? Whole me. You want to help me to do what?
But if you're incapacitated for making that help.
That's what I'm telling you. When you have sold your respect, your sovereignty, your integrity, what else is left? What else is, because when they are making noise here, a foreign country cannot come here. I'm a sovereign state. A sovereign state that the terrorist is controlling. God Almighty. People are very funny. Terrorists are taking over your country and they are holding court. And you are calling yourself a sovereign. Which sovereign? No, which sovereign state? Terrorists, they have kept you busy for 15 good years as a country. And you are still talking of sovereignty. Where is the sovereignty? The only sovereignty I can see here is the sovereignty of the terrorists. So they are not joking. They tell you what they want and they go for it, and there is nothing you can do. So anytime they bring up this sovereignty, I just laugh. There is no sovereignty here, nothing. If because of you terrorists, a country can shut down schools, an entire country shut down their schools, their children are now at home because of what? The terrorists. Then who is the government here? Who is the government? No, look at it yourself. Look, when they say, I am a man, it's all by mouth too. Man pass man. Man pass man.
Now, Barrister, I like the fact that you're actually bringing this back to Nigeria. And the question I want to find out from you is, isn't it about time that the presidency call a national emergency and state of emergency on insecurity?
Leave that thing. They will not call for anything. The one they called, what came out of it? The one they did, all the meeting, all the security meeting they have been holding, what came out of it? They bought Tucana jet. They bought attack helicopter. All this thing is to what? To tell America that they are doing something. Whereas in reality, they are not. They are not. Look, whenever your property is stolen, and you make the mistake of telling that person who stole your property to go and help you look for it, that means you don't want to recover that property. Is that not true? You know that this person is holding this property. You still tell him, please help me go and look for this. He said, no problem, no problem. He will go the whole world and tell you, I couldn't find it too. What will you say? You know that you people brought the terrorists here, and you are still telling me that they will flood them. I have flooded them out now.
Well, Barrister, again, concerns are being raised about the fact that this terrorist group, like you mentioned, have even threatened to hold and, of course, kidnap state governors and even the president.
The president, they did it in Buhari. They even shot brigade of guards. That is a direct threat to Buhari. Brigade of guards under Buhari. They shot and killed, I think, 3 of them. Brigade of guards in Abuja, the seat of power. They were just strolling in front of Aso Rock. When they kidnapped those people in the Kuje prison, as they were going, they passed through that place and they were threatening that you are the next Aso Rock in Nigeria. I said they strolled. They didn't enter plane. No. They entered bike and just drove as if the security agent, none of them saw them when they were driving a motorcycle. Motorcycle. That was what they used to storm that Kuje prison. And all of them went away. David, are you sure you have a country? No, tell me, are you sure that this country called Nigeria is a country? From what has happened so far?
Well, Barrister, we still have a country, and we only would be hopeful that it get better from here on.
No, something has gone wrong.
Well, Barrister, that again, like I said, we do have a country, and we're hoping that it gets better from here on. But Barrister, let's jump to a particular situation in Guinea-Bissau, where just this weekend they had their presidential election, and interestingly, the independent candidates in the Guinea-Bissau presidential election, I'm talking about Fernando Diaz and, of course, the incumbent Omar Embalo's camp, have claimed victory in the country's poll. A poll that was that happened during the weekend. Results are supposed to be announced by Thursday. Individuals clearly saying that they won the election. What does this portend for democracy in this country? Guinea-Bissau precisely, because we saw this happen in Cameroon. We saw it happen in, I think, Tanzania as well, where individuals believe, according to their own intel and, of course, their camp, that they've won the election.
If we have a continent and we have a body like AU existing, they should observe every election in African states. And where the election did not go well, they should make a categorical statement that this election, we will not recognize it.
Would that still change the
narrative?
narrative?
Yes, that will help.
How?
If you're a body, yeah, that will help. Something you saw with your 2 eyes, why do you want to pretend about it? By the time they start doing this, don't you think it will help African leaders to intro democracy? But whatever happens, they say, yes, they have elected their leader. Meanwhile, you know that this thing was a stolen mandate. This thing was fraud. And you accept it. Are you not the one aiding and abetting? You knew that this thing is wrong. No, this election, no, it's not. It didn't go well. Yet, when you say, yeah, go, no problem, that you accepted him in your food. You are now aiding and abetting. That's why you will never get it right. As long as this body continues to be docile, called AU, forget it. And like I told you, except they break down that building in Addis Ababa, the juju or the evil there will not make them take steps.
Barrister, the AU seemed to be vocal on the situation in Tanzania, where Madam President Salulu, they told her that, of course, the election, post-election was marred with several protests and over 1,000 killed after the election. That statement is quite germane, if you ask me, but they already congratulated her before time.
Oh, really?
How does that?
Oh, really? You can see the contradiction that you call AU. It's not congratulation or that is denounce it and refuse to accept her in your fold. That is what I'm saying here.
You think that level of policy is going to change the narrative?
That is what I'm telling you. If you know that this election is fraudulent and the continental body will not accept you, won't you think twice before you continue with what you are doing? But because you know that whatever happened, they will now use the sovereignty of states to blackmail you. And for that, you say, they have elected now, Nigerian people have spoken now, Tanzania people have spoken now, Egypt people have spoken. And so therefore, did they actually speak? Or you intimidated the electoral body, you manipulated the electoral body, you deceived the electoral body and got victory. And then AU will now say, okay, congratulations. So, is that how to enthrone democracy in Africa? Look, African leaders are, in fact, that was why Donald Trump called them that thing he called them. You remember he called them something? Remember? Because the man has seen us finish. What is remaining?
Now, Barrister, in 2020, in the same Guinea-Bissau, the same incumbent had assumed office in February 2020 without waiting for the Supreme Court's confirmation, which again is by law. And the Supreme Court later recognized him as the winner months after, sometime in September, establishing a very, very precedent of political action running into, of course, office. Is the same thing most likely going to happen in this election as we speak?
Have they said that there will be re-election? The election has been upheld now,
That was even in 2020.
That's it.
Now, the president's election that did happen this weekend that passed, the result is yet to be announced. But his camp is saying that they won the election by a landslide victory.
People are congratulating them already. Did it not happen in Nigeria? In 1979, while the Supreme Court was trying to find the meaning of 12 to 3rd, Obasanjo was already showing Shagari around the Dodam barracks, his new office. Without waiting for the thing to be concluded, though. And at that point, what do you think will happen? They just said, okay, Shagari won. I said African leaders, in fact, they don't mean well for Africa. They are the problem of Africa. Forget about these colonial masters and all that. The colonial masters are just appendage to what they are doing.
All right, then,
the real issue is African leaders. One of them said that there will be no Zaire before him and there will be no Zaire after him. Since that time, that Mobutu Sese Seko, Congo, DR, have they answered any name? They even changed their name to DR Congo, yet it got worse. To tell you what I'm telling you here, that is to validate it.
All right, the Barrister.
But he died miserably somewhere after spoiling his country, looting his country, and carried the whole thing to France.
All right, then. This is where we really have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African news. We truly would love to continue, but because of our time, we'll have to draw anchor here. And of course, as this story progresses in Guinea-Bissau, we definitely will be bringing it to you. We've been talking with Barrister Darlington. I'll go more on the analysis segment of the African news. And Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and a public and political affairs analyst right here on this white table. Once again, Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories after the break. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back at the Studio Africa News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Two aid workers accused of assisting irregular migration to Tunisia have been sentenced to 2 years in prison with 4 months suspended, but will be freed after time already served, according to their lawyers. He added that sentences were not short of what had been feared. An 81-year-old Tunisian Swiss national, Mustafa Njemali, who heads the Tunisian Refugee Council, and TRC project manager Abdul Razak Krimi, had been charged with sheltering migrants and facilitating illegal entry into the North African country. Yusra Njemali, a daughter of the TRC chief, said it was still unjust but expressed relief, because the sentence was rather light. This was the first trial of over a dozen aid workers from various organizations arrested during a May 2024 crackdown. Early on Monday, Human Rights Watch called for charges against aid workers to be dropped amid fears that they could be sentenced to a decade in jail. Moving on, a former British soldier wanted in Kenya over the murder of a woman near a British Army training camp over a dozen years ago, Robert Perkis, was refused bail on Monday pending extradition proceedings. Perkis is accused of murdering 21-year-old Agnes Wanjiru near the Army training camp in 2012, with Kenyan authorities issuing a warrant for his arrest in September. Perkis, who was arrested this month, has been in custody since, vigorously denies any involvement in Wajiru's death, his lawyers told Westminster Magistrates Court. Still in Kenya, detectives have arrested a woman from Addis Ababa after she landed at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Kenya, suspected of smuggling narcotics. Acting on precise intelligence, anti-narcotics unit officer intercepted a 34-year-old woman just after she arrived, escorting her for a medical checkup, and during observation, the woman began expelling 28 pellets containing cocaine. The drugs were valued at over 3.6 million Kenyan shillings. And from that story, we move straight to talking African business. Mozambique's government has awarded a consortium of state-owned companies a 30-year concession for the construction and operation of natural gas infrastructure at the port of Beira and Ihasoro. Mozambique's Council of Ministers passed a decree granting the concession to a specific object entity formed by National Hydrocarbon Company, Ports and Railways Operator, CFM, electricity provider, EDM, and Kahora Basa Hydroelectric, alongside technical and financial partners chosen by the government. According to the National Petroleum Regulator of Mozambique, the project is based on a floating storage and regasification unit anchored in Beira and Ihambane and connected to the pipeline. The exclusive rights were granted for building, financing, importing, and operating the liquefied natural gas LNG terminal, storage units, and the 865-kilometer Romco pipeline that connects Mozambique's gas fields to South Africa. Romco is operated as a public-private collaboration, with Mozambique and South African governments holding a 40% share each, and Sasol owning the remaining 20%. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking some sports. Liverpool legend Graham Souness has delivered a scouting assessment of Egyptian Mohamed Salah's form, accusing the forward of lacking desire and intensity amid the club's alarming slump this season. Liverpool's struggle worsened at the weekend with a 3-0 defeat to Nottingham Forest at Anfield, with 8 losses in 11 matches across all competitions and their third 3-goal defeat in 5 games. In spite of a massive £446 million summer outlay on players, including Florian Wirtz, Alexander Isak, Hugo Ekitike, and his lot side had failed to replicate last season's title-winning form. Among those underperforming is Salah, whose output has dropped dramatically The 33-year-old delivered a remarkable 57-goal contribution in 52 games during the 2024-2025 campaign, but has scored only 5 goals in 17 appearances this season. His reduced attacking impact has coincided with opponents exploiting what they perceive as defensive frailties on his flank. Souness did not hold back when asked for his assessment, stating that though Salah had been an absolute superstar and go-to man for the last 7 years, it is his brother that has turned up this season. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as they hot Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and the world better than you found it. This powerful statement by Nobel laureate Chinua Achebe captures the true essence of learning and transformation in the society. Welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People television, where we engage minds, spark conversations, and shine a light on the issues, opportunities, and challenges shaping Nigeria's education sector. I'm Matthew Ogunswada, and today on the program, we are going to be diving into discussion that matter, discussion that can inspire action and drive change. The federal government has cancelled the national language policy that made the use of indigenous languages compulsory in Nigerian secondary schools across the nation, announcing the decision at the 2025 Language in Education International Conference in Abuja. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, said English language will now serve as the sole medium of instruction across all levels of education. The earlier policy approved in 2022 had directed that pupils from early childhood to primary 6 be taught in their mother tongue or the language of their immediate community. According to the minister, evidence showed that students in regions that adopted the mother tongue approach recorded poor results in national examinations such as WAEC, NECO, and JAMB. He also noted that the overuse of indigenous languages in classrooms had negatively impacted learning outcomes, stressing that future education policies would be based on research and performance data rather than sentiment. With the new directive, schools nationwide are expected to fully adopt English as the official language of teaching and learning from primary to tertiary levels. Now, joining me to discuss this is Oluwafunmilayo Ayeola, an antisocial behavior practitioner and the founder of the Babatunde Akinola Ayeola Memorial Foundation, and also virtually I have Godsent Ugbebo, who joins us from Abuja. Good afternoon, Madam Fumi, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Hi, good afternoon.
All right, we are very glad to have you join us on Edu Dialogue. All right, so let's look at the policy impact regarding this conversation. What's your general assessment of this new initiative, and how significant is this reversal for Nigeria's education system?
Actually, I think it's a very good idea because in Nigeria, there are a lot of young people who finish secondary school who even come up with good WAEC and they can't even speak good English. They speak pidgin English to address you, to communicate with you. And this is not a good example for Nigeria. It portrays Nigeria in a different way. I'm going to talk briefly about my foundation. I have a child from my foundation that I end up dropping because despite the fact that he passed GCSE, WAEC, he can't speak good English. I put him in school. He communicate with you in pidgin English, and in his exam, he did poorly. which is not a good thing. So I think...
So you're saying despite the fact that he went to school, he was educated, he still cannot speak good English?
Yes. And this is what you get from Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians that finish secondary school, especially in rural areas, no matter how you communicate with them, they reply you in pidgin English. So when they are writing, they write as in pidgin English, and that's not good.
Okay,
and
so let's look at equity concerns regarding this conversation. How might this decision affect children in rural areas where English proficiency is limited compared to urban centers?
If you talk about, because they still use the same teacher who covers Nigeria, so the same laws still apply to them. So it's all about use English, communicate with them. I also have children in a rural area in the other part of...
Did you raise another child in the rural area?
Yes.
Wow.
Most of my children come from rural area for my foundation. And I try to even make sure they have extra lesson for English because English is very important. Wherever you go in the world, if you can't speak English, there is a big problem.
So English should actually be something that people ought to learn, students ought to learn. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I want us to look at the cultural identity regarding this conversation. What are the long-term implications for Nigeria's indigenous languages and cultural heritage? Because we know that our cultural heritage and our indigenous language must also be preserved.
No matter how you speak English to a child, for example, we still speak Yoruba because that's what they speak to that child, or Igbo, or Hausa, or whatever language they speak at home. So it doesn't really matter. English at school helps. So English is an extra lesson that they need to learn to communicate worldwide. But at home, their parents speaks to them in their mother tongue. So that's all right.
Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and others.
Yeah.
These are actually languages that should be preserved because they're part of our indigenous language. But I want us to look at global best practices because you have an experience from both the United Kingdom and, of course, Nigeria.
Yeah.
Let's look at global best practices regarding this conversation. Are there examples from other multilingual countries that has been successfully integrated into their curriculum that should also help Nigeria without compromising academic performance? So I want you to do a juxtapose between Nigeria and the UK, which you, of course, have an experience in the both of them. So are there global examples that can be integrated into local languages that education will not be compromised?
You can't compromise education. You can't. That's why free education from primary to secondary school is very crucial. It's very, very important. So that every child matters. Not only rich kids. Rich kids can go to expensive schools. But at least make sure the local children, the working class family, have free education. Paying £20,000, £15,000 per term is still a lot. So, but teaching them English, after school lesson, school club, these are the things government needs to address and promote our culture, the education, so that wherever our children, Nigeria children goes to, all over the world, their education will be recognized.
Okay, so what challenges do you think that schools may face in transitioning fully back into English as the only medium of instruction, especially schools that are used to Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and other indigenous languages? What challenges might teachers face or schools?
Teacher can still teach their local language. Despite the fact you teach English, you can see it doesn't matter.
Right.
It can
so
be
the fact that you're
extra
studying English in the uni doesn't mean you cannot speak Yoruba, or you cannot speak Hausa, or you cannot speak other indigenous languages.
So you can still speak other languages. You can still teach maybe additional language, extra tutor, which is very, very important. But English is something that must be taught at school worldwide. So that you can blend it wherever you go in the world. If you go to America, they teach English, they speak English. If you go to anywhere in the world, English is still part of the language that they're going to communicate with you. So it's very, very important and very crucial that Nigeria is now taking it very serious, that English is the main language that has to be taught at school.
Okay, so beautiful that you said Nigeria is now taking it important. And I want us to also look at teachers and how ready our teacher is. How equipped do you think, or to what extent do you think Nigerian teachers need to be equipped to deliver quality instruction exclusively in English, especially in early education?
To teach English, first of all, you must be taught, you must be educated to a level of additional English. So you must have maybe A stars, A levels, higher level in English.
Yeah.
You cannot use somebody who have C6 to be teaching English. It's not good.
Right.
So likewise maths. So teaching English is actually is a lesson, something that has to be taught in an advanced way to help our children.
Talking about helping our children, so what are the modes or methods that you would propose to help the children to exclusively or to better speak English?
At school, especially communicate with them in English. Teachers must communicate to students in English. No other languages. And also, students at school, if you encourage them to communicate within each other in English, it's helpful.
Okay, so let's look at language and cognitive development. What does research say about the relationship between learning in one's mother tongue and cognitive development in early childhood?
Learning a mother's tongue is like saying, are you going to remain within locally? If you learn in your mother's tongue, you can't travel to north because the northerners can't speak your mother tongue. So it means it restricts you within a zone area. You can't expand. You can't fly your wings.
So what are you proposing?
Teaching English is what the education minister have done. Is actually a good thing. And I actually supported that teaching English is crucial and also not only be taught at school, but also to be encouraged to be speak within the students at school.
All right, so let's look at the way forward regarding this conversation. And of course, you've proposed that the indigenous language should also be preserved, but English should be declared as the sole medium of communication. So let's look at the way forward. What balanced approach do you think Nigeria can adopt to promote both effective learning and preservation of indigenous language and also English language as well?
Parents speak the language to your children at home. And while at school, they learn how to speak English. So it's encouraging for the parents to speak at home the language. Look at the Indian families. They speak the language. The Igbos are like Indians. We Yorubas, yes, we have that problem. We don't always speak the language to our children at home in United Kingdom. So most of our children, they can't speak our mother tongue, but they can speak English. But English, whether they like it or not, they are taught at school. So if they are taught at school, they will automatically speak English. So I will propose that at school, they should take it compulsory that children speak English at school and also teacher communicates with them in English.
Beautiful. So I want to ask you this last one before we go on a break. How do you think growing up within the community, Yoruba cultural value, how has it shaped you? Emphasis on respect, communal support, and identity. How has it shaped you as an individual, even beyond the global sphere?
Me as a person, my primary school, I went to Trinity Nursery Primary School, and at school they only speak. And I was in boarding school, so they only speak English to us during that generation. So I went to St. Anne's. So there's only St. Anne's also English. So things are changing. And despite the fact that I did English, I took Yoruba. So I did Yoruba as also in my GCSE.
Beautiful.
So it's a choice that I said it really helpful. And for me, I speak Yoruba fluently and I love the language.
I also speak English.
And I also speak English.
You don't just speak English, you speak British English. Interesting conversation here. I think it's a great time to anchor that conversation while we, of course, go into the second discussion. You're still watching Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We will take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll go into the second conversation of the day. Please stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you back on the program. The Universal Children's Day is a global day established to promote the rights and welfare of children and foster understanding among young people around the world. On December 14, 1954, the United Nations General Assembly recommended that every country deserve a Children's Day starting from 1956, choosing a suitable day to honor and protect the world's youngest citizens. This year, the theme is Inclusion for Every Child, a reminder that every child, regardless of background, ability, gender, nationality, or skin color, deserves equal rights, opportunities, and dignity. It also calls for an end to discrimination and urges communities, leaders, and nations to create environments where all children can learn, thrive, and succeed, with students and educators calling for hard work, resilience, and strong sense of moral responsibility.
You have to decide that no matter what happens, you are going to stand for what you stand for. You're not going to break your values at any point in time. Very, very important, because after courage is the predetermination that you will stand, you will not bend, because the pressure will definitely come. The pressure would come, but you need to decide within yourself that you must stand.
A student that is serious
with his academics or our academics will not be distracted. It is from failure that distraction comes in. So if a child is not distracted, then the child is focused, and the sky will be the limit of such a child.
In a decaying society, bullying, cultism, prostitution, even gambling. A lot of young ones now go into gambling. Quick money, they want to make quick money. They don't want to work, they want to just get that money. And with this programs like this, and I believe that they would have better orientation, you know, to avoid drugs taking, alcohol intake, know the kind of friends they move with, and see how they can actually live good moral lives.
Integrity is the key, and the confidence. You know, whatever they do, they have to have confidence in themselves, be bold, because that's the only thing that they can, you know, get to make sure that they have a bright future that we expect them to have.
There is a serious need for mentoring. Teachers should not just communicate information. Parents should not just communicate information. They should train. You know, mentoring and discipleship is about training. You communicate skills. You teach them. You're not just telling them what to do. You show them what to do by your own lifestyle. So there's a need for serious level of mentoring from parents and for teachers. We need to come into the field and put our hands in the mud. Get into their space. A lot of parents are not on social media, but that's where your kids function. And you want to mentor the next generation. You're joking. You have to know their language. You know, an average Gen Z guy can sell their parents by I mean, they'll be having a conversation in front of their parents. Their parents don't have an idea what they're saying because you are not up to date. You are not current. So we need to be up to date. We need to be in the space where they function. We need to learn their language to be able to communicate the right values to them.
Students can become future leaders and heroes in the society by sitting up morally and intellectually. This can help them to have confidence in themselves, because if you're intellectually upright, you can be able to speak up anywhere and any place. And if you're morally upright, if you have good morals from the home or from anywhere, because morals start from home, you'll be able to lead people and show them the right way, and people will like to learn from you.
We need to know how to speak out, how to voice out our emotions, and we need to know how to say the right things at the right time.
They have to involve in things that are right and involve in good morals, adhere to rules and regulations, both in school, every society they find themselves in.
They can begin to make a difference by being morally upright, obeying their teachers, going for seminars, listening attentively to instructions, and also respecting their seniors, and also hearing advices from their seniors.
As we celebrate children everywhere, their dreams, voices, and futures, it is important to renew our responsibility to defend their rights, protect their well-being, and empower them to reach their full potential. And of course, I still have with me Oluwafunmilayo Ayeola, an antisocial behavioral practitioner and the founder of the Babatunde Akinola Ayeola Memorial Foundation. And of course, virtually I have Godsent Ugbebo. Let me start with you, Godsent. According to the United Nations, a child is defined as any human being below the age of 18. I want you to tell us what does Universal Children's Day, what does it represent, and then why is child care and child rights protection important for national development? Godson, if you can hear me, please unmute your device. All right, I think I will come back to you in a moment. Let me come to you. I was asking about child care and child rights protection. Why do you think it's important for national development?
First of all, every child matters. And when we talk about every child matters, in education and child care, in whatever we do, we must put children first and protect their welfare, protect their care. And you can't let's talk about child care. It's very sad that in this generation, I've seen a lot of children in Nigeria, a lot of parents, they always say they have omodo, house help. And when they have house help, some of them will have like 15 years old as an house help. How could a child look after a child? When you have underage as an house help, it's an abuse. That house help you are having, you are abusing that house help. So, and this is also one of those things that Nigerian government needs to look into and repair. There should be a reform in what age someone can have as an house help. Because you cannot have underage looking after underage.
Yeah.
So that's one of those things that we always said, every child matter. Because those house help children, they also matter.
So let's talk about promoting inclusion for children from disadvantaged background, which is one of the things that your foundation is doing. How can we promote inclusion for children, you know, from disadvantaged background? And then what role does education play in protecting children's rights?
And that's why we're talking about free education.
Yeah. Free
Education from primary to secondary school level.
All right.
Because Nigeria doesn't have that. Every time they send me the bill, the school sent me the bill and I still pay the school fees. It's not supposed to be like that.
Do you have free education in other countries, especially like in the UK?
In United Kingdom, free education up to A levels.
So when you say A level, do you mean university or polytechnical?
A levels. That's year 11, 12.
Okay.
So after you finish secondary school, 2 years used before entering university.
So the government automatically takes care of the education from the primary without you paying anything?
Yes.
Wow.
In fact, if you go to college and you're still within the age, they pay you for going to college.
Wow.
Government will pay you. And also free education, not only free education, free school meal, which encourage children to go to school. But I can understand that that's advanced country.
Yeah. Because we are still developing.
Nigeria is still developing.
Those are developed nations.
But no matter how Nigeria is developing, Nigeria is supposed to make sure the children are not paying school fees. Even if you, if you look back, that's one of those things I really like governor. When Aregbesola was a governor, he actually produced free school meal for the children. And this is one of those things that Nigeria needs to be doing. A lot of governors, if they introduce free school meal, but instead they put the money into their pocket. It's inside Nigeria Constitution, free school meal, free education, but they are not exercising it. Because majority of our governors embezzle the money. You see their children in abroad, in Western world, they have big houses, big investments, while innocent children are suffering. Why are you are asking them to pay tax? Few people are paying tax. You are paying yourself huge money. What about working class family? What about lower class? That's the problem with this country. That's why they create prison for poor people. Prisons are not meant for the rich people in Nigeria. That's why everything, and why do people corrupt? All this crime that is going on in Nigeria is because the politicians are criminals themselves.
I'll come back to you for information. Good afternoon, God Sent, and thank you so much for joining us on the program. I want you to talk to us about the challenges facing children now, and then with the call for Universal Children's Day, how can schools help encourage equal opportunities for all learners? You can please unmute your device and speak.
Okay, sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
Okay, I was asking, I said, how can schools help encourage pupils for equal opportunities? And then what are the biggest challenges facing children as we celebrate the Universal Children's Day? Can you hear me now?
Yes, but I think it's a little bit like cracking.
Okay, I was asking, what are the challenges facing children? And then how can schools help encourage equal opportunities for learners? All right, we'll come back to you in a moment. So I wanted to ask for information from you. You have actually alleged that some of the politicians are not doing well in terms of education. What are the reformation that you would like to see? And then what step can parents begin to take to nurture inclusion at home?
Parents should please help their children to do their homeschool homework, support them in doing their schoolwork, and if speak the mother tongue language to them at home, while the school speak English to them. Support the teachers, support the school, and don't blame. And some parents will go to school, and when the school report a child, a good parent will back up the teacher, not your child. I watched a film why a parent went to school and beat up a teacher. It can only happen in Nigeria, not other country, because that teacher will go to jail for that. That's an abuse on a teacher. So parents should support teacher and also work together with school so that your child can be more educated and become a good person in life. So, and speaking English at school, teachers also should speak only English at school, and also encourage children to speak only English.
So I wanted to ask you about government as well, because you've spoken about the role of children, you've spoken about the role of schools, you've spoken about the role of teachers. How should government and policymakers strengthen child protection systems?
When we talk about child protection, you don't abuse a child. You don't use cane to beat a child. If the school should be encouraged, when you see a mark on the body of any child, it's an abuse. And now this is time government needs to pass the law about beating a child, about leaving a mark on a child's body. And also, they should encourage children to speak up. This is actually how we know if a parents are criminals, because children are innocent. They go to school and say, oh, my dad do this, my mom do this, because they're quite innocent children. And speaking up will make school to know what is going on at home. And that's why teachers need to speak to children. How are you? How is your mom? How is your dad? What did you eat? To make sure they eat, to make sure they are well fed. So teachers should also use diplomacy to find out what goes on at home.
So I want to talk about emerging technology. And with the rising technology, how do you think we can safeguard children online?
My children, foundation children, they are not allowed to have mobile phone until they finish their final year in secondary school. And no children should be allowed online on Facebook, social media. It's not good for them. And a good parent, a very good parent, would encourage their children not to be on social media. Underage child on social media is not a good thing. And these are one of those things that government also needs to look into and put parents and monitor how children communicate online. So there should also be a lot of cyber watch online, what children are doing on social media. Even if you allow your children to be on Facebook or any form of social media, monitor them, watch what they are doing and correct them. A lot of parents are lack in the way they communicate with their children, because I go to social media, Facebook, and I see a lot of underage, even the way they present themselves and the way they carry themselves on social media is actually really wrong. And sometimes I wonder, do they have parents at all? Where are their parents? So all these things needs to be looked into, and Nigerian government needs to be strict on social media.
Social media, thank you so much. So what message would you like to share with children on this special day as we celebrate the Universal Children's Day?
My message to first of all, to all the children are, face your book. You can be president tomorrow. You can be senator tomorrow. But it starts from now. Education is the key. Education is the future. If you focus, know where you're going, know what you want to do in life. I remember my son, When my son was 5 years old, his senior sister hurt himself, and we're in the hospital. My son said to the doctor, please look after my sister. I'm going to be a doctor, and I'm going to look after others. And I will tell you, he said that when he was 5 years old. Today, he's a medical doctor. Because I said to him, to be a doctor, you need to focus, you need to read. And he always, because he put in his mind that he's going to be a doctor from 5 years old. And he achieved it, and I thank God for that. And these are the parents, as a good parent, will back up their children. The moment you know what your child wants to do, what they're in life, back them up, support them, encourage them. And don't leave your children in the hand of house help. Every child matters. House help is not the mom, is not dad. So leaving your child raised by that house help is not a good thing. And that should be looked into. And that's why all these children end up on social media doing the wrong thing or behaving in the wrong way.
So every child deserves the right to education.
Every child deserves education.
The right to education.
Yeah.
I really want to appreciate you, Oluwafunmilayo Ayeola, anti-social behavior practitioner and founder of the Babatunde Akinola Ayeola Memorial Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us on Edu Dialogue.
Thank you for having me.
And we hope that when else we call you, you'll be glad to come again.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for coming. That's been an interesting conversation with you. Have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We will take another quick break now. And when we return, we'll bring you top stories from Nigeria's education sector. Please stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back on the program. The Senate has ordered a full investigation into the Safe School Fund after the abduction of schoolgirls in Kebbi State, questioning why billions budgeted to protect schools have not stopped repeated attacks. Lawmakers also urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to approve the recruitment of 100,000 additional military personnel to boost the fight against insurgency and school-targeted violence nationwide. Another committee drawn from Defense, Army, Navy, Finance and Education will probe how the Safe School program will be funded, implemented, and why schools remain exposed. Senator Adams Oshiomhole, who led the call, warned that insecurity now requires an urgent expansion of the armed forces. He also decried the commercialization of security, questioning what happened to funds allocated to school safety. Senate President Godswill Akpabio called for national unity and collaboration, saying insecurity can only be defeated through collective effort. The federal government has officially opened the application portal for the Student Venture Capital Grant, a new initiative providing equity-free grants of up to 50 million naira to student-led innovation. The announcement was made by the Federal Ministry of Education, with the Director of Press and Public Relations, Boriowo Folashade, confirming the launch. Speaking at the unveiling, Minister of Education Tunji Alausa said the program is central to the government's drive for innovation. The grant targets students developing solutions in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medical sciences fields. Successful applicants will also receive mentorship, incubation, and access to tools to help scale their ventures and address real-world challenges. In a major development, Nigerian lecturer and scholar Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo has earned his PhD from the University of Kent in the United Kingdom. He has also been named a British Academy Global Talent in Media and Communications. Dr. Arowolo's research, titled Poverty, Politics, and the Press, explores how poor communication and structural challenges have weakened the impact of Nigeria's social investment programs for more than 64 years. His study analyzed thousands of news reports and social media posts, underscoring the need for transparent and accountable media coverage to rebuild public trust and strengthen governance. Speaking on the journey, Dr. Arowolo, who features as an analyst on VOP TV's Edu Dialogue program, said discipline, consistency, and God's guidance helped him navigate the demanding research process. Beyond the PhD, he has also founded AfriScribe, a platform that supports researchers and organizations, and he plans to produce policy papers, journal articles, workshop, and multimedia content based on his findings. On behalf of all of us at Voice of the People Television, we say a very big congratulations to Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo. And that's it on today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've explored two major issues shaping Nigeria's education landscape: the federal government decision to make English the sole medium of instruction in schools, and the global call to protect children and empower every child on Universal Children's Day. From policy shifts affecting learning outcomes to ensuring that the rights and inclusion of children, one thing is clear: the conversation we have today will shape Nigeria's learners, educators, and future tomorrow. For more updates and engaging conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at Voptvlive Live. If you witness news happening around you, we love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom directly via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us again as we continue to spotlight the ideas, innovations, and conversation shaping Nigeria's education landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education is not just preparation for life, it is the foundation of our national progress. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Every year on November 10, the world celebrates World Science Day for Peace and Development to highlight the essential role of science in promoting peace, progress, and sustainability. This day emphasizes the importance of connecting science with society and ensuring that everyone is informed about scientific advances that shape our world. By bringing together government, scientists, educators, and citizens, the celebration encourages dialogue on how science can help address global challenges. UNESCO urges all sectors to participate by organizing activities that showcase the value of science in daily life. In Nigeria, peace advocates are calling on the government to promote unity, stability, and sustainable development across the nation, while emphasizing that lasting peace is essential for progress and prosperity, and that good governance and equitable development can help strengthen democracy and improve the lives of all citizens.
The people actually makes up the society. And when you have informed citizenry who take responsibility by organizing, by joining advocacy, that's the only way our society will have peace. For peace to reign in this society, people must be heard, right? People must speak up. And now when they speak up, institutions of government, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, the Senate, the governors, the local government must take up those advocacy and work on them. That's the only way we're going to have peace. When there's justice, there will be peace. When there's no justice, the society falls into a recurrent situation. And we don't want that. We cannot afford to live as refugee in any country because our country is not peaceful. Because there's injustice and things are happening. Where do they want us to go? So, for Nigeria to experience peace, there must be justice. The justice system in this country, we have laws. So we must make sure that those laws are enacted. And justice must also be seen. Justice must be seen. And it must be done swiftly. So when we have that, our society would work.
As we celebrate this year's World Science Day for Peace and Development, let us renew our commitment to building a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society where knowledge, innovation, and understanding serves as tool for lasting progress and harmony. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, It's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
You're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you.
Today we'll be touching different conversations, dissecting different conversations and news stories dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. President Tinubu orders withdrawal of police officers guiding VIPs. This particular one has actually been buzzing since yesterday up until now because the supposed VIPs are having issues with this particular declaration. Of course, I will see how this particular one will unfold. And Gumi pledges support for Kanu's release if he shows remorse. To join the conversation, of course, I would like you to be part of the show and give me your insights and, of course, our season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Southeast reps urge Tinubu to consider pardon for Nnamdi Kanu. The Southeast caucus of the House of Representatives has urged President Bola Tinubu to consider granting a pardon to Nnamdi Kanu, the convicted leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, who was recently sentenced to life imprisonment for terrorism. The lawmakers believe that releasing Nnamdi Kanu through pardon would open up space for broader engagement between the government, elected leaders, and community stakeholders, leading to long-term peace. Okay, let's see how this particular will turn out. And away from that particular one, Southwest governors renew call for state police approve security fund. Southwest governors have actually reiterated their demand for state police, citing escalating insecurity in the region. The governors who met in Ibadan, Oyo State, on November 24, 2025, also approved the creation of a Southwest Region Security Fund to tackle rising kidnapping, banditry, and illegal mining incidents. My issue with this particular forum is that we've had several, news like this. They've had several meetings talking about the state police, talking about the Southwest, and after a while, you don't get to hear anything as a follow-up as regards to the supposed meeting again. So hopefully, just maybe because of the insecurity that is ravaging the land, they will actually uphold this particular one and they will take it up. Because I see no reason why governors would not deem it fit to call on themselves to guide all their territories. Because in the long run, okay, no matter what you want to say, no matter how bad the situation looks, but it will still falls back to the governor, okay, the chief security officer of that particular state. Before the federal government will come and help you, before the federal government will come and assist you, before the federal government would even come to your aid, before the federal government would make those calls, okay, for any help and what have you, you have to do what you can do. You have to actually go all out. So I would appreciate if regions, can actually do all of this. Come together, create that particular, your security outfit. Is long overdue, and it's high time that this particular one, kicks off officially. I think the Amotekun actually saved the commuters, traveling inward, I believe, Oshun to Ekiti or Jerabout as of last week. And so many people came up and, they took videos and all of that they were almost ambushed by these bandits. But Amotekun came in swiftly and they actually, repelled these particular people. So what are we waiting for? How long will the Southwest governors wait for this particular one? Is it until it gets so serious? Or maybe if this situation did get to Kwara State, they wouldn't have taken it even seriously. But of course, this is actually a wake-up call and would be glad if this can be taken up officially. And away from that particular one, let's take a trip to Zamfara together, where Zamfara government sponsored a mass wedding of 200 orphans and widows. The Zamfara state government never ceases to amuse me, okay? They actually sponsored a mass wedding of 200 female orphans, widows, and less privileged women as part of its 2025 social intervention programs. The event held on Monday marked the conclusion of the Zakat and Endowment Board annual activities. If you can actually look at the screen, sincerely, when I saw this news, I don't think the news actually got that well with me. Why are we in haste? Why are we in rush? Okay, why are we rushing? Okay, what is that particular thing that is making us, think that the best thing for you to do to any girl child in the north, okay, any widow in the north, is for you to give their hand in marriage to someone who you don't even know or trust? In the name of, is it empowerment? Is it endowment? What exactly did we call it? I have lived in this part of, in those areas, okay, of Nigeria. I've lived in those states. So I understand what it feels like. If you actually saw the full pictures, which they didn't even allow some of these pictures to get to the media. Some of these children, these so-called brides, were very, very young. And we have to look into all of this. Widows in the area, if they are not doing fine, help them. Empower them. Let them be able to do something. Help them to be more productive. Not giving their hand in marriage to someone you don't know. The same way the boy child deserves education, so should the girl child in the north should deserve education. Instead of handing them to a man for marriage, why don't you give them jobs? Why? Because some people, less privileged, you said they need help, they need this, they need that. And the best social intervention programs you can do for less privileged, for women who are less privileged, for widows, for female orphans, is for you to give their hands out in marriage. Conducting a mass wedding ceremony, really? Is this a thing that you feel we should call a laudable feat? How did we get here in this country? Sincerely. Marriage should be part of our fundamental human rights. Decision for you to actually, wanting something. Did you even give them the opportunity to decide if they actually want to be under that particular man or to be with a particular man? You didn't. You just gave them out. And you feel, the Nigerians should appreciate your government. I expect more from Zamfara. I know the government is actually under serious pressure as regards to the security, but this particular one is not a good fit, I must confess. But away from that particular one, let's talk about the most audacious man presently in the Senate as we speak. Oshomole mocks Atiku's defection to ADC, says he can't fix Nigeria. I love this part also sincerely. Senator Adams Oshomole has criticized former Vice President Atiku Abubakar decision to join the African Democratic Congress, the ADC, saying he lacks the capacity to fix Nigeria. Oshomole questioned Atiku's ability to lead the country, given a struggle to stabilize the People's Democratic Party. Sincerely, Atiku mentioned, he said, you couldn't even fix just PDP, a political party. You couldn't use your position, as an elder statesman, to fix the PDP, to call everybody, to order. I have messed up. I know what I did that was wrong. I know what this particular person did that was wrong. I know what a particular person that did that was wrong. Can we all shed our sword and come together to build this party? But instead, he ran off again to the ADC. And that was the reason why, I asked Dr. Kayode on the show yesterday. I said, if you are telling me that Atiku didn't jump from PDP to ADC, then what did he do? I asked the question, I said, did he move from the same PDP to APC? He said, yes. Did he move back from APC to PDP? He said, yes. I said, did he move now from PDP to ADC? He said, yes. So what do we call that? He has been jumping. And the same man made a very, very, serious statement in the last election. He said, pre-election, he said that if he loses out in the general elections, he would never contest again. I was sincerely surprised that the same man is vying for such position, dragging tickets with everybody, even to the younger ones. Is that not funny? I'm not saying Oshomole is a saint, but on this particular one, for the very first time, I would appreciate and I would actually, agree with Oshomole that he is right, and I appreciate him for actually calling this particular one out. You couldn't fix just the party, and you feel you can fix Nigerian situation? It's very easy to actually drive a car with your mouth, not when you're seated in the car. This is how far I can actually, dissect all of these news stories today. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the first conversation. President Tinubu orders withdrawal of police officers guiding VIPs. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Let's tell people's voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. Yes, we're here. Let's actually get into the business of the day. President Bola Tinubu has directed the withdrawal of police officers providing security for very important persons nationwide. According to presidential spokesman Bayo Onanuga, this move aims to refocus police manpower on essential law enforcement responsibilities. VIPs will now request well-armed personnel from the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, for protection. The decision seeks to strengthen police presence in communities, particularly in remote areas with limited security personnel. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the recruitment of 30,000 additional police officers to enhance security nationwide. The federal government will work with the state governments to upgrade police training facilities across the country. This directive was issued during a security meeting with the service chiefs at the State House in Abuja, attended by top officials, including the Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Air Staff, Inspector General of Police, and Director General of the Department of State Service, DSS. We're now being joined by Comrade Eragbe Anslem, member Labour Party Interim National Working Committee. Good afternoon to you, Comrade. Hello, Comrade. Good afternoon. Can you please unmute your mic? Hello, Comrade. Can you hear me? I've just been told that
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the program, It's the People's Voice. Let's see if we can get Comrade Eragbe Anslem now. Hello, Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, fellow Nigerians. You can hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Good afternoon to you, Comrade.
Okay,
Eragbe.
thank you very much. Eragbe Anslem, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party. Sorry, the designation has changed once again. So, I'm the National Leader of Labour Party, the way I used to be. So now confirm once again. Thank you, fellow Nigerians. Under the leadership of Senator Esther Nadi Usman.
Comrade, okay, so since you started with that, before I dive into this particular conversation, yes, all right, so I can hear you loud and clear. So before we actually talk about the withdrawal of police officers from the VIPs, you just said something now, talking about the Labour Party. Comrade, I want to confirm from you what the main problem is between the Labour Party, the INEC, and the Abure Labour Party, because as we speak, we were told that the INEC is yet to upload your fraction as the main Labour Party, and of course, Senator Nadi and Usman. So, what is really going on with INEC and your faction and that of Abure?
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe let me use this opportunity to
in just 1 minute, please, comrade, because that's
just 1 minute.
Yes.
Yeah, to enlighten the world. Yeah, just 1 minute. 1 minute is okay. We were in court today, the Federal High Court, 9 in Abuja, on that matter. Now, the only thing remaining is a court order that is being sought, because INEC is a creation of law. Abure's name got to the INEC portal by virtue of a court order. Remember, on the 8th of October 2024, when the Federal High Court gave that judgment, Abure subsequently procured a court order with which INEC uploaded his name in their portal. Now, for that name to be removed, a court order has to come on the strength of the valid judgment from Supreme Court upon the 4th of April 2025 and the Federal High Court judgment of 15 August 2025 that dismissed the National Convention purportedly Abure claimed to have conducted. Remember, Abure tenure expired. The National Executive Council of the party on the 18th of July 2025, which is the highest decision-making body of the party, reappointed Senator Nadi Esther Usman as the national chairman, Dalitu Okocha as the national secretary, and about 35 of us, myself returned as the national youth leader of the Labour Party. So ideally by tomorrow, all of those to be submitted to INEC. So the matter in court today was adjourned to on the 3rd of December because Julius Abure, Umar Farouk Ibrahim, filed as joinder. So the court granted that joinder today. So the substantive matter will be heard on the 3rd, which is next week of December. And after that, the matter will be reserved for judgment and for implementation by INEC. So this is the summary. So Abure is gone. Yeah, so let's just await that because that is what INEC needed to have done the needful. Okay. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you. I just needed to get the clarification as regards to what is really going on with the Labour Party camp, because it looks like the only opposition party now that is actually having fun is the ADC, as against the APC, but for that of PDP and Labour Party, your party and that of PDP are really going through a lot now. But of course, let's come back home. Let's come back to this conversation. How will this policy, impact the overall security situation in Nigeria, particularly in remote areas? I'm talking about the president withdrawing police officers, guiding VIPs. Of course, this is not the first time, where we hear this situation, where the IG, would say, oh, we're actually withdrawing our police officers from, guarding VIPs and all of that. And we've never seen the implementation come to pass. As at yesterday, I was still seeing police with some VIPs. So I don't know when it will take place. I don't know when, the whole situation, or will I even call the decree would actually, take up. But for now, we are yet to see the implementation come to play. So, but what would you say as regards to this particular news? Of course, we all saw it when the president mentioned that, saying that the police has to go back and do their primary job, their primary assignment, what they were meant to do, protecting lives and properties. Okay, that was the meeting they had, on the screen, protecting lives and properties. And he actually called on the NSCDC to take it up from here, which, of course, we also need the NSCDC to also still protect the communities. But, of course, I'd like you to give me your take as regards to this conversation.
Okay, thank you very much, fellow Nigerians. Let us at this point also first commend the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for thinking out of the box, out of the love of the people, to decide to create 30,000 additional police force in the first instance. I want to use that on my own. But even though that number is a far cry from what the reality is. If we're a population of, say, 230 million, 30,000 is about 0.01. So if you do that ratio over 800,000, 815 wards, 774 local government, 36 states plus the FCT 37, you have an average of, say, 3.4 new police per ward, and about 38 per local government, and about 810 per state is actually nowhere, really. But first, let's commend the president, too. On the aspect of removing security detachment, police detachment for VIPs, is both good and bad. Good because in one way it will avail Nigeria the opportunity to have experienced hands if truly they'll be relieved to go and do their job. You know, it's one thing to make a political statement, just like you have observed. If the president had made a statement, one would have expected a matching order. A president says something today, and by tomorrow the action is fully in place. But you may be surprised that in the next almost 1 year, this policy may not have been implemented from what we have seen. But we hope that President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will live up to his words. So quickly, what I'll say in essence is to say, the policy direction is fine. However, the number is small. Two, the security situation in the country is such that, first and foremost, who are these bandits? What's the population of these persons that are terrorizing Nigeria? So we need to have an idea. Then three, we need to have what is called the security or community policing. For God's sake, a country of over 230 million people. I don't think the entire security workforce in Nigeria is up to 1 million. I don't think so. Even if it is up to 1 million, you have an average estimate of about 0.43% to cover the entire population, which is again a far cry from what this is. So let us see how fast President Tinubu can quickly deploy the police personnel away from VIPs. Then also the NCND, that's the National Security Defense people, they too have to be properly engaged. So their services could not be deployed to VIPs. They too need more hands. I think other than what the president is now trying to do, we have to look at this package holistically to say, for me, I would suggest that Mr. President have a grand design to say, okay, for the remaining part of 2025, we are going to recruit or conscript 1 million Nigerians into the security force, shared across Army, Police, Navy, Security Defense, DSS, all of them. Now, the burden of funding in this kind of arrangement will now be from national budgeting to be drawn from the 36 states, the FCT, the 774 local government, so that this budgeting will cover both the training of personnel, their armament, and all the issues that pertain to proper securing this nation, so that these persons can be placed in strategic places across the country, from the world to the local government to the states and national infrastructure. Now we need security intelligence, ICT. For God's sake, the world has gone beyond where we are, such that today by GIS you could locate anybody anywhere on these matters when it comes to security.
Okay, so, comrade.
Yes, sir.
So you've said so much, in just few minutes. But you mentioned a statement that I feel I should, get clarification on. You said the president's pronouncement of withdrawal of police officers from VIPs is actually good and also bad. How do you mean bad? Because the reason why he's doing this, or he actually, mentioned the withdrawal, is because he wants the police to really do what they were meant to do. Their core reason why this particular, outfit was created in the first place. Why Nigerian Police Force was created was to protect lives and properties of the community. So if you are saying it is good and it's also bad, Why the bad? Is it because the police too will be, removed from your own side too, as a VIP?
Yes,
That's why it is
actually,
bad?
yes. Actually, I was thinking in the line of the personality and the person of Mr. President. He was the one I put in that perspective when I used the word also bad. Because I began to assume that imagine we remove the police security.
Okay, comrade, we have a caller. I'd like you to hold your thoughts, please. We have a caller. I'd like you to hold your thoughts, please. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Okay, I think that was a drop call. All right, comrade, please, I'd like you to continue. Okay, hello, comrade, please hold on. Hello.
I'm with you.
Okay, please, go ahead.
I'm with you. Now, I commend my president, number one, for pulling out that.
Please hold on,
Sir?
please hold on. I think my guest is still talking. Hello, comrade.
Okay.
Comrade Arabi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller on the line, please.
It's okay.
Thank you. All right, Inaya, please go ahead.
Now, I want to commend my president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for withdrawing that amount, 100,000 personnel guarding VIP in Nigeria, while the masses are suffering. Man, that is a commendable, how will I put it, a commendable achievement. But I want to say, even if we employ 1 billion officers without technology, I tell you, these terrorists, these bandits will still beat us hands down. We have to employ technology, modern technology in fighting crime. Until this is done, I tell you, the enemy will always have the upper hand. Okay. Once I have looked at the terrorist group, they are not exposed to technology, and that is their weakness. But that should be our strength. But we are not using that strength. So I will employ my president Bola Ahmed to invest more in modern technology, and I tell you, this battle will be a forgotten battle sooner than we expect. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Inaya, for your call. Comrade Aragbe, did you hear what Inaya said?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Comrade, in closing, I'd like you to finish your submission, please.
Okay, concerning the security matter, I have to put Mr. President in perspective as to why I said the
Hello, comrade.
Statement for instance, because they say, can you hear me, sir?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Please,
okay. I said quickly, I just put Mr. President, His Excellency, as Bola Ahmed Tinubu in perspective. I imagine that the police detachment to His Excellency President Tinubu were deployed away from him, and only to leave him with the SCNG as a VIP. And as the president of Nigeria, that will not be good for him. So, which means we have a body to also say, okay, there has to be a balance. Maybe one police per 2 SCND. Now, you see, the VIP should be able to afford. I think this is where the line should be drawn. Now, serving politicians outrightly with government forces. No, the government should also create a private arm of security outfit by which, if you even need 10, 20, they can be available to you at your beck and call so long as you can afford the service. So these persons be trained properly and be armed properly, equivalent of the army and the police in terms of armament and training. Now, we now deploy these persons into the different facets of our national life, across the world, across the local government, across national infrastructures, across our highways, across our bushes. So that wherever we think these insurgents have been or have been using as their hideout, this place aerially will be mapped out and secured properly. So there has to be a policy of deliberate conscription, which means if you are 18 years, you must serve the armed forces or serve the security architecture of Nigeria, obviously let's say for 4 or 5 years, as a must by way of constitutional legislation and the rest of them. So that every Nigeria will have a duty to protect this country, to protect the people.
Okay.
So it becomes incumbent on all of us, men and women from the age of 18, to be licensed to carry gun, be trained, and to secure this country. I mean, it becomes a national assignment. Because if you look at the recruitment, there are persons that want to join the force. They don't have access. And the people that are being invited to come and join don't want to join. So we have to think out of the box and do a lot of things differently. The financing arrangement has to be by community effort, for budgetary, for contribution, for so many arrangements to put in place and properly supervised.
Okay, thank you so much, Comrade Deragbe.
This is my position for now, really.
Right.
So, Mr. President, we thank him for the initiative.
All right.
And to let you know that my suggestion would be, Mr. President, have the target to say every year 1 million.
Okay.
2025 from now to December 1 million. By 2026 another 1 million. That's 2. By 2031 we'll have done up close to 8 million. And if you take that ratio over 230 million, assuming the population is 30, you'll have done up to say close to 3.456% of security provision for the citizens.
But notwithstanding, comrade.
But as it is, there can never be a safe haven where terrorists have so many bullets.
All right.
One terrorist can waste up to 1,000 people. Imagine 1,000 people having equivalent strength. The terrorists will run away. So this is how we have to think out of the box in Nigeria and move forward. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, Comrade Deragbe Anslem, for that wonderful submission. All right. Joining us live in the studio, we have a seasoned reporter and a senior political analyst, Mr. Dele Fanimo. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you so much for having me.
I needed to drag you for this particular conversation because I understand that some people might have actually labeled you the spokesperson for the presidency. So it is better for me to bring you so that you can actually clear the air as regards to this particular conversation. You know, President had meetings with the service chiefs, and the next thing, you know, he made a proclamation, you know, he made a decision, and he said, withdraw all police officers guiding the VIPs, you know, from them. And the IG said, okay, sir, consider it done. Actually, this is not the first time we're hearing this conversation. But of course, this time around, maybe because the insecurity, you know, has been, you know, more intense compared to what it was before. And that's the reason why the president deemed it fit to make this declaration. And some people are actually saying that aside from the police officers coming back to the community to protect, you know, our communities, we also still need, just like what the caller said, we also still need, you know, more manpower. He requested for 30,000 additional officers, you know, to be recruited. And not only that, some are even saying technologies and all of that. But something actually struck my, you know, my mind as regards to this whole situation of insecurity. Onanuga granted a media parley, the spokesperson for the presidency. And he said, when he was asked, how did the government, the military officers, reach to these bandits to rescue the Kwara, you know, state church worshippers? He said they reached out to the bandits. You know that the bandits are using these people as shield and all of that. But they made a call, they reached out to them, you know, and they got them out. That line was not clear, sir. That line was not clear because we needed to know, did the federal government negotiate by paying ransom for each head? We want to know. What was the agreement that was made? How did they settle this situation? That he just said they called them. And for you to say they reached out to them, that means even with or without the technology, our government knows where these people are. So, sir, I would like you to dissect all of this conversation before we round off the show.
Well, let me start by commenting on the order to the IG that they should withdraw
police officers
guarding
VIPs,
some of these politicians and all the rest. As a matter of fact, 100,000 is not the actual figure. As at last year, 138,000 were in various households guarding either politically exposed people, pastors, imams, Yahoo boys, and all the rest. In fact, some had even forgotten that their state, their federal police, they carry bags, they run errands, they buy groceries, and when they are, you need to see the way they genuflege Even some of them, they resist promotion.
Because they want to stay in that particular
household. I know the person has died now. I know a particular inspector that as at the time I had close relationship with that politician who is late now. His mates were DSP.
DSP?
Yes, and he still prefers to remain an inspector. In fact, he has forgotten all the regimental training that he was exposed to. He was like a typical errand boy.
Can you still remember his division, where he's coming from?
Now, so, you see, why this one is different is the fact that it's coming from the president. Most IGs, when they are appointed, the first proclamation is all policemen should come back to their division. We are dismantling roadblocks. And the essence of making that proclamation is for those people that have been enjoying police escort
to come and renew the
contract.
So it's safe to say we can call it retainership.
So, but now it is coming from the president. And I know that Egbetokun will not toy with the instruction of the president, except he wants to lose his job. But then, it is not going to be a sweeping order. There are some people that really will require police cover, like Senate President, Deputy Senate President, all those.
No, the presidency can be covered, which goes from presidents to that of the Deputy Speaker, House of Reps. Yes.
Statutorily, they are supposed to have police guarding them.
Okay.
Now, we're talking about that is settled. Talking about security, talking about bandits, kidnappers, and all the rest. You see, one strange thing that I know people will want to say, no, I'm not saying the right thing, is the fact that some of these bandits, so-called bandits, you'll be discovering to your surprise that it may not be Fulani. I'm not being brief for Fulani. There could be people around that area. They will dress like headsmen, kidnap for ransom. Because ransom taking is more lucrative. When last did you see armed robbers striking anywhere?
It's been quite a while.
Because they have transformed to kidnappers. There was a time they arrested 5 people in Ekiti State. Lo and behold, where the kidnapping was carried out, 2 of those 5 that were arrested were indigenes of that community, dressed in Fulani dress, when they unveiled them. So, it could be that local intelligence revealed that these people are not what we think. They could be amateurs who cannot stand the heat of aggressive surveillance and attack, and they quickly abandon their victims and run. And then I'm not saying categorically that, but I'm just hazarding guesses, because the real professional kidnappers, no matter what you do, it's easy. Those this road than 5 minutes to the phone when he had 3 gunshots. And lo and behold, when they later started investigating, it was policemen from the nearest division that came to shoot, to let the kidnappers know that we have seen you, that you have a prized victim. Wow. Don't come and tell us that you have not collected ransom.
Wow.
So there are so many dynamics into this. It's a lucrative business. Armed robbers have left robbery because of cashless policy.
Now, Mr. Dile, in closing, which I want to bring it, in closing as regards to the statement Gumi mentioned. Okay, now, if we have people like this who have actually made this a business venture, do you think these same people are safe to drop whatsoever arms that they are carrying and reintegrate them into the community? Because Gumi is actually saying giving amnesty, is the best solution, and forgiving them, rehabilitate them, reintegrate them back into the community is the best. Instead of always saying maybe we want to kill them, you want to keep annoying them. That's what Gumi said. Now, he also made it by connecting the conversation to that of the Niger Delta back then. And he talked about Nnamdi Kanu. He said, if Nnamdi Kanu is remorseful, that he would make a case for him, he would talk on his behalf for him to get pardon.
So his preoccupation now is to be making case for people.
So I just wanted to, close with this.
No, the point is, Gumi has no right to say that. Kanu was agitating for his people. The Niger Delta people, they had a reason for kidnapping. They were not taking money for kidnap. They will kidnap and insist that if foreigners don't leave their oil rigs, that they will not be released. And once they are evacuated, they release them without taking a kobo. Agitating for a cause. What cause is a bandit agitating for? That we want to say they should give them amnesty. Amnesty over what? There must be a cause. A revolutionary list must have a cause. So which is building the reason why he's agitating. Everybody knows that Kanu wants Biafra. Niger Delta, they want the environment cleaned up. They want government to take care of what they have lost in terms of giving them welfare. But what are the grievances of the bandits that they brought them from Mali, Niger, and all the rest to come and upset our political, for our democracy, and then after upsetting it, chasing Jonathan away, and then you now said go back to your country empty-handed, and decided not to go and formed rings, and they had opportunity of helping those who are mining our resources in Zamfara, our gold, to protect them and make it lucrative for them. And what are they agitating? What is the agitation? So it's a different ball game.
Okay.
Maybe Gumi needs to be lectured.
Okay. I think we cannot exhaust this particular conversation. It's really very painful. Officially, I just have to say this particular one, that we're pressed for time and we cannot actually go further than this, because I would have loved to play a particular video of a Fulani, herdsman, or who's also a bandit, making this confession on national TV that they never knew anything about guns. All they knew was just their cows, going about, and it was this same, they said it was people in the government, it was politicians that brought guns to them, gave them guns, gave them reason why they should do what they are doing now, and they don't think they want to back out. But hopefully, when we have this conversation again, I promise to play this video and even more so that the world can actually see. If you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put to watch our locker room, of course, where they would give us, the juicy conversation as regards to sports. And don't forget that we have a Champions League today as regards to Chelsea and Barcelona. You would also want to watch that particular one. Yes, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever your face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
and it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Agu. Of course, it promises to be a very interesting edition. I must say that we've got a lot of grass to cover. Trust me, we have a lot of stories. You don't want to miss any of it. To be part of this conversation, all you need to do is you simply need to drop us a message on our YouTube platform or call via the number on your screen. Or you can also, do not also forget, I beg your pardon, to share, like, and subscribe. And most important, you just have to click on that notification bell so you don't get to miss any edition of our shows. And of course, joining me this evening are football aficionados who definitely will be helping us separate the facts from the myths of all of the stories that we'll be looking at. And right here in the studio is Jerry Apelohai and of course Marawa, who join us virtually to be part of the Locker Room. Jerry, good evening and welcome to Locker Room. I greet you especially as a Liverpool fan. How are the family?
Anyway, it's good to greet me, but I think for now, let's rest that matter of Liverpool and let's concentrate on football matters, because right now we are resting that part of my life so that I can have some breath of fresh air, because a lot to think about. So, but today we are here for Man United, and I can't wait for you and Maya for the time to start getting
I'm a Chelsea fan. Sorry.
No.
Sorry, I'm a Chelsea fan.
No,
Second on the list. No, come on, my
your first love.
Come on. I remember when Chelsea won the Champions League. And when Chelsea won the Club World Cup, you told me on phone that you must honor your pledge, Jerry.
Yeah, you can honor the pledge.
On this altar, we don't break oaths, Jerry.
I know how you still feel when Man United.
Come on, Jerry.
I'll rub it in.
At this point, I feel so good.
I'll rub it in.
I feel so good, Jerry.
I'm here for you. Everybody. you know, I tweeted, I said on Twitter, I said, weeping might endure for the weekend, but joy will come on Monday. I didn't know when my Reverend Father was saying your week is blessed. I didn't know that he was meaning that Man United was going to lose on Monday. So it's happening. I'm really excited. I'm very, very excited to be here.
All right, so we'll see how it's when my wife eventually joins the conversation. But before my wife eventually joins, a very sad story is actually reaching us from Turkey, and of course it concerns Nigerian's marksman, talking about Victor Osimhen, and of course reports indicates that Victor Osimhen may miss the upcoming African Cup of Nations as continues to recover from hamstring injury sustained while on international duty during the Club World Cup qualifiers playoff. His club Galatasaray announced that he will be sidelined for 3 weeks, raising concerns about his readiness for the tournament. Osimhen has already spent a week on the bench, and with AFCON just a week away, doubts about his availability are mounting. The clubs has expressed frustration over how Nigeria actually managed his condition, particularly after he played 120 minutes against the Panteras of Gabon, which went into extra time. They believe the workload contributed to his current injury. Galatasaray noted that Osimhen should not play beyond 70 minutes until he regains full fitness next season. This situation places added pressure on the Super Eagles. Of course, a lot of persons have been saying Nigeria is actually Osimhen LC. Even Jerry also agrees to that fact. Jerry, where does this leave us if Osimhen eventually miss out on the African biggest showpiece?
Yeah, if there was an information from the handlers of Victor Osimhen from his club side that he should only play 70 minutes, that means the handlers of the Super Eagles did not manage the situation very well. Because if I'm correct, he played more than 90 minutes, went into extra time.
120 minutes.
Yeah, in that game. So that means they took a lot of risk. And that affected the performance of the team against DR Congo eventually.
Yes.
Yeah. And it shows that there's going to be a problem. Because whether you like it or not, the Super Eagles of Nigeria is Osimhen FC. And I've said it countless of times. You know, I've always avoided that conversation. But taking a look at the progression of the Super Eagles throughout the World Cup qualifiers, even on to the playoffs, it showed that when Osimhen is not available, the team is lost attack-wise. And going into the Nations Cup, if we don't have Victor Osimhen, it's as good as saying that we might be going into games not knowing where the goals is going to come from. And that is a dangerous situation to put any team. Because if the goals dries up, then what are you playing football for? where are you going to expect to win games?
But Jerry, the last AFCON, Osimhen scored just 1 goal.
Yeah.
1 goal. Ademola Lookman scored 3 goals. Troostekong scored 3 goals. I mean, it means that the Super Eagles didn't heavily rely on Victor Osimhen for goals.
Yeah, at that time, the Super Eagles had players who could fire.
What's the difference between that Super Eagles and this one?
Then prior to the Nations Cup, Osimhen was not the biggest firepower of the team. Let's take that for instance. And Osimhen was on form, fine. But when we went to that Nations Cup, we had a team that still had an identity, knowing that they can score without Osimhen. But all of a sudden, when Osimhen stepped up and became the man, all other players somehow found a way to go on break. We've tried Victor Boniface, we've tried Paul Onanuga. Tolu Arokodare came at some point, but it looks like he has gone back to where he came from. Talking about the goals are drying up. Then now, if Osimhen is not available, the goals are not available. And that's dangerous for any team that want to challenge for competitions as big as the AFCON.
We hear that Mayawa is in already. Mayawa, it's good to have you join us. Before you actually say anything, Jerry actually said tears may endure for the weekend, but joy comes on Monday. And of course, he's referring to Manchester United loss. I mean, you guys are united in loss. Good evening and welcome to Locker Room.
United in defeat.
United in defeat, I beg your pardon.
Well, it's always amazing to be yes, we are united in defeat. How do you explain it? A red card in the 13th minute, and you still end up losing 1-0, and the team with the red card did not consider any goals. So, I mean, Jerry is right to gloat. I mean, he's there to gloat, but something still remains. Manchester United is above Liverpool, and that's what. So,
Liverpool.
For a team that have beaten Has lost.
Maiwa, please conclude.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying coming from a team that's doing 50-50. Coming from a team that is doing 50-50,
but Jerry, you agree with me? In 2012, Man City won the league on goals difference.
See, you know what? The thing is that I'm not interested.
So you're talking about how many points?
I'm not
point really matters in this case.
See, I am not interested in analysis of the past or the future or whatever.
What are you interested
I'm interested in what happened yesterday. You lost a team that was one man down at 13 minutes, 18 minutes.
Maiwa, I mean, we are discussing a very sad story.
And he came out with a clean sheet at Old Trafford.
We'll go to the United game later. Maiwa, we are discussing a very sad story. Reports came from Galatasaray that Victor Osimhen will be out for 3 weeks, which means he's definitely not going to be a part of Super Eagles' first game if he eventually makes it to the Nations Cup. Where does this leave us if eventually the masked man is unable to be part of the team?
Well, I mean, it leaves us in a very terrible position. I came in when Jerry was speaking about it. Leaves us in a very terrible position. And the bottom line is this: we are Osimhen FC. The last Nations Cup, like Jerry rightly stated, we asked that could do the magic. And also remember,
but those players are still in this team now.
Yeah, they've dropped in form. Adama Lukman is a shut up himself. What's his name now? The defender, Chustakon, who was also popping up to score goals. Yeah. A whole lot of people do not want to see him in the team because of his performance. So, I mean, if this change, the way we play right now, we are reliant on Osimhen, and we could see throughout the World Cup qualifier that if Osimhen does not play, we struggle to score. Case in point, SDR Congo, he was substituted, and our attack was nowhere to be found. Wan-Bissaka had a field day in that particular game. So, I mean, it's going to be very difficult. Well, this is the time we know the kind of stuff HJ is made of. He has 3 weeks to decide. Definitely, and Osimhen might be a later plan should we go further in that particular tournament. But before we start talking about that, Eric Chell needs to come up with a solution at the moment. Our striking, our strikers at the moment, they are not finding on us singers. Yes, a lot of people might talk about Anako Adams, but what tournament experience does Anako Adams have? The other people that are supposed to step up at the moment, they are not stepping up. So I'm looking forward to what HJ is going to do in this next 3 weeks, because he has to come up with a solution. We cannot go to a Nations Cup, relying on Osimhen alone, and Osimhen is even out, without us having a solution for us to be able to move further. Because if we don't score, we don't get to win games. And sadly, if we go into that competition with this same mentality of Osimhen FC, and with Osimhen not available, we might be kicked out in the first round, and that would be much more disgraceful.
I mean, Jerry, we've made calls here on Locker Room, and we see, the football governing body, I'm talking about people who run our football, react to it oftentimes. I want you to place yourself in the position of Rachel. This is the situation. What will you do with this team now, knowing that it's possible that Osimhen might not be part of the party?
Yeah, if I think I don't have a Rachel right now, because it's a very difficult situation to find yourself as a coach going into the AFCON after not qualifying for the World Cup via voodoo and dramatic performances and so on and so forth. And the fact that the NFF has proven to be the weapon fashion against the team because of preparation-wise. I don't know what the preparation is like, because now the thing is that it's even more difficult for Eric Chell as a coach, because he doesn't have the final say on the selection of players. That's also another difficult situation. I think being he has the final say, then as Eric Chell, I'll be comfortable to even make dangerous decisions in terms of looking for strikers out of the ones we already have. Because there's still a lot of players who are firing, who people don't really know.
Can you give us an example of a player who you think would, deputize very well in absence of...
It's going to be difficult because I'm not a scout now. Because the little I know, then Ako Adams is on form. Maybe Paul Onanuga is on form. But how reliable is Paul Onanuga going to be if the wingers are not firing? That means I'll have to get more wingers in. Players who are not playing in the top flight leagues, who are determined to prove themselves. You know, because I've heard about Akis Amiro, for instance. This player, if you bring him into the team, how hungry can you make him? I've heard about Terry Murphy. Even, I think the former Arsenal guy, I'm trying to remember his name, who plays in the Greek league right now. Even Seredesas.
There's a Paul Onanuga who scored his 9th league goal in Turkey.
Yeah, but he has not been able to replicate that form with the Super League.
Who says he cannot do it now?
That means Eric Chel needs to start watching what he's doing differently. He needs to look at Paul Onanuga more seriously.
Are you talking about Nwaneri?
No, the Arsenal guy.
He's talking about Chuba Akpom.
Chuba Akpom, yeah.
Akpom,
yeah, Chuba Akpom, Seredesas, Terry Murphy. Those are unique players who bring something dynamic and something different. Try and see if you can blood those guys into the team and play to their strength. You don't only bring players, but play to their strength to see if you can get them to score goals. Then you can say that if Victor Osimhen is not available, you can bring them in. Then Ademola Lookman, I think he needs to have a personal meeting with him and try and see what is wrong with him psychologically. Because talent-wise, Ademola Lookman has it. What is going on with Ademola Lookman has to do with psychological warfare. If he's able to deal with his psychological issues, I believe Ademola Lookman can come to that Nations Cup and be the man we used to know and get the goals as well. Then maybe, for instance, we can say we can go far. But apart from that, it's going to be a very difficult one.
Jose Mourinho's first spell at Chelsea, one of the things he did was, he created a striker that is a unique kind of striker that the world has never seen in Didier Drogba. Before 2004-2005 season, we know that strikers are actually meant to actually score the goals. But Didier Drogba's time at Chelsea, Jose Mourinho's first spell was basically to hold up play for Frank Lampard to actually be the man who would do the job. Do we have a striker that can actually fit into that mode? Can we actually create a Didier Drogba for the Super Eagles if Osimhen, eventually not make it to the party, and then, help us to actually hold up play? And if the answer is yes, which player do you think is most likely to actually fit into that particular mode?
Well, I think it will be very difficult to just have about 3 weeks, and the NFF is not helping matter. Jerry made mention of something the other time. He mentioned a couple of players. There will be difficulty in being able to harness or to be able to understand how you're able to play those players properly. And the reason being that the NFF did not live up to the expectation. Teams like Egypt, teams like Algeria, they already have friendly match lined up. So the Nations Cup, they have about 2-3 matches lined up before the Nations Cup kickstarts. For Nigeria, I think the only one that is right now, which we are not even 100% sure, is the one against Egypt. So how does Eric Chel want to start, understanding how he's going to play all these players, unless he wants to fly blindly and just use their performance in their club side, as a yardstick for them to play for Nigeria. And we all know for a fact that, the way they play in their club is way different on how they will play in Nigeria. So it will take a bit of time, and the friendly match will help. However, the NFF has not helped the situation. There is no recognized friendly match lined up for our boys, for a child to be able to test out these new players, and we have about 3 weeks. So to be able to answer your question, Ikechukwu, to be able to build a striker at the likes of Drogba, just like Mourinho did, in the next 3 weeks will be way difficult based on the kind of maladministration we have at the moment handling our team. So what we are going to have at the end of the day will be Eric Chel finding probably a replacement that you think will probably do the job in terms of their club performance, and probably just show them in and just hope for the best. And that's just what we have to go with at the moment.
All right, so away from that, let's look at what happened yesterday in England. I mean, it was very interesting to actually see, a United that a lot of us have come to think that, okay, perhaps they begin to get their mojo under the new manager, talking about Ruben Amorim, who is, kind of doing the right thing at some point. But then yesterday, after the red card, a lot of people believe that United is going to actually win that game comfortably. But sadly, United actually dropped all 3 points right there at home. Now, former United legend Gary Neville recently criticized Luke Shaw after that game for his lackluster performance during that defeat to Everton, labeling him as someone who has ambled through his career at the club. Despite Neville's focus on Shaw, the real issue lies deeper within the club's management and structure. which has allowed the defender to remain at United for nearly a decade with only 210 league appearances to show for it. Shaw has had a share of injuries, including injuries that was actually, I think it was around 2017 thereabouts, where he actually suffered a lot of injury that, at some point a lot of persons were expecting him to have retired. In fact, at some point some persons were actually saying, I think it was Jerry. Jerry was saying, if you have an injury, you just need the shot to come see you. He'll tell you how long you're going to stay, in bed. But then, Jerry, now look, you saw the game yesterday, and then you saw how United actually came out of that particular game.
Yeah,
is the problem Luke Shaw, or United yet to even get the heart together?
I think I never should leave the Azaman of Old Trafford alone. Because,
Before you go on, Jerry, let me first ask you: if Luke Shaw were to be a non-British player, do you think he will still be at United?
No, he will not. If he were to be an African, for instance, collecting such amount of money and being a PhD holder, a doctorate degree holder, or successfully, because how long does it take to get a doctorate? At least if you are 10 years, you do 4 years, you do masters, you go for your PhD. That guy has successfully collected his doctorate as a certified medical doctor footballer.
So is the problem Luke Shaw, or
Luke Shaw is not the problem, because they've made successive signings. Manchester United has spent a lot of money. Let's not forget, they've brought in the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo. Still yet no solution. They've recycled managers. They brought in Jose Mourinho. Brought in the assassin Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and of course the fraudulent Erik ten Hag, who kept on winning FA Cup and deceiving them that Eldorado is near. And of course, they brought in Amore, fine boy, fine face. Fine face don't win you football, winning football games. Of course, he has started the model that Erik ten Hag used to stay so long at Manchester United. He will lose lots of games, come back and win some games. I feel for that fan who is still here to cut his hair, who say that he will not see. I've said his children will meet him with that hair if his care is not taken, and he might be plating Indian style and he'll be rolling on the floor because Man United doesn't look serious. Because how do you make a bet that this team is going to win 10 games?
Jerry, let me ask you. No, 5 games.
5 games.
Jerry, let me ask
5 games is the most difficult.
Jerry, let me ask you. The problem is it the players for Man United or Ruben Amorim?
I think Ruben Amorim is not the. Ruben Amorim is a good manager, but it's not the manager that Manchester United need to move to the next level. They need a manager who will understand the culture of the team, build a team from the scratch. But the team they already have, the thing is that you cannot sell all the players, because Man United have made a lot of bad decisions in terms of the players they've bought and so on. They bought players just because they want to fix a certain problem, instead of looking at building a culture, just like what Jurgen Klopp did at Liverpool. He met a club that was dwindling. What he did, he brought a new football culture and gradually started removing those players they didn't need and started bringing in his own players. But at Manchester United, how do you remove Casemiro? How do you remove Maguire, who has refused to go? It's just like
Casemiro's contract is I think is end at the summer.
It's ending at the summer, yes, but you have to make do with him and start surviving. Look at Bruno Fernandes, the complainant, the nagging housewife of Manchester United. He nags at everything. He has even grown frustrated. The guy is suddenly growing white hair in that midfield. Then I saw Dogu yesterday. That Dogu, I don't know. Hey, that guy today he will do very well. Tomorrow he will just become average performing player.
From a United point, from a United fans' point, tell us exactly what's wrong with Manchester United at this point. Because one day success, another day bad luck. What's going on?
The thing is very simple. They've made a whole lot of bad investment, and the bad investment is catching up to them. A whole lot of players that are playing currently for Manchester United will not be able to feature for Manchester United if we still have the likes of Alex Ferguson. I think the problem has been, what we do in the transfer market. Look at the case of Luke Shaw. All the left full back that we bought they've not been able to perform. Malaysia has been sold off. Malaysia has been chased away because he couldn't perform. And the best performing left back that we have at the moment, when he is fully fit, is Luke Shaw. Yes, sometimes he doesn't get it right, and yesterday was one of them. But overall, anytime he's fully fit, you can see the difference. You can see what he brings to the team. The same thing with Harry Maguire. Harry Maguire was practically frozen out of that particular team. But because we don't have consistency, we have to integrate him back into the team. Yes, he's doing so well now. Anytime he's fully fit. However, those players that they bought to be his replacement have not been able to do anything. There's a particular guy called the Butcher.
Martinez.
What's his name again?
Lautaro Martinez.
Since Salah ended his career, we've not seen him again.
Yeah.
How
many games has he played for Manchester United? Even the elite, sometimes the elite that we bought.
He has been deleting in games.
It's neither here nor there. The same thing goes for Mazarawi. It's neither here nor there. Now top it up with a confused manager. I've said it constantly. I was one of those that said it. Ruben Amorim is not the coach to take Manchester United forward, and that's just the honest truth. Most of the players that are left under him, they go to other club and flourish. But in the case of Manchester United, those players played under him and could not flourish. The thing is this: the board is part of the problem. They sanctioned some of these signings, and the kind of investment they made is coming back to haunt them. Imagine you paid 80 million for Harry Maguire. How do you chase Harry Maguire away? You paid 70 million for Casemiro, a 31-year-old Casemiro. How do you chase a Casemiro away? You paid so much. You paid over 70 million for Martinez. How do you chase Martinez away? You pay so much for Luke Shaw, and you are giving him so much wage, and you gave him a longer contract, somebody that's injury prone. How do you chase him away? The same thing for Maguire too. So the list continues, and that's the reason why we are where we are at the moment. The solution: fire Ruben Amorim, get another coach, give the coach a 4-5 year plan, overhaul the team just like Jurgen Klopp did, and probably maybe in the next 5-6 years we will see Manchester United competing at the outside. Because at the moment, Manchester United is just surviving. We are not competing. If we have to be honest with ourselves.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys, since you guys are united in defeat, will you rather swap managers?
Swap manager?
Yes.
God forbid.
I'm worried. You know that Liverpool was linked to Amorim before Liverpool burst out of that move, and I think that's the best decision Liverpool ever made as far as searching for a replacement for Jurgen Klopp is concerned. Yes, for me and the slot, I've said it that these players don't want to play for the slot anymore.
But how? Why?
I don't know.
Jerry, how? What?
Because
they won the league last season impressively.
This is the team. Everybody is saying and a slot. This is the same thing that beat Arsenal this season. Arsenal is the most difficult team to beat in the league right now.
I dare say Europe, sir.
In Europe,
by fluke, you beat Arsenal by
fluke or not?
No, they had a decent game.
See,
they were not outplayed. They had a decent game.
See, that team. If they don't, if that team that play against Nottingham Forest show up against Arsenal, Arsenal will score 10 goals successfully.
So Jerry, what happened? Because now it's the same Amorim. What happened?
The thing is that the players, I don't know this. It looks like there's a gang up not to play for any slot. I don't know why. Because this same team had a bad streak. I know they saw Real Madrid and they beat Madrid comfortably.
Okay.
This same team was.
Or they are just giant killers.
They just the team just decide when to play and when not to play. That's just what's happening.
But don't you think it has to do with the fact that Arne Slot as a manager has failed to evolve? Because every season is different, Jerry. Every opponent you come against, if you are a defending champion, everybody will plan seriously.
Let me now
against your tactics. And perhaps that's exactly what he just believes. Maybe he's just approaching the game like Finidi ball.
Any bad manager, any bad manager would have been exposed immediately Jurgen Klopp left and took over that Liverpool team. If he was a bad manager, he would have exposed instantly.
No, that team was that team he inherited was a good team.
That team was a good team. That team
they showed up. In fact, 2 seasons ago they were very good. Last season before the following season they won the league.
They decide. I understand that there's even talk about the players mentally and not and not mentally okay in terms of the loss of Diogo Jota. That's another aspect that people are talking about. But this is the same team that beat Newcastle United from the dead. They're winning games from the dead.
We know how the PGMOL play.
No, the PGMOL has decided to leave them now. That is why they are losing.
Absolutely.
Abi, okay, leave that. Let matter rest.
Let
matter. The players right now are picking games.
No, but Jerry,
they don't have the quality. I don't believe. Do you believe these guys are actually picking games?
If this does not have quality, they will not beat Arsenal and Madrid this season.
But Jerry,
forget it.
Any team can beat any team in football, Jerry.
No,
you know now.
Any team cannot beat Arsenal.
Any team.
Any team can beat Arsenal. How many teams have beaten Arsenal this season?
Haven't they lost a game?
They've lost a game.
Who did they lose against?
This Arsenal, this Madrid team, any team cannot wake up and beat them. Forget it.
Jerry, in football, any team can beat any team. I think this is a common. This is established fact in football. Even Pep Guardiola in his days.
Yeah.
He lost 2-0 to Rubin Kazan.
I understand.
No one would have believed in the Champions League. Any team can lose to anything. We understand the place. We know it's hot that you are in this position.
If a team wants to win games, you will know. If a team doesn't want to win games, you will also know.
Okay, why is it a case that United also doesn't want to win games?
United is a tradition now. It's a tradition. They are traditional losers now. Old Trafford is a custom that everybody comes here and pick points.
I don't think so.
But United is better than Liverpool. Jerry, so far United is better than Liverpool this season.
No.
How? How do you judge it?
They are on the same pedestal.
How?
Augustine, they are on the same pedestal.
In the EPL, if the league finish today, United is above Liverpool. Whether you like it or not.
Unfortunately, the league will never finish.
That's why we say as at today.
See, that analysis does not hold.
How doesn't?
Because a league cannot finish after 12 games.
That's why I'm saying so far so good at this stage.
I will say
Man United is better than Liverpool.
You know what? The thing is that I will never be among the journalists who will come and be rating a team after 18 games in a league season. Okay, that has up to 40.
But you part of the journalists that will come and say, okay, so far after 18 games, this team is better. This team is better.
I will never say so far. Unless if it's a cup game, I will never say so far as far as the league is concerned.
You don't say so far. So which means a team at the rock bottom is also at par with the one at
he still has a chance. He still has a chance of proving everybody wrong.
You're just being unfair.
Because the points difference between Liverpool and struggling. The points difference between Arsenal and Liverpool is just 11 points.
Jerry, we understand.
It's just 11 points without the struggling. So anything can still happen. 11 points. If Liverpool decide to wake up tomorrow and Arsenal fumble, the league is as good as
every team cannot be like Liverpool. Well, you did that last season, so maybe you are thinking Arsenal will do it.
But for Man United, see, that one is tradition. They will go back to where they belong very soon because the losing streak will still continue. Oh, we are there.
Yeah. But Jay, the thing is this. Let's put this in perspective.
Okay.
The 6 games you won this season, apart from the game against Real Madrid that Liverpool played so well, the 6 games you won this season, especially in the EPL,
4 of them. 4 of those games was sponsored by PGMOL.
I mean, let's even
Arsenal is not part of it. The 4 games.
Let's even leave PGMOL out of it. Let's even leave PGMOL out of it. Majority of the games they won this season, the 6 games they won, they struggled to win. You remember when they played the Community Shield with Crystal Palace? Before the season fully started, we said it on this particular show that there is a problem with the central defense of Liverpool, and that problem has continued to plague them. I think the investment they made this season, they made a whole lot of wrong investment in the wrong places.
No, they have. I mean, Isakaba is here.
The thing is that
Isakaba is here.
As far as if you see that Liverpool,
he's not scoring goals.
That Liverpool defense is all the issue that there's no competition in that centre back. If you look at Arne Slot's body language, you know that he's already tired of that defense. But who does he substitute Van Dijk for? That's the error they made. As at last season, there was still Jared Kwanzaa, there was still some other options like Joe Gomez and co on. But now,
Joe Gomez is still there.
Joe Gomez is not ready to step up. That's just the truth. Joe Gomez is a decent player, but he's not ready to step up. He has already given up on challenging players like Konate and Van Dijk. He has already settled being a bench.
Yeah,
he has already. You know, mentally, when a player has already given up, there's nothing you can do about it. He has already known that I cannot compete with Van Dijk and Konate. That is the situation. And the other guy they signed from Italy is injured. So right now, that defense, you will sink and swim with them. So if they decide to be twerking like Van Dijk has been doing, you are your own. You just have to. He has successfully become a club stripper. I don't know. But God help you, because Ali Slot is the one that is going to be suffering all the trauma and all the issues.
But that's an indictment on Ali Slot. Your job as a coach is to trick your team to ensure that
if you trick a player that is not ready, because the player knows that.
Why can't he play
the players know you cannot bench
why can't he play three back
the
line?
most difficult situation a coach will find himself is having a player who knows that he has no competition.
But he can play three back line and add more bodies in the middle of the park.
In the midfield.
Yes, now add more bodies in the midfield and then play three back line.
Okay, look at that Liverpool bench. Which midfielder? Gravenberch, McAllister, and Szoboszlai. Who else?
Endo Wataru.
Endo Wataru. And his slot cannot trust Endo even with his food. Not to talk about coming on the pitch. He can't trust him with his food, his own food, that he will turn back and say Endo is watching the food.
And you spend 400 million. Can you see
446 million pounds. But let's move away from Liverpool and United. Let's look at teams. Let's look at serious teams. Let's look at serious teams in England. I'm still talking the EPL, and this time it concerns Chelsea, right? And their legend John Terry has voiced his belief that Chelsea is the only team capable of stopping Arsenal from clinching the Premier League title this season. Arsenal 6 points clear at the top after a 4-1 victory over Tottenham Hotspur. Terry pointed out that Chelsea, currently second, after 2-0 win over Burnley, has regained momentum with 3 consecutive league wins. Terry expressed optimism about Chelsea's performances, emphasizing the significance of the upcoming clash against Arsenal at Stamford Bridge. He acknowledged that while he doesn't see this match as a definite title decider, it could play a crucial role in shaping the outcome of the league. I mean, Jerry, we've all been talking about Arsenal and how Arsenal has been awesome so far this season. In fact, I dare say in the last 5 seasons, right, Arsenal has been the most consistent side in terms of growth in the EPL. We saw this Arsenal side, and we've seen how Chelsea has managed to actually grow into a team. I mean, we saw them, a lot of, in fact, bookmakers didn't actually place Chelsea as top 5 to even win the Club World Cup. But here they are, world champion. My team, yes, thank you very much. But then they will be playing against Arsenal. They will be playing against Arsenal at the Stamford Bridge.
Yeah.
Do you think John Terry's statement is, in line with what we're actually seeing? Do they really look like that team that can stop Arsenal?
Yeah. If it's a cup competition, I can say Chelsea stands a big chance of winning it. But as far as the league is concerned, Chelsea is not ready to win the league.
But they are second now.
They are second, yes. The mentality of the team under Maresca has made them believe that they are not running for the league title. They are not ready. Mentally, the players already have the mentality that they are not ready to win the Premier League. And that alone defeats any plan for Chelsea to win the league. Look at last season. At a point where they were looking good for the title race, the manager gave up and said that we are not running for the league. And we're already seeing this Chelsea side picking games to win. Because Brighton can wake up tomorrow and beat this Chelsea side. Sunderland tomorrow. Look at what Sunderland did to Chelsea. And let's also look at the firepower of the Chelsea side. It's Pedro Neto today, Estevao tomorrow. You know? Yes, it's good they have options, but they need a firepower striker who can give them 20, 25 goals if you want to win the league. And for that Chelsea side, they don't have that player. Delap will choose today.
But do you think Arsenal has a player who will give them 25 goals?
What Arsenal has is that they are not conceding goals. They have a very strong, reliable defense. And they have players who will give them 15 goals. As much as 3 players who can give them. Let's not forget, Arsenal is a lucky team. Because in the transfer window, they bought in Goyokores. Unfortunately, Goyokores is not scoring when he's needed. But they have other players who can come in. Megaes can come and score a winning goal. And that will give you 3 points. Timber can come and score the winning goal and give you 3 points. That's the hallmark of a team that wants to win the league. If the striker who is giving the main responsibility is not scoring, Eberechi Eze, lucky enough, Eberechi Eze was signed at the time it was looking like the window was going to close, and they might have to rely on Gokores. Imagine they are relying on Gokores now, and Gabriel Jesus is no show, and they rely, if not for the injury of the former Chelsea man, I'm trying to remember his name now.
Kai Havertz.
If not for the injury, the tiny injury of Kai Havertz, they wouldn't have signed Eberechi Eze. And imagine Eberechi Eze was not available for that Tottenham game. If they would have run away with a draw. Bukayo Saka has tired out. Merino is picking cup games and is showing up. But when it comes to the league for a long spell, he might not be able to do it. But they have a lot of options. But for that Chelsea side, if Estevao is found out, Pedro Neto is found out, there's going to be a problem. Palmer's injury is going to tell on the team eventually. The thing that is working for Chelsea is that they have a very compact midfield. Caicedo, Enzo, awesome players. But that alone cannot win you league. But I wish Chelsea can win the league, but I don't know. Mentally, they don't look like the team that can win the league.
On the contrary, Liverpool's legend also argued that Arsenal's greatest problem is definitely going to be coming within, not even Chelsea or any other team in the EPL. That he actually said that the team's quality is high, and also that the only thing that can actually stop Arsenal, knowing that in the past 3 seasons Arsenal actually pushed for the Premier League title, is the fact that at some point mentally they just showed that they are not ready to actually win the title. Do you agree with Jamie Carragher or John Terry? Which of them do you look at their comment as the most likely to actually be the case for Arsenal this season?
Arsenal, they've done it before, and they can still do it again. They've spent 240 days on top of the log, and they ended up losing the league by 8 points. So it has happened before, and it can still happen again. They have this, you can't really trust them, because they have a period in the season that they usually tire out and they begin to lose points. However, their game against Liverpool, their game against Chelsea, if they win that particular game, it puts them 9 points ahead of the most likely team to probably want to chase them down. Because for Chelsea, like Jerry rightly said, and Jerry is very correct, the boys, they don't have the mentality. Also, they don't have a guaranteed striker that can score goals for them. However, Chelsea is prone to conceding goals. Any day they have a bad day in the office, they always concede goals. In the case of Arsenal, something has changed. They've not been conceding goals like they usually do in the last 3 pushes for in the last 3 challenge for the EPL, and that's a huge plus for them. They are not conceding goals with reckless abandon, and they are scoring more goals. They are also spreading the goals.
I think they are conceding goals, but is that the only problem is that they are scoring more goals, because they conceded 2 goals against Sunderland. They conceded against Tottenham. So I think they are a side that have what it they a side that also concede a lot of goals, and they are up against Chelsea. Chelsea also a very decent side. I think that Chelsea side would defeat that Sunderland side and that Tottenham side any day. So I think it's going to be.
But they lost to Sunderland this season.
Well, I mean, Jerry.
But the thing is this. If you look at the number of goals they've considered now, compare it to
the goal
the
difference is very decent. Very decent.
I agree.
In the same period, they played 12 games now. If you compare it to what they considered last season, it's way more. Now it's way less. True. Which is a good sign that they are doing something about their defense, and they have this swagger about them in terms of how they play and how the goal is being spread around. But the problem has always been this: are they going to capitulate, between February and March? That's always where the problem is. The last 2 times they lost the league, the problem was between February and March. If they succeed that point, probably maybe they will win. But if not, they might not. I think Carragher is very correct. If they don't implode by February or March, then they probably win the league still. But the jury is still out on them. They've done it before. They can still do it again.
So since talking about Chelsea, and this time our attention will move straight to the UEFA Champions League, where Chelsea will be doing business today as the UEFA Champions League officially returns. And of course, it's match day 5 and the stakes are higher. And there are lots of encounters, but the biggest one for the night is Chelsea against Barcelona, where both teams share a rich history, each boasting 4 wins and 6 draws in their previous encounter. Chelsea enters the match in a strong form, winning 3 consecutive Premier League games without conceding, while Barcelona rides high after a commanding 4-0 victory over Athletic Bilbao. Newcastle aims for a historic achievement against Newcastle. And of course, there's a lot of games to actually look out for in the UEFA Champions League, I must say. Jerry, Chelsea, Barcelona, the night. I mean, we know what this fixture under Jose Mourinho usually present. We know that the aura and, of course, the big characters in these games are no longer there. But then this game, do you think it's still going to live up to, the billing of what we used to know back in the 2009 and 2008 season?
Yeah, definitely not on the part of Chelsea, because Chelsea doesn't have the big names anymore. Back in the days, we used to see players like Didier Drogba, players like Frank Lampard, John Terry's of this world, all lacing their boot for Chelsea. But what does Chelsea have right now? Apart from, let me say, Enzo Fernandez and Mrs. Caicedo, who is still cutting his teeth when it comes to the big boys. And the fact that they're going to miss Obama. World champion. Let's leave that. That's the revive season that you.
They are the world champion, Jerry.
Okay, leave that. That is the world champion.
Who that one?
That is the world champion title. Forget it. The only team they played in that competition that makes a lot of sense is PSG. Beating PSG. That's all. That's the only thing.
Beating PSG convincingly.
Yes, that's the only thing now. That's why. See, that's Chelsea team. They are good for cup games. That is why for Barcelona they need to be very worried. Because Enzo Maresca has found a way to win games that are very, very big. And for Barcelona, they've not been the team we saw last season. They've just trying to be up there. And of course, Lamine Yamal will surely cherish this kind of game. These are games he also wants to show up and, of course, prove that he's one of the biggest players as far as Champions League football is concerned. But for Chelsea, I need to see the character of a team that was ready to conquer the UEFA Champions League. But it's going to be a difficult game for both sides. But eventually, somehow, I see Barcelona picking it up.
Maya, where are you putting your money? Barcelona, Chelsea?
I think Chelsea has a very high chance of winning. And the reason is this. Barcelona has decided to die on the heel of playing high line. And remember, the high line cost them against, against Real Madrid. And also cost them in the Champions League also. So, and slot, as I said, and slot, Hansi Flick has already, made it known that he's not going to change the style for any reason. They are going to file out with their very high line. And this is where, Enzo Maresca needs to be very, very clever in order to break the high line. We saw what, Mbappe and the Real Madrid team did to the high line. They were able to break it continuously till they were able to get the goals that won them that particular game. I think if Hansi Flick comes out with a very high line, I think he plays into the hands of, Enzo Maresca. And like Jerry rightly said, Enzo Maresca has a way of winning big games that takes the pressure off him. He has done it before and can probably do it again. So if Hansi Flick lines up with the high line, I think he might probably play into the hands of Chelsea, and Chelsea might probably take the game. But one thing that's very sure in this particular game, there will be a whole lot of goals. I'm envisaging 2, 3, 4 goals in this particular game.
Another fixture we are looking at in this match day 5 is the fixture between Arsenal and the Bavarians, talking about Bayern Munich. I mean, both teams are unbeaten in the UEFA Champions League so far, top of the log in their respective leagues. Where do you see this pendulum swinging?
Well, it's going to be a very difficult game. Arsenal versus Bayern Munich. The two sides, they've not lost, and it's going to be tit for tat. What's the name now? Company has a point to prove. A whole lot of people still do not believe in him, and this is an avenue for him to be able to do that. Well, it's going to be a game that will be very, very interesting. A whole lot of attacking there, but I think there's a swagger about Arsenal presently, especially playing in Europe. They've been able to dispatch teams with ease, and their defense has been rock solid so far, especially in Europe. So I mean, if you look at that and you look at the quality that Arsenal brings to the table, I think Arsenal, the probability tips more to Arsenal. So I'm thinking Arteta has one over, Vincent Kompany in this particular fixture.
We'll talk about the Arsenal game extensively tomorrow. But Jerry, look at the fixtures for today. Which of these fixtures might likely bring an upset in this game tonight?
Yeah, for Napoli, with what we saw in the last game, I was not really impressed. And I hope that Conte has gathered his acts together.
Napoli against Karabakh.
Yeah, and I hope Karabakh get the results just to prepare Napoli for what they did to our boy, Osimhen. But with that being said, it's going to be a very interesting game. Then Newcastle United going away to De Zerbi's side. against Olympic Marseille. It's also a very interesting fixture.
Who do you see picking that one?
Newcastle United somehow. I don't know.
To pick that game?
Yeah.
The Zerbi side is very, very good when they actually play at home and they can actually keep the ball on the ground.
Yeah, Newcastle have the character. Talking about the likes of Otumade and Gomeres, they have the character to win this one. Those are an away game. And England sides only do well against French sides. So that might also count. Then for Juventus against Bodo Glimt, I don't know the plan of Juventus this season. Bodo Glimt should be smiling with this one, but they should take it seriously. It's an opportunity to beat a big side at home. So it's a very interesting fixture as well. Then for Galatasaray with Tado Simen, they should be able to beat Union Saint-Gilloise. No issues. Then for Ajax, they don't look like a team this season. Benfica with the man himself, Jose Mourinho, we surely fancy this one, 3 points away to Ajax, who have been wobbling and fumbling on the bottom of the lot.
Can City bounce back against Bayer Leverkusen?
Yeah, sure. But for Leverkusen, they're not the side to push over. It seems that they've gotten their groove back, so they will fancy their chances against the Man City side. But Man City, after that loss against Newcastle over the weekend, Guardiola will have a point to prove at home at the Etihad. So it's going to be difficult for Leverkusen. I see Man City picking this one all the way.
Maiwa, look at this fixture again and tell me which of this fixture is difficult to call. For me, it is Borussia Dortmund against Villarreal. Which is for you?
Well, for me, I think it's a Juventus against Bodo Glimt. And the reason is very simple. You don't know the Juve you will get. And that's always been the problem. They've also been going through coaches, and that's also an issue for them too. So the performance has not been consistent. You don't know what you get. Another one that you might not know the result, you might not know what you will get, is Newcastle. You don't know what you will get with Newcastle. Yes, they did so well, over the weekend, dispatching Man City, but you don't know the Newcastle you will get. So those two games, they are very difficult to call, and we don't know exactly what will be the outcome because of the inconsistency of the teams that are involved.
Well, thank you for joining us on this edition of Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow to see if Arne Slot will continue in his Black Friday, bonanza that is going on at the moment.
Very good to have you.
Unfortunately, we will not be seeing Manchester United this week again because
we know
there are no Champions League or Europe for them. So they should watch the big boys play football. Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an awesome week. Don't worry. We'll give you good football when it comes to the Champions League. That's what we're made of, big boys football.
All right, and you've heard it from the Gladiators. They've broken down the fact, and they await definitely tomorrow what the results will say. This is another very interesting episode of The Locker Room. And of course, if you are a fan of politics, stick around because Chukwuma Okoro is here to take us through Political Lens. And of course, the show is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I am Ikechukwu Agwago. Have a great day ahead.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukwuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives.
highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. Now, in the next 50 minutes or thereabout, we are going to travel around Nigeria to bring you trending and topical political news. First of all, Sheikh Ahmad Gumi, fairy cleric, offers to plead amnesty for Nnamdi Kanu if, find out the if in the course of this program. Well, federal government will not forgive Obi for comment on possible U.S. invasion of Nigeria. This is coming from presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga. And Tinubu bans open grazing in Nigeria. Well, we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a reporter and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Fanimo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens. It's been quite a while. Good to have you on the show today.
I think I should say good evening to Nigerians.
Okay, and not to me.
I'm sure they must have missed me.
Yes, so good evening to Nigerians from Dele Fanimo.
I just said that now. That good evening to our fans out there. Good evening to Nigeria. This shall pass.
Yes, this shall pass too. Dele, good to have you on the show. Now, let's get into it. On the show today, we are talking about, like I said, fairy cleric Ahmed Gumi said, I will plead for amnesty for Nnamdi Kanu if. We'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll delve into the topic of discussion. Please do join us again. We'll be right back.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. And we have in the studio here Mr. Dele Fanimo, a citizen reporter and political affairs analyst who joined us in the show. Now, let's get into it. Controversial Islamic carry, Sheikh Ahmad Gumi says he's willing to lead negotiations for the release of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, jail leader of IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, but only if Kanu shows genuine remorse and calls for peace. Gumi defended his long-standing advocacy for non-kinetic solutions to Nigeria's security crisis, arguing that dialogue remains essential. Kanu was recently convicted on 7 terrorism-related charges and handed a life sentence to run concurrently with a 20-year term. He has since been transferred from DSS custody in Abuja to the Sokoto Correctional Center to begin serving his sentence. While reacting to the judgment, Gumi accused Kanu of inciting violence against Nigerian soldiers, but said he will still champion amnesty if the IPOB leader abandons confrontation. He cited past northern leaders such as Shehu Shagari and Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, who granted pardons to former agitators as examples of reconciliation. Gumi also defended his engagement with Fulani headsmen, insisting they have shown willingness for peace when approached. He argued that meaningful dialogue is increasingly difficult with groups like IPOB and Boko Haram, but stressed that anyone committed to peace will have his support. Mr. Fanimo, you heard my intro. Now, what's your reaction to Sheikh Gumi's statement about release of Nnamdi Kanu? If Nnamdi shows remorse, I can lead negotiations for his release. What do you? Let's have your broad reaction.
See,
to
my worry in all of this man's statements is that it appears that he has a government backing in some of these utterances, because in the first instance, is he a government-appointed negotiator with bandits, kidnappers, and terrorists? That's one. Two, why is he waiting till this time to negotiate on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu?
Probably because he's been sentenced.
Freedom. No, the point is, for me, the man is gaining traction in the media space. You know, talking as if he's Lord of the Manu. And I don't think it is right for even government to play his game. Because, for instance, how does he determine if Kanu will show remorse?
That's what he's asking for.
The point is, who determines the remorseful attitude of Kanu? Is it the officials in the correctional center, or is he going to undertake periodic visits to Kanu? Because right now, even if Kanu is going to appeal, he cannot be there physically. Even if he's going up to Supreme Court, the lawyers will be there on his behalf. He's not going to appear because he's not going to give further evidence. So where will he see Kanu to know that he has shown remorse? Is Kanu going to be exposed to the media, even when part of the judgment was that he should not be allowed to have access to digital devices, which includes phones, laptop, camera, and other gadgets? So where is he going to see Kanu to determine that the man has decided to be remorseful? And at what point? Is it through his utterances? Is it through his actions? Or whatever is he going to use as parameter for judging him? I think he was just trying to score a cheap political gain by saying all of this. If there is going to be a plea for Kanu's amnesty, it's not going to come from Gumi. Because I don't see the correlation between Gumi asking for pardon and the federal government saying because Gumi has said is seeking pardon for Kanu.
I think what Sheikh Gumi is practically saying is that, look, Nnamdi needs to send out message probably to Nigeria to say, fellow Nigerians, I'm sorry for the harm I caused you people, for the people that...
So he's going to address a press conference?
No, even if he doesn't address a press conference, send out message for the
government.
Through here.
Through what? Through which means?
Through his lawyers. His lawyers still have access to him.
I am telling you.
Okay.
How many Nigerians?
No, I'm not speaking for Gumi.
You understand?
I think that is
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if anybody, look at what happened to that woman that killed her husband.
Okay.
That the name suddenly popped up in the list. And popped out in the list of those to be granted amnesty. Now, you don't need anybody to tell you that there was an underground move.
Probably that's what Gumi is talking about.
And
lawyers, the Igbo nation.
If he has that intention, he doesn't need to shout. He doesn't need to come to the press.
Okay.
You see, I've always said one thing, that the worst thing you can do to yourself when you are trying to discuss with a big man, even in your community, is to expose him to others. Because he wants to show bravado. He wants to show that his ego is intact. He wants to show that I am in charge. And so even if he has that,
they should show remorse. Meanwhile, he is busy, fellow Nigerians. So where does that leave us as a people in terms of the color of justice that we have in this country?
You see?
And the man is working free. He's negotiating with bandits, holding meetings with them, and even
with
negotiating
pictures
and videos. And government officials backing him. The other day he was on this station and he said, look, I had approval for everything that I did. Now, who gave you that approval? I asked him. He couldn't say. He said, authorities. Which authorities? He dodged the question. So in all of this, what is the color of justice where we have a man who is supporting armed killers? And now he's asking someone who was just waving a flag to say, no, if you show remorse, I'll plead for you.
That's what I said. He's just catching his cruise, using somebody's life that is at stake to catch cruise. And for him to have said that is double standards. How could you? I was somewhere earlier today and I asked this question. These so-called bandits, are they fighting for a cause? Are they championing a cause? What is the cause they are championing? When Niger Delta youth took up arms against government, it was because they have degraded their environment. They no longer have life. Fishing could not be done. And then gas flaring had almost killed all the inhabitants of that area. So they want to have their life back. And when they were kidnapping to make statements. If you don't leave our land, we will not release these expatriates. And as soon as they move oil workers from their territory, they release those people without taking a kobo. You know that those ones are making statements. Now, when it got to Boko Haram, they said they don't want Western education. Now, that one can even be tolerated. But the bandits, what are they protecting? What do they want? A bandit that is protecting illegal miners to mine our collective patrimony without government approval. You are now saying, and in the process, they kill, maim, rape, and get away with it. So the few ones that are arrested, in no time, they get freed. until American government made some proclamations, we never heard of anybody, any terrorist being jailed in this country. And shortly after the Trump statement, they jailed 2 people, 20 years. Where are they serving? Nobody has told us. But when they jailed Nnamdi Kanu, we knew that he was taken from Abuja to Sokoto prison. Those 2 people that they said they have sentenced, where are they? We don't know. The correctional center where they are kept. So you can see the double standards in all of this. For me, Gumi is just acting a script that until government has the will to ask him some questions, we may not get to the root of this matter.
Okay, until government gets him to ask him some questions, we will not get to the root of this matter. Because I was asking, he's very curious that this man has information, he has intelligence, he knows where the terrorists are, and we are busy looking for them. We are busy looking for charges.
Because
so does it look like
he's part of them?
Why is okay? He's part of them
because they have so much confidence in him that is picking their minds.
Now that is the point. The government knows where this man is, and they are looking for some of these kingpins, and yet they cannot get this man to say, "Look, you have to take us to where he is." Does it look like government is shielding him? Does it look like he has something against the government that, look, if you touch me, I can spill the bean? What does it?
You see, what I see in Gumi is that his backers are very strong, and there are some interests that are external to this country that are fueling whatever Gumi is doing. Because the man has suddenly become untouchable. Nobody can question him. He just open his mouth and say anything, and he doesn't care because he knows that there won't be repercussion. How can you say somebody who has no intention of either protecting his people or supporting his people, suddenly, because he is able to, now, today, when last did you read about armed robbery in the newspapers? Armed robbers have transformed to kidnappers because it's more lucrative. Show me anybody in this country today that will keep 20 million naira in his house, waiting for armed robbers to strike. But 100 million can be paid in less than 2 days if you kidnap somebody of means. So, somebody is out there using his influence to openly support those people who took up arms against the state without any reason at all.
And the state is not saying anything. Now, he said something that is quite instructive. He said he could have powerful backers in government.
Yes.
And if not just in government, but outside.
Outside the country.
Now, let's look at the outside perspective. He went to Saudi Arabia sometime last year.
He was thrown back.
He was thrown out. Now, we have UAE that has given us 411 names of terror sponsors. That clearly shows you that, look, UAE is against terrorism of any form. So that was why they were able to release those names. In fact, 2 sets of names. And up until this moment,
nobody has told us these names.
But shortly before, about 2 weeks ago, Gumi was in Turkey. And it was in Turkey that he made very incendiary statements about Trump, having to go with a bloody nose if he comes to Nigeria. He cited the case of Afghanistan. He cited the case of Iran. And he said, look, what is even going on in Gaza? America has not been able to solve the problem. It was in Turkey. And again, so should we be looking at Iran and Turkey? Is it possible that these countries could be his backers? If he made those statements in Turkey, nobody censored him, he wasn't cautioned, and he came back. What does it speak?
It was convenient for him to make such statements in Turkey.
And you understand what Turkey represents?
Of course.
Recently,
yes.
Recep Erdogan has been, you're also battling insurgents, the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers' Party that is having problem over 40 years, in Iraq.
Interminable crisis
within that region.
Yeah. You know what? For me, I see it beyond a country giving support. But to what end will a country give support? Most of the legal miners that we see around, even up to Ede, I mean, Osun State here.
Yes.
Elisha Axis and Ife. They are Chinese.
Okay. Not Arabs.
Not Arabs. And what I see ultimately is another justful for Africa.
Okay.
And it appears that most of these Western nations, they just want a slice of the cake from Africa. And as long as we still have mineral resources embedded, because the shift is no longer about oil, because it's getting out of fashion with shale, with alternative energy like solar, nuclear power and all that. So now the attention is on mineral resources like gold, bauxite, uranium, lithium, and the rest of them. And we have it in abundance here. And I just hope that we will not have a repeat of what has been assailing Democratic Republic of Congo here. It was estimated that embedded in Democratic Republic of Congo is about $34 trillion
underneath
Republic of Congo. And what is the GDP of Congo today? How are the Congolese faring? In fact, you can't compare. There is no basis for comparison between Nigeria and Congo.
Okay,
with all the wealth.
Okay, so in all of this, if we reduce it to economic interest, of the
economic interest
power,
is there.
You think it has nothing to do with religious persecution and all of that?
You see,
or is it a blend of both?
You see, it will take a coloration of almost everything that had happened in the past. It's not a repetition of history.
Okay.
When the British, the Portuguese were coming, they came with Bible. Because they felt that, how many of these people shall we kill to grab whatever is in their country? Rather than kill them, why don't we soften their minds? They brought Bible. And it was used to soften our minds. Because they assumed that we are savages living on trees and all that. Now, when the Arabs wanted their own infiltration, they brought Islam through jihad. Now, they made nonsense of our tradition and culture and administrative setting. Ever before these guys came, we had our administrative settings in our various tribes. Yoruba had Oyomesi. Even this Ogboni that is degraded and derided.
We had very central governments.
Very central,
that spanned thousands of years,
So, but they came and we embraced them. It's the same thing that is going to happen now if guys not taken. So they will make sure that they bring economic, religious, ethnic coloration to this. So if you are not trapped in the economic sphere, you'll be trapped in the religious enclave or the ethnic enclave. And that is what is playing out in Nigeria today. Unfortunately, our leaders have not been able to rise above this shenanigans for us to live and live peacefully in the country and live among ourselves as brothers and sisters. I hope it will not escalate to the point that we'll be having a repeat of what happened in Rwanda between Hutus and Tutsis. Because any migration further beyond Niger, Kwara, Plateau, Benue is going to be tougher because religious issues will be raised.
Change and all of that.
A lot of things will be raised.
Now, I just hope that we don't get to the Rwanda spectacle, because if you look at Rwanda, it was basically between the Hutus
and the Tutsis
and the pygmies, who were very minority.
Yes.
Far and few in number. But in Nigeria here, so who is it going to be against you? You have Fulanis, you have Kanuris, you have Hausas, you have Igbos, Yoruba. We have more than 500 ethnic groups. So who will it be against you?
But there's a block.
Okay.
The block is
us versus them.
Yes. When it comes to religion, Do we have plural religion other than Christian and Muslim? Traditionalists, they are there. And the funny thing about traditionalists is, if you go to any traditionalist, you see that his name is Ahmed or Shola. Shola is a Christian.
John.
Or John. You know, John is a Christian. Ahmed is a Muslim by name and by birth. So his traditional belief is just secondary.
Anyway, I don't like to remember what went down in Rwanda because I read a lot and I also watched
the movie.
Rwanda. And
yes.
That. I mean, it's quite scary. I hope that we don't get to that level. Dele, before we leave this topic, I would like to ask you, now that Sheikh Gumi has come out to say, look, I can do this, you know, and a lot of people are throwing it out. No, it's not in your place to do that and all of that. You have to do some kind of soul searching for who you are first. Now, whose responsibility should it be, you know, to start making, because it's clear to everybody now that Nnamdi Kanu has become a political prisoner.
Yeah.
So essentially, what is required to get him out
political
of that
solution.
Is a political solution. So
which I've said more than 2 years.
Yes. Whose responsibility should it be to lead that track of political solution?
Now, charity, they say, begins at home. In all of these interventions, 80 to 90% of these interventions should not be made public. Yeah, not to talk of social media. Because it will continue to escalate it. People should go underground and genuinely commit themselves to this intervention for us to get results. Anything that has to do with posturing in the media, in the social media, and all that, we may not get to the root of this matter. And the longer we have this ding-dong affair over this young man, I call him young man because he's not 60 yet.
No, he's not.
You know? And so anything that will upset whatever negotiation that we want to put up will only keep this man longer than necessary.
Okay.
And the earlier this man comes out, the better. I was reading something the wife said on social media, and I looked beyond those words. I looked at her inner being, how she would have felt by now. It's like a lost battle. Now the woman is going to be torn between what next. If I go on with my life, I would have betrayed
that cause.
Somebody. I would have betrayed a cause. But here I am with blood and flesh that needs to have my life. Now, that alone is enough to cause depression.
Okay. Now, we have a lot of ground to cover. You said that, look, charity begins at home. It should be the call of the Igbo nation.
You don't need to make any...
Or should it be a national...
Wait, when I say charity begins at home, are these governors that are supposed to be leaders in the Southeast, are they genuinely committed?
That is the I was getting to that because we also understand that, look, that some Igbo elites are not interested in having him outside.
That is what I'm saying.
Which cause should it be?
So now, we need to have the buy-in of these governors. Even if they are not going to be the ones to lead this crusade, which I don't consider is expedient enough for media attention. But there are some other leaders, people like Anyaku, a respected diplomat, although old now, but his voice, no matter how feeble, is respected even beyond the shores of Nigeria. People of that caliber, who are apolitical, the Obi of Onitsha, a respected traditional ruler. People like that should come together without making any noise about it. Go underground, visit people that are supposed to be visited, use their diplomatic tactics, and see to it that there is urgent need to make sure that this thing is resolved in the interest of peace in this country. Because the point is, if there is a bedlam, nobody gains. Everybody is a loser. Because for me, those who are going to fight, they are not the likes of you and I who can read situations correctly. They will be led, they will be instigated. And
Okay.
when they are instigated, you never can tell.
Okay, there will be problem. All right, now then let's move on. Let's get into the second topic of discussion. Presidential advisor Bayo Onanuga has warned Peter Obi that the government will not forgive his remarks appearing to welcome possible U.S. military intervention in Nigeria. Well, the statement followed circulation of a video in which Obi said he will welcome Donald Trump's threatened intervention, a comment Onanuga described as an affront to Nigeria's sovereignty. Well, Obi talked about collaboration, not intervention. Collaboration with the Nigerian military, with the Nigerian government, to solve the problem. Trump recently ordered the Pentagon to prepare for potential action in Nigeria over what he called Christian genocide, citing attacks by Boko Haram, Islamic State West Africa, and armed header groups. Nigeria rejected the claim, with the foreign ministry insisting that violence affects all citizens and is not state-backed. While the president also stressed interfaith efforts, pointing to the appointment of a Christian defense chief. Obi later clarified that the video recorded on 23rd November referred to cooperation on security rather than support for foreign invasion. He criticized the government's handling of insecurity, citing reports that more than 10,000 people have been killed since May 2023, where he urged Abuja and Washington to pursue constructive diplomacy. Meanwhile, ongoing violence continues to claim lives, including recent killings in Kwara and widespread school closures in the north due to banditry. Tensions with the U.S. have also risen after Washington designated Nigeria a country of particular concern on religious freedom, prompting Abuja to send a delegation for talks aimed at easing the strain. Dele, what has it got to do with Peter Obi now? Is it Peter Obi that reported Nigeria to U.S.? Why is it all about Peter Obi all the time?
Truth be told,
okay,
why is government always apprehensive anytime Peter Obi makes a statement?
I was coming to that. Why?
Why? Is it that there is something that Peter Obi has that we don't know that threatens the existence of this government? That's one. Two, are we going to continue to live in self-denial that all is not well in Nigeria? If all was well, why did the federal government send delegation to the US? If all was well. Now, this President Trump said he would target, he would attack precise targets, which means he's not going to come to declare war against Nigeria. But even when we pretend not to know here, he, from his statement, is telling us that he knows where these people are, their operational base, what they take off from. And he said he has done it in this country before. American government has done it in this country before.
They rescued one of their own.
One of their own. And
without bloodshed.
Without bloodshed. They only took out those bandits that were guarding that man. And it was a high precision operation. And if you want to disorganize troops, take out the commander. And that's why Israel is always right on target. If they appoint a leader for Hezbollah today, or the other Hamas, Israel will target that leader within 1 month. It will bring it down. It will bring him down. So, if America is going to help us decimate and decapitate these marauders who had been pampered by the same federal government that says it doesn't want America to come, then so be it. I'm on the side of Peter Obi on this.
Okay.
Yes, they are not saying they are declaring war on Nigeria.
Exactly the point. Being on the side of Peter Obi, I want us to.
If we are able to tame these people, why would American government come? You think somebody like Gumi will operate in America?
So apparently, what they are coming to do is to close the vacuum that we created.
Yes.
So Dele, I would like for us to get some education here, because probably we are also guilty of the interpretive words that we use. What is the difference between collaboration, Nigerian military collaborating with the American military? What is the difference between collaboration invasion and intervention. These are three different words. But we use them interchangeably to the extent
it's not the same.
They are not the same.
You know,
so, give
collaboration.
Some education.
Collaboration entails sharing intel.
Okay.
Working out strategy.
Okay.
To make sure that this problem is solved.
Okay. Collaboration. Sharing intelligence.
Sharing intelligence. Okay. You know, working out strategies.
Okay.
And exchanging tactical maneuvering.
Okay. Operations and all of that.
You know, operations and all of that. But when you say invasion,
yes, invasion.
That means you have declared war.
And you even want to drag out the leadership.
And yes, you are invading.
Like a regime change.
And when you invade, you are likely to pursue total control of that particular space. That's invasion. And invasion, another word for invasion is war.
Okay.
You understand? Which one is the third one that we are talking about now?
We're talking about intervention.
Intervention is when you are overwhelmed and you don't know where to run to. Okay. And somebody says, my friend, I know you are assailed by this problem and you seem not to understand how to go about it. Let me intervene.
Okay.
Let me show you.
And probably that will lead to collaboration.
That will lead to collaboration.
Okay.
Because it is at the point that you are intervening in my affair that you now design collaborative strategies that will make me solve my problem.
All right, Dele, thank you very much for that very wonderful education now that you have given our people. I'd like for us to say, I want to go back to Peter Obi. Why Peter Obi always? Because we had the new, in fact, the man that was still struggling with his election as the new chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Turaki, senior advocate of Nigeria, called. He said, Mr. Trump, please come and save our democracy. We have problem in Nigeria and all of that. And Bayo didn't say anything. Daniel Bola didn't say anything. But the moment Peter Obi opened,
that was even more incendiary compared to what Peter Obi said.
Yet Bayo didn't say.
And that's why I said maybe there is something
that
we don't know.
Does it look like the government is jittery?
Particularly on the issue of Obi.
Okay.
It's like anything Obi says is tantamount to planning to take over government. And so different meanings will be ready to eat. I mean, and people would want to feel uncomfortable. But the point is, I think Bayo Onanuga was too fast to react to this. Because if he had taken his time to study this statement, the statement in any way, in any form, is not calling on American government to come and dominate Nigeria or to come and take over power from Nigeria. He's saying, you guys are overwhelmed. You seem not to have solution to this problem. We can collaborate through our intervention with support, maybe military hardware, intelligence, and all that, to make sure that these people are contained.
Okay. I also understand that you are very well versed in political communication. Does it look like Bayo is doing what he's supposed to do to ensure that there's a pushback on popularity and influence of Peter Obi?
No, you see, the point is, at some point, that's why I, as a person, I find it difficult to take positions like that.
Okay.
Because I'm not somebody that is
trying to twist narrative.
That is amenable to, pampering situation, with comfortable euphemism and all that. I would rather tell it the way it is. So, for somebody like me, I would have told whoever is bringing that to me, I said, sir, this man has not said anything that is untoward. We know that this problem is overwhelming and is only amplifying the voice of Nigerians that, look, we can't continue like this. Are we going to wait until these people, this Maruda, overrun the whole country?
Government to tell his principal that. Of course, the next minute to be let go.
Is that the end of
the way government is structured?
Is that the end of the world?
Maybe not.
It's not. For me, look at, I recall there was an incident that was, I think, was it reported or maybe through the grapevine?
Okay,
that
quickly.
somebody made certain comments in TVC. And when the president called him, he said, sir, if it is glaring that there is something wrong with this government.
Okay, I know the story.
That's, I have to say it.
Okay.
That I can't mortgage my conscience.
Okay,
that person, in spite of that, you know, is still with.
All right, Dele, we have about 7 minutes left and we have another topic. Before we get into that topic, like in 30 seconds, do you approve of collaboration between Nigeria and the United States?
Absolutely.
You think it wouldn't
And
cause
for
problems
it,
here?
what problem will it cause?
Okay.
Have we not had enough problem?
Because I'm asking about
with all the killings.
Places where America has intervened. How did it pan out? Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, and all of that.
America did not start the problem in Libya.
No, America is not starting a problem here. There's already a problem.
That's what I'm saying. As a matter of fact, there was no problem in Libya. It was the Tunisia problem.
Okay.
And it became a wildfire.
That's spiral.
I mean, it got to Syria now. If not for Russia,
so
that guy would have gone.
Okay, so American intervention, because we see people like Sheikh Gumi say, look, if you come here and you touch any Muslim, it's going to be a problem for you.
So which means that's an admittance that it was Muslims that was giving problem.
Yes, that's what he's saying. Because on the at the backdrop of Christian genocide.
No, I said, you see, if three of us are in a room and I look at you in the face, Chukuma, there's a thief in this room. The third person should know that it's the thief.
The thief that we are talking about. Okay.
It's the one we are talking about.
All right. Now let's get into it. There's another very interesting topic because the federal government, under the leadership of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has officially abolished open grazing nationwide, declaring it an offense. While speaking at the first National Council on Livestock Development in Yola, Minister Idi Mukhtar Maihar said open grazing has fueled years of deadly conflicts and unnecessary crises. He urged herders to adopt ranching, which he described as safer, more profitable, and better for cattle health. Maihar highlighted the ministry's ambitious livestock development drive, stating that the sector is projected to generate $74 billion in the next 5 years, with over $14 billion already earned. While Adamawa State Deputy Governor welcomed the minister, while the Senator and House Committee leaders praised the reforms and pledged strong legislative support, noting that livestock could soon rival oil and national revenue. I like that. Well, officials, including the ministry's permanent secretary, commended investors embracing ranching and praised Adamawa State for its progress in the sector. Honorable Tashiro Alawale Raji also lauded the end of open grazing, saying it removes a long-standing source of conflict between farmers and herders. Then do you think that this will work? Because I ask that in the light of the fact that in many of the states who have laws against open grazing, but they have not been enforced. But now it is coming from the central government that controls the police. Do you see the efficacy of this ban?
You see, one thing when I read that story, something just came to my mind. There must have been some behind the scene moves. Maybe between Mieti Allah, the representatives of government, National Assembly members and all that. But that's just a guess. But events in the next 6 months would show us if actually it's not just a way of dousing tension without necessarily doing what is supposed to be done. So, but for the minister to come up with that statement, there must have been meetings before that policy was announced. And, you know, one thing about this kind of thing is, most times, those that are involved, they have a way of talking to them. And if they want to listen, they will listen. But if they don't want to listen, no matter how hard you press it on them, and you just find out that without any confrontation with security agents, these people will conform. They have that. The difference between them and we in the South is we question authority. But those people up there, particularly the headsmen, they don't question authority. Maybe you saw a video where somebody was saying that we were headers with our sticks until people in government brought gun to us. Now, they are comfortable with those guns. They can't let go. So, the same people that gave them guns can also talk to them.
No,
That's where the political will is.
Political will. Now, I like the fact that you also brought political will into it. Then does it look like a coincidence that this is happening? You know, this ban is happening at a time when America is stoking fire. You know, guns are blazing, according to Donald Trump, and conflicts of coincidence are asked because this is happening, and we are going into 2027. You know how entrenched these interests are, and the president is coming out with this bold initiative, pushing ahead, especially knowing that he is going to injure very powerful interests. Let us say it as it is. You know that this open grazing is going to strike at the heart of a certain group of people. You know, so do you think that the president is going to push through all of this? Or like you said, well, let us make the statement soundbite, more like smoke screen, let things die down and we go back to normal. Which one is it for you?
For me, I have this hunch. I don't know where it's coming from. There must have been meetings.
Okay.
Then it is not lost on us that the pronouncement of Trump is also making some of these things happen. Because we have seen it. Those places where America failed, there was coercion at that time. Afghanistan was more like a monolithic country with Islam as the only religion. Yes. You understand? But here we are in Nigeria. So many ethnic groups that it is easier for America to operate here because some are even waiting for America to operate for their own liberation and all that.
All right.
So it could be a way of saying, look, it won't pay you guys if America should come. Because
so let's let things lie low.
Let this thing die down. Let's find a middle ground that people will say, no, don't worry, don't come.
All right, thank you very much. Dele, can you use 30 seconds to give us your parting shot on the issues that we talked about?
You see, my parting shot is we are going to be ultimate losers if we don't solve this problem and in time. Because where there is crisis, you can't think of development.
Okay.
You can't think of economic growth. You can't think of any other thing. You'll be so immersed and entrenched in solving problems.
Okay.
And
all right.
we will not get to the root.
All right. Thank you
problem.
very much, Dele. We are out of time. This is where we have to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dele Fanimo, for appearing on Political Lens. I appreciate your praises, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, Olusegun George, the Angels manager, Samuel, the sound engineer, Engineer Jerry, and the bus manager, Hassan, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena and Diomduto. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Carlo, which is the Deputy Speaker, seeking penalty for ransom negotiators, the Southeast reps calling for pardon for Kano, even as Gumi weighs into Kano's issue. Also, Atiku and Oshomole in war of words over Atiku's move to ADC. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Carlos, announced plans to introduce legislation within the next 6 months to criminalize government officials who negotiate ransom payments. Speaking at a special plenary session on national security, he argued that allowing unregulated amnesty or ransom dues fuels banditry and undermines justice. He disclosed that his proposal will include criminal penalties for such compromises. Beyond punishing ransom negotiators, Carlo is also calling for mandatory prosecution of all banditry suspects through Nigeria's criminal justice system rather than striking side deals. He further urged the acceleration of establishing state or local police forces and the use of modern equipment to bolster national security. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
I'm happy to be here.
Okay, you're welcome. Joining us virtually is Kinane Sam. He's a political affairs analyst. He was also the Rivers State Deputy Governorship candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general elections. He's an instrumentation and control engineer. Glad to have you join us today, Kinane.
Good evening, and thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, so let me start with you. You heard the deputy speaker saying that he wants to criminalize, or he wants to push for the law to criminalize ransom negotiations. Do you think that this is a good development? Do you think this is a development, what we should be looking at in the country today?
Yeah, good evening, viewers. For me, the National Assembly is never to be trusted. So any statement coming from their members for now are statements of fallacy as far as I am concerned, because they have not been doing their duty as lawmakers who are supposed to put the executive on their toes. Rather, what they've been doing is series of approval of loans for the executive. And presently, as it stands, they are more like a mole in the hands of the executive. I wouldn't take their statement seriously if not for the declaration by Trump that Nigeria as a CPC, that a country of particular concern. They have been there for long, and they are aware of every situation in the country. The insecurity did not start today. The insecurity has been there for many years, and let's just talk about their own plenary. It's been there since the beginning of the taking over by Tinubu, and nothing has been said about it. Rather, what they are good at is debating at this point now, and talking about putting laws in place. Even if they put laws in place that will criminalize negotiations, you will see that they will end up redefining what terrorism will be like, what other criminal activities will look like. For instance, we are talking about kidnapping. They will redefine kidnapping in a way that the law will not be able to hold any particular person responsible for kidnapping. So based on that, the National Assembly or any of their members, as far as I'm concerned, is never to be trusted. They are not worth our kind of trust in this country. So for him, yes, he may try what he wants to do and come out with his own pushing for them to criminalize it. Mind you, it's just one person in the house. What about the Northern Caucus that these things definitely are going to work against? Because so many government officials, as we are aware at this moment, are supporting and also sponsoring terrorism apart from the negotiation. So will they also sit and watch him put their leaders into a criminal situation like that? They will definitely argue it, or it could be an argument until the tenure is over. So him saying within 6 months, within that 6 months, if Trump really wants to declare Nigeria as a country of particular concern, the war over terrorism will almost be over, because America is not like Nigeria where they will pamper with them. With few days strike and seriousness, I'm sure those people will go back and then we have a rethink, because they are not going to joke with them. 6 months is too much. If I thought they mean business, how will you take 6 months to make a law that will criminalize negotiation with terrorism? This is 6 months is too much. They said when it comes to borrowing money, does it even take them 2 sittings? So why take a whole lot of 6 months for him to be able to bring that law? So for me, we've never taken them seriously, and I will not take them seriously, particularly for the fact that he wants 6 months. 6 months for what? So that's my take on it.
Okay, so while you were talking, you made mention of if Trump comes to Nigeria and, of course, carry out a threat like he has actually said he would, that the thing, the insecurity will become a thing of the past. Why are you so sure of this? Why are you very sure that this would actually be dissipated before 6 months, like you said?
Yeah, America is a very serious country, and while we are not expecting them to come and start fighting in our forest, I believe if they want to act in Nigeria, they will act in a way that is going to bring down insecurity. The fact is that they have made a statement and the world is watching. And Trump is not someone who will make a statement and go back on it. America is not a country that will make a statement and play around that statement. So while we are not expecting them, even if they have to come boots down on the ground, and we are sure if they mean it, they are going to stamp out these terrorists, because they know where they are, they know where they stay. And so they are not like coming from the space that they will just enter into Nigeria and disappear into space and you wait for them again to come. So I'm very sure they will do something within these 6 months. And he is very sure that America is a debate that is going on in America every day, much more than we are debating it here in Nigeria, because it's a concern to them, particularly the killing of Christians, because they cannot dissipate Christians from Nigeria. Nigeria is a Christian country. Nigeria is an Islamic country as well. And so one religion will not take prominence over the other. We have other religions in Nigeria that they also have the right to practice what they want to practice. So while with terrorists, Islamic terrorists come to stamp out Christians in Nigeria in like if they are having a jihad on the country. So that's my stake. America will surely come in, and I'm sure they will come in. They may not come boots on ground, but certainly they are going to put measures in place that will make us know that, yes, America has spoken. So when they speak, any other country they are talking about will take them seriously.
Okay, if I can hear you correctly, you're actually applauding, and you're applauding Trump coming down to Nigeria to do the needful. I will get back to you, but let me come to the studios. Dr. Peter, we know that ransom negotiations, it's the order of the day. And we also know that the reason for all of these negotiations sometimes is because of the state's inability to rescue victims. So why is it that, can government actually criminalize ransom negotiation without addressing the failure that has actually caused the negotiation in the first place?
The issue is this: what Benjamin Kanu is just saying is just mere talk. Understand? Rhetoric. So because when you are in government, you feel that you know, others don't know. Others don't know. What that's by giving you 6 months, it's just to deceive you. It's just to deceive you. This is November. 6 months is almost April or May of next year. By then, campaign has started. So who will be in the National Assembly that will do all this? You know, these guys think that they are fast. Understand me? Or that that they know something. One, assuming that this bill is even brought to the National Assembly, it will not go beyond the second reading, because all of them are involved. All of them are involved in this negotiation. Just imagine what Bayo Onanuga tweeted, that DSS sent a message to the bandits and they released the 38 worshippers in Kwara. DSS sent a message, which means DSS had their number. Do you understand that? DSS had their number, they sent a message, then DSS said, okay, the kidnappers said, go. Understand? So that they don't reason before they talk. That's my anger. He doesn't know the implication of that statement. DSS having the numbers of bandits. You have their number, you should allow them to be operating. They first of all kidnap, cause panic. That's to families. Understand? Cause families before you now send message. Release those people and they will obey you because you buy guns for them. So this shows you, for me, he just wants to talk because he is feeling ashamed. Understand? He is just trying to kind of gather momentum. Understand? Because all the promises that he made, he's with Tinubu, he has talked with Tinubu. Tinubu has promised him of releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Understand? He is number 6. He is number 5. So he's just trying to kind of build a self-confidence. And he doesn't even know all the way to go about it. You want to pass that's a law as important as insecurity. You are giving yourself 6 months. This shows you how unserious they are from A to Z. So for me, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't even worth us talking about it. It is a waste of time.
Okay, but do you really think that outlawing negotiation, do you think it would push kidnappers toward more violent tactics, if at all this happens and negotiation is outlawed?
The issue is this. It cannot be out. That law can never see the light of day in the country because it is going on a daily basis. All strata of government is involved. Local government is doing it. State is. You heard what Yarofai said, that Kaduna State government paid 1 billion. So, and the Sheikh Gumi is the negotiator in chief. So, do you want to throw Sheikh Gumi into the unemployment market? The answer is no. So it's just a waste of time.
Okay, let's come to you, Kinane. Are there mechanisms? Do you think that some mechanisms should exist to hold security agencies accountable for failed rescue missions? Because we've actually we've had so many failed rescue missions in the country. Of course, we just had one recently. They said they rescued people, and then we can't even see any of the bandits who was apprehended, or we didn't even see any of the bandit who was killed. But some persons say some rescue missions were, as in some persons were rescued. So what are there? Should there be mechanisms? Can there be mechanisms to hold security agencies accountable when rescue missions fail in the country?
Yeah, let's look at this narrative. For me, there has never been any failed rescue mission in the country. What we have been witnessing is their own narrative to deceive Nigerians. If the military wants to go for rescue, certainly they will rescue Nigerians. Like we have said, a good number of the National Assembly members or reps and are part of this, their so-called banditry. They are the ones who are the administrators of the operations. They are the ones who will come out with their own narrative for us to hear that there has been an effort by government. In reality, there has never been any failed rescue. I'm sure the military knows what to do if they are given the free hand to go for rescue or even ensure security within the region. Because they are benefiting from it, they try to restrict them from doing their duty as trained soldiers of this country. When it was time for them to go and do rescue missions abroad, they went and they succeeded. Is it here in Nigeria that they cannot succeed if they are given the free hand? So the narrative they are telling us just to deceive us. In reality, we have heard statements by a lot of military officers how they are being controlled from taking out actions. In fact, we are all aware, it's all available on the social media for some of those officers who refused to do their bid, how they have punished them. Some of them were even court-martialed. Some of them were even threatened to sack them from the army. And so you will see that everything you are seeing now is just, in fact, for Nigeria, let's understand one thing. It is only the declaration of Trump that has made us feel that something is happening in this country. They have done worse than this before and nothing happened. But just because of that declaration, that the president has decided to make a very strong statement and even cancel his own movement. Otherwise, we've seen situations where kidnapping was going on, even went as close as a few kilometers from that place, was not able to go there to console the people who were killed, the shooting that was done in those churches. So what are we talking about? Why should we trust them? They are a kind of people that do not deserve our trust anymore. We've lost hope in them. And the only thing we are looking forward to now is what America can do to save Nigeria. Otherwise, all their intention is to Islamize Nigeria by force, to ensure that they keep attacking people, attacking churches. And then whenever you see kidnapping like this is when their money is not coming in, they will kidnap those people, take them into the bush so that people like Gumi will come and negotiate for billions for them. After all, we should be asking ourselves, what is the role of Gumi? What is his role? Is it a special, on any special assignment by the government that he will be negotiating with the bandits, sitting among the bandits, throwing his legs and feeling so excited? And government has done nothing about it. Rather, they will look at innocent person who is demanding for his right, and that's the one they will be keen on engaging. So we have the issue of the government. We have the issue of the military on its own part, because most of those head of services are the people who are pushing the jihad indirectly, not knowing that their position as officers has put them in a place of neutrality. But now they are pushing ahead of their religion because they just want to believe it's religion that will make the difference. Imagine the statement by one of them recently that Nigeria has failed us and we should just believe in our God to save us. If we have to believe in our God to save us, yes, our God will send a helper and we think that the helper is available now. So I don't think there's any measure you can put in place if there's no sincerity in the leaders of these troops, the people who are in charge of these commanders of this troop. If there's no sincerity in them, there's no measure you can put in place that will ensure that we do not have failed rescue anymore. We'll continue to have failed rescues as long as they are not sincere to the duty that has been given to them by government.
Okay, and before I come back to the studio, you made mention of something while you were talking. You said the soldiers or the military have not been given free hand. Can you speak on that? What makes it? Why do you think, or why did you say that the military hasn't been given free hand to operate?
Yeah, it's obvious to all of us. It is just of recent that the president and the commander-in-chief has been able to come out with very strong statements that they should be able to apprehend the terrorists and then make sure they are all apprehend the terrorists and make sure that any form of terrorism is cut down. Long before now, he's been in office for over 2 years now. Have we had such statement from him? No. And so I feel that what they were doing was just deceiving the masses, camouflage. And I've also said that there have been testimonies from officers who came from those regions telling us how they have been prevented from going deep into the forest or even releasing them when they are caught. We are also aware of situations where very tough members were arrested and they would be released either under the pretext that they escaped. How would they be escaping from prison when we know that these people are criminals and you tell us that they escape? Is it not a deliberate attempt? So if people keep escaping from our prisons, then what is the prisons there for? For me, they are only jeopardizing the life of those soldiers, particularly soldiers from the west and the southern region of this country. And if you have interaction with them, you will see that most of the time that they want them to go into the forest where they will be they'll wait for them along the road, and mostly when they are in command of those tough officers from the southern part of the country, you will hear that they have been ambushed because they will relate information to them. How will they ambush soldiers and you will tell me that they are giving free will or free hand to go and stem out terrorism? So based on all this one, you will know that they are not giving any free hand. What they are doing is just letting the people to feel that, yes, they are fighting terrorism. Rather, they are only putting the life of these people in danger. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back to the studios. Dr. Peter, shouldn't the focus be on preventing kidnapping rather than regulating the response to kidnapping?
Well, Nigeria, we are reactionary in nature. We are reactionary in nature because when you are reactionary, there's always money to be made. Do you understand me? There's always money to be made, and that's part of corruption. Understand? You see a building that is defective, you have to first of all wait for it that to collapse on people before you now come for evacuation, so that people will bring money and other things. So on the you ask a question of soldiers and free hand. I have been to many different barracks and witnessed the way the rigors of their training, which these bandits would not even have up to 10% of it. Do you understand me? I have gone to different barracks and see the way these guys train. So if you give them a chance, say, go and wipe these people up, they will do that under 1 month. The bandits, the terrorists have no training anywhere. They have no facilities to training. Why they are still operating is because of two things. Emotion. Some people are sympathetic to them and they are releasing information to them. Two, corruption. Some people are benefiting from this war that is going on. Because if the war stops, or the money being budgeted will also stop. So they will not want the sugar in their mouth now to dry up. And not that the Nigerian soldiers don't have what it takes to wipe them off in a month. They cannot withstand the firepower of Nigerian soldiers. So why they are still operating is because of interest. The other time somebody say that these people that you want to kill are our brothers, they are our fathers, they are this and that. That's showing sympathy for them and not now forgetting the families that they have wiped out. Understand? I know families that used to be 7, 8, they are now just 1, 2 in a whole family. So they are not sympathizing. That's what Gumi said, that she doesn't care about the victims, that is concerned is the attack. That he doesn't care about the victims, that is concerned is the attack, that the attack will make things worse. So families who have been wiped out, no sympathy for them. So that is, and the question whether who is Gumi representing. We know that a governor cannot direct an officer, understand, or that's in the army, understand. The command, the order will always come from the headquarters. Then for soldiers to be accompanying Gumi to go and negotiate, which simply means that order is coming from the headquarters, that those soldiers should accompany him. If not, there's no way a Nigerian soldier will just follow Gumi into the bush. So you can see what's happening everywhere is compromise, is corruption, is sentiment. And the only savior that you have is America.
But should someone like Gumi be allowed to walk freely?
Because of the geopolitical zone, that he is geographically correct. And that's why he can say anything and get away with it.
What do you mean he's geographically correct?
Because of where he came from. What he's saying, I cannot say it.
So you're saying because he's a northerner?
Because of the part of the country that he come from. You remember the day that Gumi said you was telling Nigerian soldiers, don't provoke the bandits. Do you understand? I cannot tell Nigerian soldiers, don't provoke IPOB. They will arrest me immediately. So he is geographically correct. And once you are geographically correct, whatever you become untouchable.
But should that be the case?
There are difference between how things are and how things are supposed to be. That's how things are in Nigeria.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. The Southeast Caucus of the House of Representatives has formally urged President Bola Tinubu to grant a presidential pardon to Nnamdi Kanu, the convicted leader of IPOB. The lawmakers say releasing him would open a space for broader engagement among the federal government, elected leaders, and community stakeholders, a step they see as vital for long-term peace in the region. They argue that his continued detention has escalated tension in the Southeast, causing social disruption, economic strain, and fear, and that a political solution grounded in Section 175 of the Constitution would signal inclusiveness, healing, and national unity. Meanwhile, Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmed Gumi has thrown his weight behind the notion of clemency, but with a caveat. Gumi said he would personally lead calls for Kanu's release if the IPOB leader sincerely shows remorse and publicly calls for peace. He noted historical precedents pointing to past amnesties granted to controversial figures, and argued that a non-kinetic, dialogue-first approach to Nigeria's security challenges could yield more sustainable results. Yeah. Okay. Let's come to our virtual guest. Kinan, are you still with us? Are you still with us? Okay, we lost connection with him. Hopefully, he'll get to rejoin us during the show. Let me come to you, Dr. Peter. This presidential pardon that the reps are calling for, do you think that is the way to go?
Well, first of all, the Southeast caucus in the House of Rep, who signed on the statement.
Okay.
It's a question I'm asking.
Okay.
Huh?
I don't know who signed the statement.
Was it signed at all?
I don't know. I will check.
Okay, so that shows you the cowardice in these people. The issue is this, but what he should have known is that those things that they are talking about is what those who jailed Nnamdi Kanu want. That states that those House of Reps members are talking about social and economic destruction is exactly what they want. Understand? They want the seat at home to continue. They want the security in the southeast to continue. They want the social disruption to continue. So the sentence is not just, the target is not Nnamdi Kanu, it is Igbo people. It is Igbo people. And because they know that if Nnamdi Kanu is set free, the seat at home will come to an end. Because there will be no need of anybody calling for seat at home on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu is free. So, and they know how many billions that are being lost every Monday in the southeast. That is exactly what they want, so that Southeasterners will continue to be losing that the money. Well, his lawyers has gone for an appeal, and since they have jailed him, he is now qualified for presidential pardon and amnesty. So, if they want to pursue the amnesty, fine and good. Then let his legal team continue with the appeal. But what those that jailed him want is that disruption, social and economic disruption in the southeast, and that is the main reason why they jailed him. So the target is not just Nnamdi Kanu, but to get at the Igbo people. But I thank God that on the 20th, they were disappointed, because they had hoped that immediately Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced, there will be violence in the southeast, so that they will have the opportunity of shooting people, which did not happen. So I commend the Southeasterners for their maturity and calmness, and I pray that they will continue that same way, because it shouldn't be falling into the trap of your enemies.
Okay, the communique was issued at the end of the meeting, and it was read by Ebonyi, one of the lawmakers of Ebonyi State. That is Idu Igariwe.
Okay.
So 42 members of the Southeast Caucus was actually the one who came together for this particular call for pardon or
Okay.
saying,
Let them continue. I will not tell anybody that to stop. Understand? Let them continue, and also let his legal team also continue.
But do you think that the pardon, if granted, can actually heal the region and ensure stability in the region?
If Nnamdi Kanu is set free today, peace in the southeast, that insecurity in the southeast will be reduced by over 70%. Insecurity, I cannot say that there will be total peace in the southeast because there's nowhere in the world that there's total, even in America, there's no total peace. But if Nnamdi Kanu is set free today, those who are calling for sit at home will not have any reason to call for sit at home. Those who are saying that they are engaging in one criminality or the other to put pressure on government to release Nnamdi Kanu will not have any reason of doing that. So insecurity will reduce, and not that it will come to an end, because we still have some bad guys in the southeast. Understand? An armed robber has nothing that to gain with Nnamdi. It will not stop. We will not stop with Nevada's activity because of Nnamdi Kanu is out. A kidnapper will not stop kidnapping because Nnamdi Kanu is out. But those who are agitating because of Nnamdi Kanu will have to stop it. So that's what I mean that insecurity will reduce in the southeast.
Okay. Let's talk about this Shea Gumi statement.
No, I don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to talk about it?
I don't want to talk about it.
Is there a reason you don't talk about it?
It means nothing to me.
Okay.
Because Gumi himself is a terrorist.
Okay. One of the things that he says, I know you don't talk about it, but he compared amnesty that were granted to other persons, and of course some presidents or past presidents had granted amnesty to some persons. How does Nnamdi Kanu's case compare to all those other amnesty cases are there granted amnesty? Is there anything? Are there similarities or are there differences in those cases?
The president of the country, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, has the constitutional right to grant anybody amnesty, no matter the offense that the person committed. Even if the person has killed 1 million people, the president has the power to grant that amnesty to the person. So there's no need comparing whether this person said something or did something.
Okay, the call for pardon by these caucus, would you say is driven by genuine reconciliation effort or by political survival ahead of the next election?
Well, I listen to James Omoto short because it's good that we will continue to be mentioning his name so that history will be taking note. I listened to James Omoto short's statements from the beginning to the end. He never said that Nnamdi Kanu did this. All he was saying was that Nnamdi Kanu said, Nnamdi Kanu incited. Understand? He never said that Nnamdi Kanu stabbed anybody. He never said that Nnamdi Kanu killed anybody. So he was not tried for murder. He was not tried for murder. He was not tried for arson. Understand? He was simply tried because of the geopolitical zone that he came from. Because other people have said worse things, and and are still walking about free. Like Gumi. Gumi has said far worse things than what Nnamdi Kanu said. But he has not even spent an hour in detention. So that shows you that we have different laws for different people in the country.
Okay, should a pardon be tied to specific conditions? May probably say renunciation of violence, disbandment of whatever, or regional reconciliation forums. Should a pardon be tied to something? Or should the pardon just be given to Kanu without any conditions attached to it?
I will use South Africa for example. When Nelson Mandela was in prison, the apartheid government used to call him, if we release you from prison, will you stop this agitation for freedom? You understand? So have you seen that it was tied to something? Understand? So I don't know, but now about Mandela said the no for 27 years. He was telling them, no, I will not go on exile. I will not stop this the call for my people to be free. He was saying that for 27 years. So that shows you that pardon is always tied to something.
Okay, let's move on. Senator Adams Oshiomhole has criticized former Vice President Atiku Abubakar following his defection to the African Democratic Congress, ADC, saying the move does not strengthen Atiku's claim of being capable of fixing Nigeria. Oshiomhole argued that Atiku's long association with the PDP did not translate into stability or ideological clarity for the party, insisting that someone who could not reform his own political platform cannot convincingly promise to reform the country. He maintained that Atiku's political transitions reflect personal ambition rather than national interest. Responding sharply, Atiku's camp, through his senior special assistant on public communication, Frank Shaibu, accused Oshiomhole and the APC of attempting to divert attention from what he described as the ruling party's legacy of failure. Shaibu said Oshiomhole lacks the moral standing to question Atiku's leadership credentials, pointing to economic hardship, insecurity, and widespread public dissatisfaction under the APC. He added that Atiku's move to the ADC represents a fresh political direction, one he says the APC fears because it challenges their hold on power. Yeah, Dr. Peter, what do you make of this Oshiomhole's statement?
Well, I want to say that that's to start with. I trust Atiku Abubakar far more than I trust Adams Oshiomhole. Understand? And if two of them are to contest for one political position, and I have vote, I will vote for Atiku Abubakar. He's far more credible. He's far more honest. He's far more responsible than Adams Oshiomhole. And I know two of them very, very well. Understand? I know two of them very, very well. So what he's just saying is to divert attention from this security that's happening in the country. What happened in Nigeria in the last 12 days has never happened since independence. So they are just trying to redirect people's attention. So Atiku has every right to move to any party that he wants. PDP had been hijacked by the APC. I was even one of the first that started calling for Atiku that to leave PDP if you really want to contest a presidential election, because PDP it's in ICU and will continue to be in ICU. So Adams, that has no integrity, has no honesty, understand? He succeeded in deceiving those who don't know him, but I know him. And he did not deceive me.
Okay. But would you say that ADC is becoming a refuge for displaced politicians?
I don't know.
Or is it a genuine alternative
I don't know what
platform?
you mean by refuge. It is a political party.
Because almost all of them are actually looking like they are all running into ADC.
It is a political party like any other party in the country. So I don't know if ADC is a refuge. All the governors that are the campaign, they're also the campaign into APC, which is a refuge.
Okay. Can we have your concluding thoughts, please, on what we have discussed?
Well, and let me start with the last one on article on Adams or Sean Monday. Atiku has every right to move into any party that he feels like entering. And there's no way he will have remained in APC, in PDP, which they have hijacked. I feel that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us, being in the studio today. And thank you, Kinane, for joining us virtually. And that's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. We want you to follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOPTV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Paraputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. More. Not be all the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear, especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing. Child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside is called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice
every breath matters. Let it. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends, and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsios. He is good music, politics, talk shows.
And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind Day, but last, more than No Mind Day. More. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I will find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
At the Blue Roof Arena in Keja, hundreds gathered as Lagos State government once again extended a helping hand to vulnerable residents across the state. The event had Eco Listens Financial Assistance Program, saw checks presented to more than 1,000 beneficiaries, carefully selected from all 20 local government areas and 37 LCDAs.
Through initiatives like this, we strengthen the social contract between the government and citizens to show that the Sanwo-Olu administration cares about our people, irrespective of class, irrespective of religion, irrespective of ethnicity. Today, we are disbursing 460 million naira, and this is not the first time this year, nor will it be the last. So as we move toward the end of this year, more beneficiaries will be receiving their checks also. So as we keep extending our support to those who need it the most. So far, historically, Eco Cares has made a real difference in the life of over 8,100 individuals, while Eco Listens has lent a helping hand to more than 8,690 beneficiaries. Last year, 2024, we distributed 1.1 billion to 2,477 residents throughout the states. So for this year, we have set aside 1.6 billion to assist additional 2,850 beneficiaries.
Since inception in 2020, the initiative has touched the lives of more than 16,000 residents, providing financial aid and economic relief to those in need. Special Advisor on Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, Dr. Afolabi Abiodun Tajuddin, said the program reflects on inclusive governance, ideals of Sanwo-Olu administration.
The beneficiaries of today's financial assistance were meticulously selected from a pool of approximately 5,000 applicants received this year, spanning all 20 local government areas and 37 LCDAs area of the state. Notably, women constitute about 46% of the selected recipients. This ongoing initiative continues to open avenues for economic inclusion and stability, reaffirming the government's unwavering commitment to poverty reduction and the creation of opportunities for every Lagos resident to thrive, even in the face of prevailing economic challenges.
Some beneficiaries could not hide their joy, describing the support as timely and life-changing.
Through the office of the legislative and civic engagements, actually, I plan to use the money to boost my farming business, and with great ecstasy, I would like to appreciate or express my gratitude to the Lagos State government for this kind gesture they are doing for us.
With the latest disbursement, the Lagos State government says it is reaffirming its commitment to equity, compassion, and opportunity for all. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
Well, hello and welcome to Neza on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Uguche.
And I am Nena Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. 24 kidnapped Kebbi schoolgirls regained freedom.
Also, Tinubu orders full security cordons in Kwara, Niger, Kebbi Forest.
IG pledges sustained police operations.
And Kwara sets up committee on bandit attacks.
Deputy Speaker proposes penalties for officials who negotiate ransom.
Sanwo-Olu presents 4.24 trillion naira budget proposal.
On the foreign scene, Israel receives remains of Gaza hostage.
Well, in business news, CBN retains interest rate at 27%.
In sports, FIFA keeps top seeds apart in World Cup draw.
Well, in the world of entertainment, DJ Neptune laments sidelining of veteran artists. On the news, in detail, the 24 schoolgirls abducted from Government Girls Secondary School in Maga, Kebbi State, have been rescued. By Onanuga, Special Advisor to President Bola Tinubu on Information and Strategy, confirmed the rescue. He said President Tinubu welcomed the development and praised security agencies for their relentless efforts in securing the students' release.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has ordered a total security cordon over Forest and Kwara State following recent kidnappings and terrorist activities. He has also directed the Air Force to expand air surveillance over remote forest areas where the terrorists are believed to be hiding. An advisor to the President on Media and Public Communications, Sunday Diary, disclosed on X that the directive also covers the Kebbi and Niger State axis where many people expected to be rescued. Dari said 24-hour air surveillance will complement boots on the ground in the operations.
Well, in a related development, Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has assured that the Nigeria Police Force will continue its operations until peace is fully restored in Kebbi State and across the country. He gave the assurance during a sympathy visit to Governor Nasir Idris at the Government House in Benin, Kebbi. The IGP expressed concerns over the abduction of 25 students from Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School, MAGA, describing the attack as an act of terror meant to instill fear and disrupt education. He said the police have expanded deployments and strengthened intelligence sharing with other security agencies. Egbetokun stressed that restoring security in Kebbi is vital to stability in the Northwest and reaffirmed the police commitment to work with the state government to track down the perpetrators and protect communities. Governor Idris commended the IGP for his prompt visit and ongoing interventions. He also acknowledged the recent deployment of armored personnel carriers and other assets to vulnerable areas, noting that the state had enjoyed relative calm before the incident. He pledged continued support for federal efforts to curb banditry and restore lasting peace.
In the meantime, Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdulrazak has set up a cabinet-level security committee to develop alternative short- and long-term strategies to curb further security breaches in the state. The committee is chaired by Deputy Governor Kayode Alabi, with Olufunke Shitu from the office of the head of service serving the secretary. Other members include Special Advisor on Security Brigadier General Saliu Bello, Commissioner for Local Government and Community Development Abdullahi Bata, Senior Special Assistant on Security Muhyiddin Aliyu, Special Assistant on Security Moshood Gobi, and one local government chairman from each of the 3 senatorial districts. According to a statement by the governor's chief press secretary, Rafiu Ajakaye, the committee will engage key stakeholders, including traditional rulers, to develop a Kwara-specific security strategy aimed at strengthening public safety.
Well, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, is proposing penalties for government officials who negotiate ransom payments with the legislative plan expected in the next 6 months. Speaking at a special session on national security, Kalu said the move would help address rising insecurity in Nigeria. He also called for improved policing, including speeding up the creation of state or local police forces. The session comes amid heightened insecurity, with recent weeks seeing gunmen abducting school children and worshippers in parts of the country.
Elsewhere, Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has ordered an immediate strengthening of security across Abuja, directing intensified surveillance at all border points linking the FCT to neighboring states. In response, the newly activated Operation Sweep Squad, a joint force of the military, police, DSS, and other security agencies, has been deployed to strategic locations across the territory. Briefing a team, FCT Commissioner of Police, CP Mila Dantawaye, said the operation is designed to enhance synergy among security agencies and deliver a decisive blow against crime in the FCT. He noted that the minister not only initiated the operation, but also provided strong logistical support to ensure its effectiveness. Dantawaye, joined by other security heads, said service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police have fully approved the operation, which comes at a critical time as security risks typically rise during the Yuletide season. He added that the squad will prioritize areas most vulnerable to kidnapping, banditry, and other violent crimes, assuring residents of a visible, coordinated security presence across the FCT.
Well, moving on, the Nigeria Union of Teachers is calling for urgent action to stop the rising attacks on schools nationwide. NUT National President Audu Amba made the appeal at a news conference in Abuja. He condemned the recent attacks in Kebbi and Niger states, describing them as barbaric, unacceptable, and a direct assault on Nigeria's education system. Amba expressed outrage over the killing of a vice principal and a security guard and the abduction of at least 24 female students from Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School, Maga, in Kebbi State. He also denounced the kidnapping of more than 300 pupils and students, along with 12 staff from St. Mary's Catholic Primary and Secondary Schools in Papiri and Gwara local government area of Niger State.
Still in the news, the Federal Ministry of Education has launched the Inspire Lives online real-time classes initiative, a nationwide digital learning program aimed at improving access to quality education for school children across Nigeria. In a statement signed by the Director of Press and Public Relations, Folashade Boriowo, the minister described the initiative as a groundbreaking effort to ensure equitable learning opportunities for every Nigerian child. The program is designed to tackle long-standing challenges in the sector, including shortages of qualified teachers and frequent disruptions to learning. For junior secondary school students, available subjects include basic science, mathematics, English, ICT, agricultural science, basic technology, civic education, French, physical education, religious studies, history and business studies. Senior secondary school learners will have access to subjects such as biology, chemistry, physics, English, mathematics, economics, geography, agricultural science, technical drawing or catering craft, civic education, and automobile mechanics.
While in another development, INEC Chairman Joash Amupiton has administered the oath of office to Professor Adeniro Tella as a resident electoral commissioner, stressing that the commission will not tolerate any compromise in the conduct of elections. Speaking at the swearing-in ceremony in Abuja, Amupiton described the occasion as a solemn call to duty, adding that Tella is being entrusted with a profound responsibility at the front line of Nigeria's democracy. He said the REC's role is central to safeguarding the will of the people, emphasizing that INEC's mission is a moral and legal duty we owe to every citizen. Amonkwitan urged Stella to uphold the highest standards of professionalism, adhere strictly to INEC guidelines and the Electoral Act, and focus on transparency and boosting voter confidence. He added that the Commission remains determined to combat all forms of election rigging, including vote buying.
Here in Lagos, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has presented a 4.24 trillion naira budget proposal for 2026 to the State House of Assembly, describing it as a transformative plan for inclusive growth. Presenting what he called the last full-year budget of the administration, Sanwo-Olu said the proposal builds on the 2025 budget of sustainability and advances the state's long-term development goals. He tagged the 2026 spending plan the budget of shared prosperity. Governor Sanwo-Olu said the budget is anchored on 4 pillars: a human-centered approach, modern infrastructure, a thriving economy, and effective governance, all aligned with the Themes Plus agenda. The governor also outlined Lagos State's progress in 2025 across education, healthcare, social protection, transport, housing, the environment, agriculture, and technology. Governor Sanwo-Olu praised the House of Assembly for its cooperation, saying the partnership has supported Lagos' journey from stability to reform, expansion, and now shared prosperity. Speaker Modashiru Obasa commended the governor's performance and assured that the Assembly will give the budget accelerated consideration.
In a related development, Governor Charles Soludo has presented a 757 billion naira budget estimate for the 2026 fiscal year to the Anambra State House of Assembly. He made the presentation on the floor of the House in Oka in the presence of stakeholders and government officials. Our correspondent Undo Palize has the full report.
Gear 3.0 continuation of solution agenda said it represents over 24% increase from the 606 billion naira budget being executed under this 2025 fiscal year. He explained that the increase in capital expenditure is to accommodate the 5 cardinal pillars of his administration and to birth the expected Dubai Taiwan in Anambra State.
Our focus in 2026 is to deepen and consolidate the foundations laid in our first tenure, while also introducing new legacy projects that will define Anambra's future for decades to come, while delivering across the 5 pillars of the solution agenda. Our central priorities remain security, law and order, infrastructure and economic transformation, human capital development.
Soludo noted that there is a budget deficit of about 29%, but says he intends to operate what he called a hybrid financing that might include borrowing to make up for the deficit.
In the coming weeks, we will be partnering to launch an aggressive technology-driven renewal of our revenue system, blocking root linkages, widening the tax net, supporting willing taxpayers, and enforcing compliance where necessary. In the Anambra, we must all join hands. The future we see cannot be funded by wishful thinking.
Earlier in his speech, the Speaker of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Somto Chukwudeze, said the legislature will be diligent in scrutinizing the estimate, even as it promised accelerated processing of the budget. He said the House is desirous of assisting the governor in delivery of democracy dividends, but assured that they would not be found wanting in the oversight functions at the implementation stages.
However, Mr. Governor, as we receive the 2026 budget proposal today, we must emphasize that appropriation carries particular significance. This budget will set the tone for your second tenure and will largely determine the legacy of the Soludo administration. It is the foundation upon which the next 4 years will be built. The expectations of Indian Anambra are high, and rightly, so given the renewed mandate they have bestowed on you, this budget must therefore be bold, strategic, and implementable. A document that not only continues the momentum of the first tenure, but accelerates it well.
Ndo Opaleze, VOP TV News.
Undu, thank you. Well, joining us virtually to analyze the news is Opeyemi Ogunlami. He is a human rights activist. Opeyemi, thank you for coming aboard.
Yeah, thanks for having me with you tonight.
It's a pleasure. So let's hit the ground running, shall we? Now, the 24 schoolgirls abducted from a government girls' secondary school in Maga, Kebbi State, have been rescued. Now, this is coming on the heels of the 38 worshippers in Kwara State who we understand were released after the DSS and the military called the abductors and asked them to release the abductees. What do you make of this? This is success, would you say?
To be candid, I feel that none has been soiled into illegality. And then it's so glaring that people at the helm of affairs in Nigeria are not really taking us towards the right direction for that was played for a past government. That was played for a past government. So in order to play and to soil this government also into the bad light of the people, to the people, they had to play the same card the opposition yesterday, who is now in power. The card they had played is what they are giving back. So, and the lives of Nigerians are the pounds in the hands of politicians. So, whatever kidnapping issue that is happening in Nigeria is just a game. So, the oppressed, or let me say the people of Nigeria, are just the pounds in the hands of the politician. Our lives mean nothing to them. They are just playing jokers with our lives. So getting people kidnapped has become the order of the day. in our nation that politicians can use to dent the image of another. This was the same card they play for the incompetent government of Goodluck Jonathan, to also show that this government is also incompetent. They had to play the same card back, and that's just what's happening. So I see nothing to it than that the fact that Nigerians mean nothing. The lives of Nigerians mean nothing to our politicians, nothing more.
Okay, one of the things that Bayo Onanuga, who is special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on information and strategy, has said that he had actually said that the president welcomes his development and praises security agencies for their relentless efforts in securing the students' release. Does it mean you don't toe this line? You don't actually applaud our security agencies for actually achieving this feat?
How can I praise a government that liaises with bandits, with kidnapper? This is not the right path. It means that all the terrorism that is happening in our nation, government is aware of them all. For government to call kidnapper, perhaps they paid ransom or not, and they got our girls released, means that whatever that is going on, the government is aware of it from day one. And for the fact that this government could get these girls back, the government actually played a card to show superiority in the game over the previous government. And to what I have said, we are the one that lost. Nigerians, we are the one that lost in the hands of our politicians. That's all I say about it.
You know, Opami, you keep calling this whole thing a game, but I don't think Nigerians...
It's a game. It's a game. It's a game. The hunger, the today is a game. I'm telling you, if it were to be another government in place, we will still say something will come up. People in the past had sold the government of Goodluck Jonathan. They sold that government into the pit of rubbish, and then they want to have their own government and then enjoy what they would do. They want to enjoy their own administration. How could they enjoy it when they have played a dirty game with the government in the past? Don't forget that their subsidy was a game. They said it. That yes, they knew that subsidy will be removed, and Goodluck Jonathan removed it. They changed the game for Goodluck Jonathan. They turned it to protests. Now they have done worse than what Goodluck Jonathan did. That was a card they played for him there. Now they are playing the card of kidnapping at this moment. At this moment when Nigerians need to rest their head and see a way out of the penury and the anguish they have put us. But unfortunately, our politicians just want to score a card, and then they are playing it, and one is coming out of it. One is actually showing superiority over the other. If we have seen that game happen, being played through subsidy, we are seeing it being played through kidnapping of our girls. So for me, I would not count it as any other thing. It has been proven, it has been tested, it has been seen that our politicians are playing games with our lives.
You know, Opayemi, you said something earlier on about the game the opposition was playing when it was then President Goodluck Jonathan. In fact, we have it on record. A former governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, he came out to say that then ACN knew that removal of subsidy was the germane thing to do, but they were just playing politics by protesting. But let's move on, shall we? Still along the lines of the fight against terrorism and against insecurity, President Bola Tinubu has ordered a total security cordon over forests in Kwara State following recent kidnappings and terrorist activities. So much money has been pumped into buying equipment for the military to fight this fight, you know, to give these terrorists a run for their money. But what's happening to all of the equipment that's been bought? I mean, we heard after the kidnapping in Kebbi State that there was a joint task force that was put together to comb the forests. Looks like the same thing is happening in Kwara. What happened to the drones that were bought and all, you know, air surveillance and all of that? I mean, what's your take?
The government will keep channeling their strength. Don't forget now that there are a lot of terrorist groups now in Nigeria. and everyone wants to just make money, make business from it. Whichever one that is coming up that government is yet to be aware of, they will clamp down on them. But the idea happening in Kwara State, the government also wants to show that they have given some effort to them. They will call it laudable efforts, so that the international government can see that the government is on its feet, working against the situation of kidnapping and killings in our society. So if government is saying they are trying, and they are trying to show, they are showing something to tell us citizens that they are trying, well, they can still try. And they can still do better by not using our lives to play catch. I won't say I'm not even seeing a part where I can appreciate this government bringing something back or waging war against terrorism, because I checked the definition of terrorism. Terrorism is happening even from government to citizens in Nigeria at this moment. You force people to take your way. You force people against their wish. That is the way of this government. A government that can force people, or any politician in Nigeria that can force people against their will, even at election, that government is not a government, it's a terroristic government. So we must see
that that has been asked to be done is for the forest to be cordoned off. Do you think that this is actually a good development? Would this actually help in the fight against insecurity as we see it today?
Kwara State, it may fight, but is that the only place they are? Is that the only place they are? I don't think that's not the only place. I don't think that's the only place. They have several other places. And I know the government can get them down if they really want to work.
All right, Opeyemi, thank you so much. I mean, you seem not to be optimistic that much will be done
No, not at all.
regards
Not at
this
all.
matter. But also, the IGP has gone to Kebbi State on a sympathy trip, and he told the governor that the place is solidly, really, with Kebbi, and that, the abductees will be brought back. But this is what I want for you to talk about. The Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, is proposing penalties for government officials who negotiate ransom payments with the legislative plan expected in the next 6 months. This is coming on the heels, of a statement the very popular, or should I say notorious cleric, Gumi, statements he had made. People were calling for his arrest because he sort of is a negotiator between government and, terrorists. But he said, if you don't give these people a chance, I mean, how would you know that they might be good people for starters? But it looks like the Deputy Speaker is not having any of that. What's your take?
Let us also know that we can also threat from the arrest of Gumi to be candid, but we are yet to see that. But I just want us to know that Nigerians will face a lot, because Gumi is the intermediary between the Nigerian government and then the bandits or kidnappers in Nigeria. He has a soft spot for them, and he's also seen from different angles I cannot justify. But the idea is this: at this point in time, let us know that Gumi is not just mediating with this government and the bandits. He's been doing it before now, long time before now. So if we want to call for the arrest of Gumi now, it's for Nigeria, and that he has become an authority speaking on behalf of terrorists. But he's telling them that they shouldn't be called terrorists.
Yeah, but can I come in here? Let's not just zoom in on Gumi alone. I mean, we had former governor of Kaduna State, Orufai, not too long ago. He came out to say that the governor of Kaduna State, currently Obasani, is also paying bandits and, kind of oiling their palms to ensure that there's security in the state. And there are other people who have been paying ransom and all. So would you agree with this Deputy Speaker that if you pay ransom, you must be brought to book?
If we want to bring any of them to book, I agree with that. But if we want to bring any of them to book, is it just happening today? Is the paying of verdict or settlement of verdict just happening today? It's not just happening. So I think let us arrest those that are doing it now, and let the book be opened on people that have done it in the past. I'm sure if we could get one governor arrested, a governor, I don't know the kind of humanity that they are enjoying today, but if we can find a governor being dealt with, you will see the kind of worm, a lot of kind of worm will be opened up. You hear people in the past that have done it, that is given access to the people in the present to do it. So there are a lot of things we need to resolve in this country. Our foundation is actually shaky.
Okay, let's move away from insecurity and now move on to the new development that the INEC chairman Joash Amopito has administered the oath of office to Professor Adeniro Tella, who is now a new resident electoral commissioner. And of course, he's stressing that the commission will not tolerate any compromise in the conduct of elections. What do you make of this new appointment by INEC chairman Amopito?
Let Amopito try for Nigeria. I pray he could is able to achieve something, and I pray it's for the people at election. But so far so good. Nigerians don't trust the situation of things. Anything electoral institution at the moment in Nigeria, they can't be trusted. Let them speak the English they want to speak. Let them pledge what they want to pledge. They will still pay so much honor to whoever elects them or appoints them into office. So far, that is what I have seen in Nigeria.
All right, that's a safe place for us to land. Thank you so much, Okpeyemi, for always coming through for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, we've been speaking with Okpeyemi Ogunlami. He is a human rights activist. You're still watching News Hour on VOP TV. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take you to Edo State now, where the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development has launched a 16-day campaign in Benin City to mark the 2025 International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. This year's theme, Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls Now, highlights the rising threat of online harassment, with rallies and advocacy efforts aimed at raising awareness and protecting vulnerable groups. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, reports from Benin, the Edo State capital.
The Edo State Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development today started a 16-day campaign in Benin City to mark the 2025 International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. The theme for this year is Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls Now. The campaign began with a rally through Oka and Abado markets, where the First Lady, Alini Opeolo, advised women and girls on protecting themselves from sexual violence. Women groups groups and human rights activists participated in the march.
What we want is reduction in sexual assault and violence against women. That at the end of the day, we have a society that is free and safe from not just the woman, but violence is violence, gender is gender. Against all, our boys, our girls, our women, and even our men. But today we are saying against the women. So
At the Edo State House of Assembly, the ministry's permanent secretary, Joy Erenosin, noted that digital platforms have made communication, business, and education easier, but are also being misused for cyberbullying and harassment of women and girls.
But the one when they talk this year now, digital violence. We know how we take care of digital, social media. When they tell us now people don't use that medium, so they do evil, so they harass women, so they harass girls, and it's not good because psychologically, socially, we are affected. Now when they come out to talk today, say if all those things will happen, more than you say, we as a ministry, we take care of that.
Speaker Honorable Blessing Agbebako assured that the Assembly would review the existing bill addressing gender-based and digital violence.
The law on this gender violence was passed by the 7th Assembly. We have to call back for the law, to look at the law properly, to see the penalty, on that law.
Today, basically to show solidarity to the women on this 16-day activism against gender-based violence. The idea about the 16 days activism is to sensitize the public that beating of women, harassment, intimidation, they usually refer to as cyberbullying or cyber-stalking, it's violence against women, and it has a jail term.
The campaign ended at the Nigerian Union of Journalists Council, where the chairman commended the initiative and human rights activists called for stronger protections and ongoing awareness to curb violence against women and girls.
People see us as stakeholders, in checking gender-based violence and some of the issues affecting women.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda, for that. Nigerians have been urged to be good ambassadors by promoting positive values and conduct to help rebuild the nation's image. This call was made at a press conference ahead of the Voice Achievers Awards held on this Friday, where organizers said celebrating exceptional Africans is a key way to inspire excellence. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunswada has more details in this report.
In a season where rebuilding Nigeria's image is crucial, the Voice News magazine team, established in 1997, says celebrating credible Africans remain vital in reshaping the continent's narrative. At this press conference ahead of the 2025 Voice Achievers Awards, set for Friday, November 27th, organizers highlighted the need to recognize Africans who reflect integrity, impact, and excellence. Convener of the awards, Pastor Elvis Iro, a Nigerian based in the Netherlands, told journalists that honoring such individuals help address negative perceptions about Africa. Other speakers stressed strengthening diplomatic ties and promoting personal responsibility, saying both institutional and individual actions are key to correcting long-standing misconceptions about Nigeria and the continent.
Nigeria stands to gain more in terms of changing our ways of doing things.
As individuals, we need to speak more, talk to our government, because most of the challenges we are having in Nigeria is the fact that people are not doing what they are supposed to do. We have people who are mandated to do some things for us as citizens of this country, but these people are not just doing what they are expected to do. So what do we do? Let's take the bull by the horn. As Nigeria, let's speak out. Let's take actions.
To change the narrative on ground is going to start from individual. It's going to start from you, the media, that you are projecting us out there. It's what you project really go far and go beyond. And changing the narrative is the mindset. If our mindset is still remain the same, we can't change this narrative?
I believe that if we work together, we can achieve much more. So the knowledge, for example, that we gain abroad, we should try and implement it in Nigeria. And the other way, we have also learned that Nigeria is a place where you can also come and have fun, and there's a lot of interaction, there's a lot of fellowship taking place. So the quality of the relationships are very deep here, and I believe in that partnership where we can work together and use the knowledge and expertise that we have gotten abroad, to make Nigeria also a better place.
With preparations now complete, organizers say the event will attract nominees from various African countries and the diaspora, not for cash rewards, but for individual rebuilding and recognition of genuine impact. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you, Matthew. Well, on the foreign scene now, Israel says it has received from the Red Cross the remains of a hostage who had been held by Palestinian militants in Gaza. The bodies of 2 others are still missing, over 6 weeks into a fragile ceasefire. The office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did not name the deceased. The remains will be sent to the National Center of Forensic Medicine for identification. Under an October deal between Hamas and Israel, all 20 surviving hostages were released in exchange for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. The agreement also calls for the return of 28 hostage remains in exchange for 360 Palestinian militants.
We now move on to business. The Monitoring Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria has retained the monetary policy rate at 27%. In a communique issued after its 303rd meeting, CBN Governor Yemi Cardoso said the committee also voted to keep the cash reserve ratio at 45% for commercial banks and 16% for merchant banks. He added that the 75% CRR on non-TSA public sector deposits remains unchanged. The liquidity ratio was also retained at 30%, while the standing facilities corridor was adjusted to plus 50 and 450 basis points around the MPR. Cardoso said the decisions
by a majority vote to maintain the current monetary policy stance with an adjustment to the corridor as follows. 1. Retain the monetary policy rate, MPR, at 27%. 2. Adjust the standing facility corridor around the MPR at plus 50 to minus 450 basis points. 3. Retain the cash reserve requirement, CRR, for deposit money banks at 45%, merchant banks at 16%, and 75% for non-TSA public sector deposits. And 4, keep the liquidity ratio unchanged at 30%.
Yemi Cardoso, CBN Governor. In sports news now, for the very first time in World Cup history, the top 4 seeded countries cannot meet each other until the semi-finals. FIFA announced that Spain, first seed, and Argentina, second, will be paired and placed in opposite halves of the draw. France, third, and England, fourth, are also paired, meaning England cannot face Spain or Argentina until the semi-finals, and France until the final, provided all 4 win their groups. When teams are paired, they are placed in opposite halves of the knockout bracket, preventing early matchups. FIFA says the system is designed to ensure top-ranked countries meet in the later stages, creating blockbuster games. The same ranking system was used for the Club World Cup earlier this year.
We now have entertainment news up next.
Welcome to the entertainment news. Renowned DJ and producer DJ Neptune has expressed concern over the growing trend of sidelining veteran artists in Nigeria's music industry. He attributed the trend to a structural problem where creatives are pushed aside once they reach certain milestones. Speaking during a media chat, DJ Neptune stated that Western music industries allow veterans to thrive alongside newcomers, highlighting the need for change in Nigeria. Controversial rapper Darlington Okoye, popularly known as Speed Darlington, is still on the security watch list of the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons over an allegation that he had sexual activities with a minor. The agency said the artist Speed Darlington was placed on the watch list after he repeatedly failed to honor invitations to meet investigators in Abuja. NAPTI's Director of Legal and Prosecution, Ijoma Amugo, explained at a news conference to begin the 2025 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence in Abuja that the case is linked to a May 2024 Instagram live video in which the artist allegedly claimed he had sexual relations with a 15-year-old girl. Amugo said, despite several invitations for questioning from NAPTIP to the rapper, the artist did not cooperate and instead went online to attack the agency. Elsewhere in entertainment, the 53rd International Emmy Awards wrapped in New York on November 24th, spotlighting outstanding television from around the world. Spain's Oriol Play won Best Actor for Yo Adicto, while the UK's Anna Maxwell Martin took home Best Actress for her role in Until I Kill You. The UK dominated major categories, with Rivals winning Best Drama Series and Ludwig securing Best Comedy Series. India's Diljit Dosanjh, nominated for Amar Singh Kamkila, did not win, though the film and its creator continued to draw significant global attention. Special honors went to the Dana Wanden of Disney, who received the Founders Award, and João Roberto Marinho of Group Global, who was given the Doctorate Award, recognizing leadership in international broadcasting documentary programming. Also had a strong showing with Ruchi Sakamoto, Last Days earning top recognition in the arts programming category, and the several productions centered on Gaza gaining awards for their powerful storytelling. And that's it for entertainment. I am Precious Agumanu.
Well, Precious, thank you. And that's how we wrap it up on News Hour today. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nena Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, and it's also the 25th day in the month of November 2025. And we'll bid you welcome to another interesting edition of VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu, and on our radar today, we have quite an interesting lineup for us. And one of the topic of conversation is terrorist commander threatens to kill the president, Tinubu, governor, and even politicians, soldiers. And this actually happened as U.S. provides intelligence support and defense equipment to Nigeria to help combat the issue of insecurity. We'll also talk about the sudden, will I say sudden at this point? Some people will be like, it's been a long time coming. They see this playing out at this point. Atiku Abubakar picks ADC membership card, says the real opposition has begun. So for some people who are asking, where is it going to purchase net? Is it going to be with the SDP, or is it going to be with the ADC, or is it just going to stay out and watch young people do the race? Now, just know that Atiku is back on the ballot with the joining or picking of the membership card of ADC. Let's see how their primaries will turn out. But we know he has never actually lost any primaries that he is interested in. Away from that, we have other trending stories also that we'll be bringing the touchlight on. But do well to join us. Do well to join the moving train. How to do it is very easy and very simple. If you have SL Television Metro, just click on channel 264. We are there on your big screen. And for those that want to subscribe to our social media handles, on YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV. And across all the social media platforms, the X.com, that's the X, formerly Twitter, and the Meta, Facebook, and TikTok, we are at VOP TV Live. We have a website, www.vop.ng. They have fresh and trending news.
Fresh and trending news. Fina, according to you, Atiku has never lost any primaries. He has not won any election. Is he going to win in 2027? Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Welcome to VOP this morning.
Yes, of course. I am Moses Humphrey, welcoming you on board. It's a beautiful Tuesday, the 25th day in the month of November. Now, let's dive into some other stories that Nigerians are also talking about. Now, residents of Isuku in Yewa North local government area of Ogun State have reportedly appealed to social media personality, Very Dark Man, Vincent Ote, for assistance over a severe water shortage in their community. Now, in a video shared on X by Trigotista, residents were heard chanting, "Very Dark Man, come and save us. We don't have water. Well, highlighting the desperation faced by the community. The video has since sparked reactions online, with users expressing concern over the lack of basic amenities in Isuku and urging relevant authorities to address the situation promptly. While some social media users expressed frustration at the state of governance in Ogun State. Now, there are many sides to this. The people obviously don't see government as an institution that they should run to. They have lost faith. That's what it means. They've lost faith in the government in the state. And I think government at all levels, because with the advent of social media, Nigeria and the rise of people like Very Dark Man, Nigerians feel, okay, if these people, showcase our problems, then the politicians will hear and come to our aid, which is very embarrassing for the politicians. Very embarrassing. That's a local government. What are they doing? Now, like I said, there are many angles to it. Government should provide, but we know that in Nigeria, we do a lot of provision for ourselves. We dig boreholes. In other parts, I was speaking with someone yesterday, and she said, look, in Benin, where she went to school, water is provided free. We used to have water corporation. I think we still do, but how effective is their distribution of water? You don't turn on your tap and have water come from the water corporation. No, you don't. It has to come from a borehole dug somewhere in your compound. And the issue of digging, a lot of people don't even know where to dig their boreholes. If you dig in a wrong place, in the estate where I stay, it was a problem getting good water. The first time we moved in there, it was the water had a lot of iron, the color would mess up your clothing. And then we had to do a lot of digging. You dig here, you dig here. So who regulates these things? And that's the people trying to provide water for themselves. But the issue of Yewa, I understand that sometimes the people dump refuse in channels that wash into the major stream as well. All right, so it's a people government thing if you want to find a solution to the water crisis. But basically, the onus is on the government to ensure that they provide water for the people. These are basic things that people ask for. Security, water. That's even the SDG, one of the SDG goals, I think SDG 6 or something. Provision of potable water. SDG 2030. And we are in 2025. And all over Nigeria, you can't boast, there's nowhere that you'll find water provided by government. Nowhere. It's embarrassing. And I think government should wake up to their responsibility rather than just campaign for elections and give people handouts. And the people too should be blamed. You know that these people over time have not cared for you, and they come and give you what you eat in a day, or at most a week, and you vote them back into office. And they don't provide the amenities that they promised you during campaign. So you have yourselves to be blamed as well. Let me drop my pen, or let me drop my mic at this point.
In as much as we know that some persons sometimes, will go as far as pouring dirt into the waterways that will further move into the streams, that, some communities rely on for supply of potable water. But I don't think that Nigeria today, we should still be having people relying on taking water from the natural water source. I know some old women and men will say that water, especially spring one, is the sweetest and all that. But now let's break this the way it should be. This Isuku community is in Yewa North. And then they have a member who is representing them. And we're looking at that person to be Joseph Folorunso Adeyemi. He is the one representing this particular people in the State House. Interesting point again to note is that we have the chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriation. He is the senator representing this constituency where the Isuku and the Isuku community comes from. And he is the one who supervises the budget allocation and everything. Is it trying to tell Nigerians that he doesn't even know what is happening within the community or the constituencies that he represents? If that actually should be the case, then on what basis are they making their appropriation and also the, what do they call that again? I can't remember off the top of my head what that is being called. Is it, oh God, I need to remember how they do, where they give them money, the constituency project. Thank you. Constituency project at this point. So if the people of Isuku can go as far as saying we don't have water, and then we have senators, we have members of the House of Assembly representing them, we have people who, these people have already given over the franchise to say go there and represent us, and they cannot bring down to them basic amenities, then that shows there's a big problem somewhere. And Mo, you're talking about them voting wisely and all that. Now, I don't think that some of these members of the Senate understands that it is also their duty to establish back home an office for proper communication between them and the people. But guess what they do most of the time? They all have houses somewhere within the high boroughs of a settlement in Abuja, in Maitama, in Guzape, Extension, in Asokoro and all that. They rarely go home. What is the business with that? So I'm happy that the people have decided not to call on the politicians who believe that once they're in office, they don't care whose ox is. Any other thing you're saying is behind you until when it's not time for the next election. They have decided to relegate them and go for a non-state actor to say, help us. We are seeking succor from you at this point. Help amplify your voice so that it will get to the people who will come up tomorrow to construct one borehole and use billions of money to put it before or in front of the cover pages of the national dailies. It's a slap on the face of, I know we are not going to have even development. Yes, that one is there. But I don't know what is keeping us that after 65 years of independence, people can still gather together in front of one dirty or muddy pond and they are calling and clamoring for someone to come to their help.
The issue is deeply troubling, and it speaks to the failure of government and governance itself. You see, this Isuku community, they are not alone. If you walk through the length and breadth of this country, there are communities that are even better than Isuku, because if you look at the video there, you see,
worse. Better or worse?
Worse.
Okay. Worse than Isuku?
Yes, worse than Isuku, because they even have pond. In some places, they don't have pond.
Is that a pond?
What does it look like?
It looks like it's a pond.
It looks like
it's a pond.
I don't
think it's a river.
Moses, in some communities, you don't even have ponds. So it is deeply troubling and concerning.
Oh, places like Enugu and some places like that.
No, but Enugu have water bait if individuals are doing something.
The difference, there's a difference in Enugu. Okay. Enugu is difficult to drill a borehole, a personal borehole. It will take millions of naira for you to get aquifer, potable water in Enugu. But the case of Enugu is that there is what they call, within the Ajali sandstone, geologists understand, there is pure water. That is, what I mean pure, I mean clean water. And that was why Nigeria Breweries Limited had to site their factory there. Because a certain percentage of their resources is based on clean water. So they had to take it to that point. So, and if you go to Enugu, there is a place called 9th Mile. 9th Mile has clean water. Okay. And that is the place where tankers now take water to the main cities. Yeah. Exactly. But it is troubling that after 100 years of Enugu as a city, the state government still cannot provide water, even for the metropolis itself. Meanwhile, the white man that oversaw that place during independence was able to bring water to this. Yeah. But this government that we have from 1960 couldn't expand. Peter Mbai is doing, a few things about water in Enugu. So let me leave Enugu and go back to the Isuku. Yeah. For them to even call Very Dark Man shows that they have lost faith in government. It's not just in water, in security, in electricity, and even in schools and hospitals, because people patronize private hospitals. Now, Fifi, when you talked about, it is not the responsibility of the House of Representatives or the person that is in charge of the appropriation committee, it is the responsibility of the state government.
They should stop, I call them out. They should stop taking the constituency project money if they know they cannot utilize it.
Constituency project money doesn't even solve the problem.
This is more
why? Because when you build borehole, after like 6 months, 2 years, the borehole will dry up.
The sand will cover it.
The borehole will dry up. So what they need to do is go back to what the white man did what the colonial masters did, provide water works. Provide water works so that if you get into your apartment, you turn on the tap, there is water. What you need to do is to lay pipes across your street. There you now pay to take the water into your street. And what happens every month, you pay bills. I spoke about an experience I had when I traveled. I lived for like 2 years. You know, I didn't know how water got into my apartment.
Even gas.
Even power. But if I default, my next door neighbor will have water, will have power, but I wouldn't have light. These things are, nobody is asking you to, white man has built, buy and install. Why is it difficult to do? Meanwhile, we have an Ogun state where the governor is busy building an airport. What's the distance between Ogun and Lagos? Meanwhile, people in the nearest community, Yewa happens to be a popular local government, you know, they don't have potable water. So what are you there doing? Building an airport and all of that. It speaks to the failure of governance. And the only thing we can do is to walk back. Where did we make mistakes? Let's go back to water works. You will even generate money. And I said, look, if you can't even do it, invite foreign partners. Let them come and build it. Then you might do PPP. And in the next 20, 30 years, they recover their monies, hand over, and walk away. You have water. That is the sensible thing to do. Unfortunately, you are people, I sympathize with you, but the government can do better. Now, let's move away from that and get into another troubling issue in Nigeria, because the Lagos State Command of the Nigeria Police Force says it has intensified security presence across the state, including schools, places of worship, markets, and other public areas as part of measures to curb rising insecurity nationwide. Well, this comes as the command confirmed the arrest of 56 suspects linked to various criminal activities within the metropolis. Recent weeks have seen heightened tension across the country with Boko Haram attacks in Borno and increased banditry in states such as Niger, Kwara, and Kebbi. While speaking on Monday at the command headquarters in Ikeja, the Commissioner of Police, Olorundare Jimo, said the deployment forms part of a broader strategy to ensure the safety of lives and property as the year winds down. Well, Jimo disclosed that officers had been stationed at critical locations, including worship centers, markets, recreational spots, and major highways. He stressed that the aim is to guarantee a crime-free festive season for residents. Assuring Lagosians of the command's readiness, Jimo insisted that the security situation in Lagos remains stable. Well, he added that all area commanders, divisional police officers, tactical squads, and unit commanders had been directed to reinforce security at worship centers during services. Jimo explained that intensified intelligence and surveillance had begun yielding results. Well, within the review period, the command recovered 10 stolen vehicles, several of which were taken away by drivers and car wash attendants. Can you imagine? Well, he added that suspects were arrested for offenses including armed robbery, conspiracy, kidnapping, assault, stealing, and threats to life. He further disclosed that the recovery of multiple firearms and dangerous weapons across November operations and all of that. Well, it's a good thing that this is coming, especially when we live in very troubling times where everybody, you have to look over your shoulder, even if you're walking in the streets, you know, especially. You know, but it gets more concerning, you know, and it gets more troubling if the cities are no longer safe, you know. We are talking about, it's a good thing that it has nothing to do with the kind of insecurity witnessed in other parts of the country. Terrorism, yes, to say. But this is normal law and enforcement, you know, and it has to be taken seriously. But Commissioner, it shouldn't just be to protect us during the festive season. It should be an all-round thing. And I'm happy, you know, that somehow Lagos is becoming safer by my own reckoning, by my own account, because back in the days, you know, there are certain areas of Lagos I couldn't walk in the night, but I think I can walk through those areas now. I'm not saying that Lagos is crime-free, but it's a lot better than it used to be in the past. Thumbs up to the Commissioner of Police. And if you are doing this good job, I think you need the support. But we also have the Lagos State Security Fund, you know, which is people, corporate organization put in a lot of money, and people are doing a good work. Congratulations and thumbs up. Please secure Lagos. And if other state commissioners and their governors do the same thing, Nigeria will be a safe place for all of us to live.
I just hope this is not like a soundbite, because when you say you have arrested 56 persons and all that related to different crimes and every other thing you pointed out, I hope those people actually are the ones that committed these crimes. I don't want it to be maybe an individual who mistakenly be at the wrong place, at the right place at the wrong time, is behind the bars suffering for what they or he or she do not really commit. Then another thing I want to talk about, though Chukuma have actually pointed to that, is I want the security of lives and property to be a continuous event. It shouldn't just be during the festive period. you come to secure lives of Nigerians living in Lagos. It should be an all-round thing, round-the-clock thing. It shouldn't just be for a particular period of time. There was a time there was an information pushed out by the Lagos State government about how unsecure the Bariga axis or thereabout is over the one chance syndicate operating within that axis. And my sister came back one day and she told me something that along maybe 2 hours of shade or thereabouts when she was going to work, they saw a dead body by the roadside and they believe the guy must have been lynched by some person. I don't know, but I was like, oh, for how long? She said the cops were there for the time she was going to work and when she was coming back. And no one actually do anything about it. But I believe by now, the dead body wouldn't have been there again. But all the same, the question I want to ask is this. I hope the executive, I hope the VIPs, whom the president have also given a directive to say, withdraw all security personnel attached to them. I hope that will be implemented in Lagos State too. Because sometimes when you're driving and the way some individuals behave as if they are gods, it's more like, yes, as if they are mini gods. It speaks I don't know, as if maybe some people are more Nigerians than others. So if we are, Lagos is a place where the world have their eyes on. Yes. And I love it that way. I love the way it is. But if we are to have some directive from the president, I believe it will start here in Lagos. And deploying of security personnel to worship centers and recreational centers is a good one. Kudos to Nigerian police, but kudos to GMO for this initiative. Kudos also for carrying out all this for this festive period. And also, I would say more kudos to you when we'll see some of the policemen in Lagos try to, comply with the directives of the IGP and also your own directive. That is all I would say to this.
Well, there has been concerns raised of possible breakdown of law and order and issues of insecurity, possible invasion of Lagos. Lagos State government has done quite a lot in that regard about invasion. I know there was a time when there was a truckload bringing some people from the northern part of Nigeria into Lagos, and they were profiled, and those that did not have anything reasonable doing were sent back. There was also a time a truckload of motorcycles were impounded by the Lagos State government, and we know how these things come into Lagos, and then you have certain characters, lurking around, and there's been the talk about an invasion, a possible invasion. I think this just means that we should be careful. We should all be watchful. Look around you. Be aware of your surroundings and the rest. It's important. And they talked about robbery. Yes. People, imagine taking your car to the mechanic to fix. And
your car wash.
Car wash. That means you should be blamed then, because that means you left your car keys and you walked away.
But you give him the car key to go to inside.
And then you sit around. And then you sit there.
Maybe.
If I go to the car wash, I sit there.
Okay.
I sit there. But imagine going to... We've seen mechanics do these things.
Even drivers.
We've seen drivers do these things. We've seen help.
You told the story of what happened to your uncle. Sometime. The mechanic...
Oh, yes. Yes. Somewhere around... Obalende.
That's where you spotted the vehicle there.
We're staying in VI then. And then he took the car to the mechanic. Mechanic opened the pigeonhole and saw the papers of the car and sold the car. Sold the car to a pensioner. A man who felt, okay, he had worked 35 years and then he got bulk sum and decided to buy a car. He bought the car. And then we just noticed we did not hear from the mechanic. We didn't see the car for months.
Imagine.
And one day we're walking around the Balindi and we saw the car. We had to impound the car. And the owner and the driver, the man, took them to Kefi. And then, we went back and forth. I felt pity
for the
man. I felt pity for him because we couldn't find the mechanic. He took the money and, absconded. So, but just the other day, 2 weeks back, in a Catholic church in my estate, a car was stolen.
Oh. What happened to the car track?
The family.
Don't they have car trackers?
The family. Some people do. Some people do. Some people do.
Because
imagine going to church, park your car, and then went into the church, and then you come out on your car. You know,
no, they should issue tallies because in my parish, we issue, if you drive in, we issue a tally because the church is fenced, so we issue you a tally, and when you are driving out, you hand over.
Should I tell you something? Some people will leave the tally on top of the dashboard so that they will not misplace it and guess.
No, that's personal responsibility.
Or put it inside, or put it inside the pigeonhole so that because that's what I do normally. It must be there so that I wouldn't want to go back.
Dress pocket.
No, you wear suits to church.
No, in my pocket, any pocket I have, I put it inside.
You know, so I think we should be more conscious of our surroundings. So because I mean there is starvation. I know Chukuma would say you don't link crime to
hunger and poverty.
But the truth of the matter is when people feel they don't have any other choice and they need quick fix, quick money, they easily shift to crime. I mean, there's a popular saying, the idle mind, you see.
No, when I say don't link it, I don't lose sight of the fact that it exists. But I'm just saying that it shouldn't be a reason.
Of course.
It shouldn't be a reason. So, because all of us are poor too. I mean, all of us have not become armed robbers.
Well, some of us are. Some people are stealing one way or another. Stealing with the pen. And I mean, people give birth to children these days and they pray that they are able to get into positions where they can steal.
Sign money.
No, they can steal. It's still
okay. You like
you're the one saying stealing, or then they're saying signing off money.
You steal money. So that's the society we live in. So we should be careful, really.
Exactly.
We should be careful.
All right, without wasting much time, let's take a quick peep. Do the newspaper review by flipping through the cover pages of the national dailies. We have the first daily today, The Guardian, the Nigerian Tribune, Vanguard newspaper, Business Day, This Day, Daily Trust, and a whole lot more. Then I would like to start off from the first daily. Beside the masthead, Amnesty wants school abductions, forcing Northern children out of classrooms. All right, we have the banner headline on the cover page of the first daily today. Nigeria, U.S. seal major security pact after high-level talks. U.S. will expand intelligence defense support in Nigeria. Beneath the masthead, National Assembly nears completion of Constitution review draft. Southwest governors hold emergency meeting on escalating security threat. Niger Catholic Diocese names of 265 students, teachers in captivity. UK rejects Nigeria's bid to transfer Ekweremadu's prison term. Another bold headline on the cover page of First Daily, Rose Vivo to FG, license firearms for citizens, self-defense. Ejimako Kanu's transfer to Sokoto frustrates appeal efforts. Atiku officially joins ADC in Adamawa. Those are the stories on the cover page of the First Daily today.
And to the New Telegraph we go. On top of the masthead there, CBN proposes 5-year ban for serial dot check issuers. God, that's long in coming. They should do that because I've been a victim.
Of a dot check?
Yes.
Oh.
We'll talk about that during newspaper review. Hearing of contempt charges against AMCON officials. Lawyers scheduled for tomorrow. And then the window headlines. Ex-Vice President Atiku formally registers as ADC member. Akpabio unveils counterterrorism strategic plan 2025-2030. Constitution review. NAS to engage governors tomorrow. Deputy Speaker Kalu. UK rejects FG's request to transfer Ekweremadu to Nigeria. And Jimmy Cliff dies at 81. Bollywood's Dharmendra at 89. Dharmendra. Oh my. Oh my, that movie.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He's gone.
He's gone. Okay. How DSS NAF raid ensured kidnapped worshippers rescue by security sources. Says President personally coordinated rescue strategy. U.S. to provide intelligence support, defense equipment to Nigeria. Presidency. Southwest governors propose security trust fund as Akinyemi urges Tinubu to declare state of emergency on